If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. The Project Gutenberg ebook of the Carnal Prayer. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. Title: Meat Pond Times. Author: Yu Li. Release date: June 1, 2016. Ebook 52205. Language: Chinese. Credits: produced by Xiaoxian Wu. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook Meat Prayer Mat, produced by Xiaoxian Wu. Title: The Carnal Prayer Mat. Author: Liu. Tom. Regret killing young men is not joyful. In elegant halls, old men are banished. Grandchildren listen to golden songs, fall in love with fragrant medicines too soon. This world, a true playground, calculates day and night, still counts within chambers. It's no match for the realm of glory. Happiness begins and ends in sorrow. Finding pleasure each morning, sleeping in peace, fears the sound of the dawning bell. Opening my eyes, I see heaven and earth reversed, a grand spring palace. This poem is named Man Garden Fragrance. Simply put, human life on earth, day after day, filled with labor and worry, no matter what, has no value. It's a pity that our ancient saints created the rules for men and women to mate, easing people's worries bit by bit, preventing them from looking too haggard. According to Confucian scholars, a woman's lower body is the gate of my birth and the door to my death. From the perspective of the wise, if humans didn't have this, their hair would turn gray earlier, their lives would be slightly shorter. Don't believe it? Look at the monks in this world. How many are over 40 with no gray hair? How many live to 80 without their bodies failing? Or, to put it another way, even though monks generally have a path of departure when they go out into the world, some steal women or abuse their disciples, just like laypeople, and thus cannot preserve their roots and essence, which is why they have no longevity. Look at the eunuchs in Beijing. Not only do they not steal women or abuse their disciples, but even the tools used for such actions are absent from them. Logically, if we consider these factors, a person should live to be several hundred years old, so why do they have more wrinkles on their face and gray hair on their head than others? A man who is officially called Grandpa looks like a woman? Within the capital city, there are only commoners with signs hung above them saying longevity, but no officials with plaques announcing they have lived to be 100. This shows that being tempted by women does not inherently harm a person. It's just that this particular herb was never mentioned in Ben Sao Gang Mu, so there is no specific explanation for it. Some say it nourishes people, while others claim it harms them. If we apply this logic, not only is it something that nourishes people, its medicinal properties are the same as those of ginseng and black cohosh, which can also be used in combination. Just one thing, although ginseng and jujube are great tonics, they should be taken in moderation over a long period, not in excess. They can only be used as medicine, not as food. If you don't distinguish between appropriate amounts and times, and eat them excessively, it will generally harm you. The interests of women are similar to this. Long-term use has the effect of balancing yin and yang, while excessive use leads to water and fire conflicting. When used as medicine, it provides relief from depression, but when taken as food, it causes worry about damaging muscles and blood. If people in the world understand that treating women like medicine is neither too distant nor too close, neither overly good nor excessively bad, then at the beginning of intimacy, one should think, this medicine is not toxic, why be afraid of it? And when close to women, one should think, this medicine is not food, why be excessive with it? In this way, yang will not be overactive, and yin will not be stagnant. How could there be any harm to oneself or others? Just one thing. The nature of this type of herb is similar to ginseng and jujube in every aspect, but the place of origin and method of use differ somewhat. Those who take the medicine should be aware of this. Ginseng and jujube that are authentic and locally sourced are good, but those from other places do not provide any benefits. The allure of women, indeed, is best from one's own home. Those who fall prey not only bring no benefit but can cause harm. What is meant by homegrown? What by falling prey? One's own wife and concubines, no need to seek far or spend money. Take them at hand. This is what is called homegrown. Let me sleep however I want, without obstruction. Let him knock on the door without fear. It does not harm one's vital energy, and it benefits one's lineage. A sense of connection brings overall well-being. Is it not said to be nourishing people? The vibrant colors come from the red doors. elegance must be sewn into the doorways. Home-raised chickens have a bland taste compared to wild ones. An old woman's beauty fades, resembling a young bird like a small sparrow. This is what is called falling prey. If such women are involved, they dream and scheme, striving for certainty. Initially enticed by emotions, then offering gifts, climbing over walls to meet, or crawling through holes to share secrets. Despite their boldness, their hearts are like mice. Though no one else sees them, there seems to be someone present. Streamlined pursuits cause minimal fear but maximum anxiety, long-lasting love for children and short-lived heroics. Testing the depths without measure leads to immediate extreme misfortune, secretly damaging virtue and openly violating rules, resulting in bodily harm. If there is no one willing to pay the ultimate price, will his wife still exist? There are many women who, because of their circumstances, suffer immeasurable hardships. It can be seen that people in this world cannot do without love and women. They reject the old while seeking the new. The author of this novel originally had a pure heart and wanted to teach the world, advising people to curb their desires, not encourage them to indulge. To advise people to keep secrets about their immorality is not to promote their debauchery openly. The readers should not mistake his intentions. If one truly wants to stop people from indulging in lust, why not write a book of moral teachings to uphold virtues instead of creating sensual novels? The readers are unaware. In general, when trying to change winds and customs, it is more effective to adapt the message to the circumstances at hand. Today's human nature fears reading sacred texts and prefers secular tales. Even in these tales they despise stories of loyalty, filial piety and righteousness, preferring books filled with lewdness and immorality. One can say that today's morals are in a state of utter decay. If one writes a book on ethics to encourage people to do good, don't say that the world's people will buy it and read it. Just like a virtuous family prints a copy of the teachings on giving alms, binds it well, and gives it away for free. He won't even look at it. Tearing it up or setting it aside is smoke. It is better to make him delight in sensual things, and when he finds them enjoyable, suddenly drop a few piercing words, making him sigh in wonder. The beauty of women is thus so enchanting, how can one not preserve a life of pleasure and be a ghost beneath the peony flower, seeking fame while neglecting reality? Or wait until he sees clear evidence of retribution, gently dropping a couple of enlightening words, causing him to suddenly realize. Adultery must surely be punished like this. How can one not keep his wife and husband at home, enjoying them themselves, and become a lazy pearl? Shooting ducks, borrowing false money to repay real debts? Thinking of these things will naturally steer clear of evil ways. Steering clear of evil ways, it is natural for one to love his wife and respect his husband. The teachings of Zhou Nan and Shao Nan are not outside of this. This is called the method of addressing matters objectively and governing people by character. Not only are such methods used by court officials and historians, but even the saints and scholars in ancient books had those who practiced them. If you don't believe it, consider when Mengzi spoke to King Qi of Chu about his governance. That king was a person who pursued pleasure, wealth, and color, and he did not like governance. He merely nodded his approval with well said. Mengzi then asked, "If your majesty finds it good, why doesn't it get implemented?" The king replied, "I have a personal illness. I like wealth." Mengzi then used this as an example to guide the king. The king again said, "I have a personal illness. I like color." At this point, he had already surrendered himself to be like the tyrant King Zhao, and was only waiting for the appropriate reply on why human governance fails. If you were a professor of humanistic learning, you would sternly, vividly, and logically rebuke him for his disregard for virtue. From ancient imperial laws it is recorded, if commoners pursue pleasure, they will perish. If officials pursue pleasure, they will lose their positions. If feudal lords pursue pleasure, they will lose their kingdoms. If the heavenly king pursues pleasure, he will lose the entire empire. If King Xian heard these words, he would not say them aloud, but in his heart he finally responded, "This is it. I am sick to the bone, incurable, and the use of the master has been in vain." However, Mengzi unexpectedly turned this into a flattering tale about the king's good looks, captivating him and making him eager to listen. He could not stop himself. Considering that King Tai traveled with Princess Ji during his exile, one can clearly see how he was unable to part from women for even a moment throughout his life. Such a depraved ruler, how could he not meet his end? But he had a method of debauchery. He made the men of an entire nation take their wives along when they fled difficulties. While King Tai and Princess Ji were enjoying themselves, men and women from the nation also indulged in pleasure nearby. This is what they call a ruler who enjoys every moment with his subjects. Who could not praise him, and still dare to speak ill of him? When King Xian heard this, he naturally became at ease, and willing to carry out royal governance, no longer invoking "I am sick." This is where the power of the author lies. I hope all the readers take this as a history book to read, rather than a novel to view. Whenever you come across the phrase, "observer," it is either a sharp comment or an insightful saying, and one must pay close attention to understand. Among these, describing the mood of courtship and depicting the pleasure within the chamber is not without a certain lewdness, and ultimately it leads the reader to see the outcome and be aware of the cautionary tale. Otherwise, it is merely a collection of bitter words that people are reluctant to chew on. I use these metaphorical terms here as if wrapping dates in olives, enticing someone to experience the aftertaste. The introduction may be lengthy, but its substance will become evident in the subsequent chapters. In the Yuan dynasty's Tongyi period, there was a head monk named Genji, with the Dao number grouping in Jukang Mountain. He originally was a renowned student at the county school in Chuzhou. Due to his innate goodness when he was still in the cradle, he would coo and gurgle incessantly, much like a student reciting their lessons. His parents were baffled by this. A wandering monk came to visit and, upon seeing him, described him as holding his hair in one hand, crying or smiling but not clearly. The monk heard that he was reciting the Sangam Dazang Chenjing, and this child was a reincarnated high monk. So, he returned to his parents' home, begging to be their disciple. His parents thought it was enchantment and didn't believe him. The elder taught him to read, and with each glance, he memorized. However, pursuing fame and status wasn't his desire. He repeatedly abandoned Dian studies for Buddhism, only stopped after receiving severe punishment from his parents. With no choice, he took the imperial examination, entered adulthood through ritual purification, and became a monk. After his parents' passing, he observed a 2-year mourning period, distributed all his family wealth to his relatives, sewed a large leather bag to carry his scriptures and wooden fish, shaved his head, and went into Mountain's Fork. Those who knew called him the Lonely Peak Elder. Those who didn't simply referred to him as the leather bag monk. Unlike other monks, he not only abstained from drinking, carnal pleasures, and immoralities, but also had 3 strict rules: no soliciting alms, no preaching, and no residing on sacred mountains. When asked why he wouldn't solicit alms, he replied, "Learning Buddhism mainly involves starting with arduous practices. One must strain their muscles and skin, making hunger and cold worries daily press. Hunger and cold worries pressing daily eliminate lustful thoughts. Lustful thoughts not born means purity and cleanliness come. After a long time, one naturally becomes enlightened. If one does not farm to eat or weave to clothe oneself, relying on alms all day, when the belly is full, one thinks of leisurely walks. When the body is warm, one falls into peaceful sleep. Leisurely walks lead to seeing things one desires. Peaceful sleep leads to dreams. Whether one fails in learning Buddha or not, all sorts of hellish things come without asking. That's why I practice self-sufficiency and do not collect alms." A person asked him why he didn't lecture on scriptures, and he replied, "The language in the confession script is what Buddhas and Bodhisattvas spoke. Unless one is a Bodhisattva, they cannot fully understand it. The rest of the secular world's commentary on scriptures is like a madman talking about their dreams." In old times, Tao Yuanming read books from China without seeking much understanding. How then can Chinese people reading foreign books, and even translating them recklessly? I dare not strive to be a hero of funk, but only to avoid becoming a criminal of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. With this, knowing the foolishness of staying in simplicity, I refrain from lecturing. A person asked why he did not reside on a famous mountain, and he replied, "A practitioner needs to be untouched by desire so that his heart does not wander. The desirables of the world are not limited to wealth, power, or pleasure. Even pure winds, bright moons, charming birds, delicious plants, everything that is lovely and lovable is a desire. In any beautiful place, there are mountain spirits and water monsters leading me to seek poetry, moon sisters and wind ants disrupting people's meditation, so those who study on famous mountains do not achieve academic success, and those who pursue the path on famous mountains find it difficult to purify their roots. Moreover, which famous mountain does not have officials favored by burning incense? The story of bright moons and green willows is an old one. I left the famous peaks and dwell in the wilderness merely to ensure that my senses are not obstructed." The questioner deeply respected his words, considering them a novel perspective from ancient high monks. Because of these 3 cautions, he achieved fame without seeking it. People far and wide who made offerings and turned to him for guidance were numerous, but he refused to easily accept disciples, only taking them after ensuring they had genuine roots and no impure thoughts. If there is even a slight lack of trust, it refuses to accept. Therefore, after many years of leaving home, he had few disciples and lived alone near the mountainside, building a few rooms and farming for food, drinking from the spring. One day, in the autumn chill, wood crickets were singing. The monk got up early, swept the leaves before the door, changed the water in front of Buddha, prepared incense, placed the mat, and sat down in the middle hall. Suddenly, a young scholar with 2 household children walked in. The scholar's appearance was as beautiful as autumn water, and his demeanor as graceful as spring clouds. His eyes seemed to radiate an unusual light. It seemed he disliked direct gaze, thought sidewise or below, and only looked at women secretly. He didn't need to come close. Even if several dozen paces away, with a momentary glance, he could tell beauty from ugliness. If he met someone beautiful, he'd give her a passing look. If the woman had good virtue, she would lower her head and pass by, not letting his gaze touch her face, and that light would be thrown away. If the woman had the same illness as him, throw her this way and that, she would pass notes in her corner, and there would be no avoiding conversation. So whether man or woman, if one is born with such eyes, it is not an auspicious sign. Reputation is lost and honor tarnished because of this. Respectable sir, if you have anything like this, be careful. At that time the scholar entered, bowed 4 times to the Buddha image, and also bowed 4 times to the monk. He stood beside them. The monk could not return the bow initially while in deep meditation. After completing his practice, he slowly got up from the mat and returned a deep bow. After settling into the seated position, he asked about the scholar's name. I am a traveler from afar, wandering through Su and Zhejiang, known as Uncentral-born, replied the scholar. I heard that my teacher is a great monk with 2 titles, hence I came in a state of fasting to pay my respects. Every learned man has a table of virtues. Some call it a certain birth, others a certain son, and still others a certain pathman. In general, the young call themselves born, the middle-aged sons, and the elderly pathman. The words used to describe these virtues also each have their meanings, either because they are beloved of one's heart or close to one's nature. They choose 2 characters to name it, as long as they understand it, without requiring everyone else to. No. A scholar, because he was drawn to women and disliked the daytime, loved the night, and preferred the early morning to the late night. Seeing a line in the poetic classics that says night is not yet over, he took a few words from it to name himself Unending Birth. The monk saw him praise too much and felt ashamed, so he returned with a few humble words. At the time, breakfast was ready, and the monk invited him to stay and eat. They sat facing each other and talked about Zen. Their wits were very compatible. It turned out that Unending Birth was extremely intelligent. He had read through all books of the 3 teachings and 9 schools. The other people could not fathom the Zen mystery with thousands of words, but it took only 1 sentence from the monk for him to understand it completely. In his heart, the monk thought, what a knowledgeable man. I wonder why the Creator formed him with an evil appearance when he has a heart to study Buddhism. From his mannerisms and movements, he is clearly a big sensualist. If we do not put him in a sack of cloth, he will surely cause trouble, digging holes and climbing walls. Heaven and earth do not know how many women have been poisoned by him. Today, seeing this strange person without causing chaos among the masses is not a compassionate way. So he said to him, Since I became a monk, I have seen many people. Those foolish men and women who refuse to turn towards good are not worth mentioning. Even scholars who come to practice Zen meditation and officials who come to listen to Dharma are mostly outsiders. Only a few can truly understand Zen. Who would have thought that the layman has such brilliance? With this, he can attain the 3 flavors of Zen in just a few years. In life, what is easy to obtain is the body. What is hard to obtain is nature's endowments. What comes easily is time. What is difficult to overcome is karma. The layman has brought with him the potential for enlightenment. He must not stray onto the path of ghosts and demons. Why not take advantage of this youthful vigor while it still persists, and sever desires, entering the empty gate? Although I am a layman with common bones and ordinary flesh, I can still serve as a stone from another mountain. If I can accomplish this great vow and dedicate myself to this great cause, in 100 years I might be honored among monks, and below I will not be forced into submission to Rakshas. What do you think, layman? Uncentered said, The idea of returning to Zen has been building up for a long time. In the future I will inevitably have to return to this school of thought. However, I still have 2 unfulfilled wishes that are difficult to break free from. Now, since my years are still young, let me go back and complete these 2 matters first, enjoying several years in peace. At that time, if I come with a sincere heart to bow down and take refuge, it will not be too late." The monk asked, "Please tell me, layman, what are your 2 wishes? Is it to gain fame in the capital, or to repay what you have learned? To stand out in a foreign land and report back to the court?" Uncensored shook his head and said, "My wishes are not these 2 things." The monk asked, "Since they are not these 2 things, then what is your ultimate wish?" Uncensored replied, "What I wish for is something that can be achieved through my own strength, not a fantasy. As my teacher said, the student's ability to remember what he reads, his insight into the truth, and his writing style are all of the highest caliber. Today's scholars only struggle to memorize, rearrange things from east to west, write a few window drafts, inscribe a poem, and they claim to be pillars of literature and influential in their era. However, according to the student, that is merely borrowing. To become a true scholar, one must read all kinds of books from around the world, meet every kind of extraordinary person, travel to every famous mountain, and then retreat to a room to write and leave behind words and ideas for future generations. Fortunately, if they are listed on 2 tables and also contribute something to the court, even if literary fortune does not last until old age, they will still be considered among the great people of history." Hence, the student secretly whispered to himself, "To be the first genius in the world." The monk said, "That's the first sentence. What about the second?" Uncentral hesitated and swallowed his words, unable to express what he meant. The monk said, "Since the gentleman is afraid to speak, let me tell you." Uncentral replied, "How can my teacher possibly know about something on my mind?" The monk said, "If I don't say it, I willingly accept punishment. But if I do say it, Mr. Layman, please don't turn it down." Uncertained, the monk replied, "To marry the fairest maiden in the land." Unconscious of his words, Mu Yang's eyes widened and he stood still for a while before responding, "Master, you are indeed a peculiar person. These 2 private conversations have been on my mind all day, and yet you responded as if you had heard them." The monk said, "Have you not heard that human whispers sound like thunder in the heavens?" Mu Yang answered, "From a logical perspective, it is inappropriate to share desires with one's teacher. Now that master has guessed, I cannot hide from him the fact that my resolve is shallow and my desires are strong. Since ancient times, talented children and fair maidens have gone hand in hand. Where there is a talented child, there must be a fair maiden to match them, and where there is a fair maiden, there must be a talented child to accompany her. Even without mentioning my talents, I am not unattractive in appearance. Often I look at myself in the mirror, just like Pan An and Wei Ji in modern times. My students wouldn't give up their place easily. Heaven has made me a talented child, so why not have a suitable female partner? If there are no beautiful women in this world, that's fine. If there are, who else would seek a good match but my students? Therefore, my students who have passed their 20s without marriage do not want to disappoint their talents and beauty. Wait until the students find a beautiful woman as their spouse, to bear a child to continue the family line. Then the wish will be fulfilled, and there will be no other thoughts. Not only will they turn back, but they should also guide their household members to ascend to the other shore." The teacher asked, "What do you think, monk?" After hearing this, the monk laughed coldly and said, "These ideas by the layman seem quite reasonable, but heaven, the creator of all things, has some shortcomings. If one gives a layman an ugly body, with a bit of unawakened spirit, he might achieve Buddhahood. Thus, people of ancient times often had leprosy or epilepsy, their hands and feet twisted. Due to receiving divine punishment, they attained enlightenment and became saints. Saints are based on this principle. The scholar was only slightly too indulgent when the form was given, as if parents love their children. In his early years, he was only afraid of damaging his skin and flesh, his irritable temper, unwilling to hit him or scold him even once. As the son grew up, he said that the temperament of the skin and flesh is what heaven and earth have created, nurtured by parents, so they can do whatever they want. If he commits a crime, he receives the whip and scourging from the authorities, suffers the punishment of the empire, and only then does he regret his parents' excessive indulgence to this day. This peculiarity of flesh and temper is not a good omen either. The scholar, because of your appearance as the first talent, must seek out the first beauty, whether the beauty is obtainable or not, just to have one. He only fears that this first beauty will never write first on her forehead with 2 words. If he sees someone stronger than her, he will turn back to the good one. If this beauty has a temperament similar to the scholar's, she would not marry easily waiting for the first talent. and the scholar would be lucky enough to take her as a concubine. If a good person appears, what should the scholar do with them? If by every means you strive to fulfill your wishes, then all sorts of hellish things will arise from it. Will the layman fall into hell, or ascend to heaven? If he is content to fall into hell, just go and seek out a beautiful woman. If he wants to ascend to heaven, gather his delusions and become a monk with me. Unmiddleborn said, Master, when you say heaven and hell, it seems to trap one's thoughts, not the words of a high monk. The reason for meditation is simply self-awakening. Originally, if one stands firm in the place of non-birth and non-extinction, he becomes a Buddha. How can there truly be a heaven to ascend to? Even if there are some faults with flow and beauty, it's merely a stain on the sacred teaching. How can there truly be a hell to fall into? The monk said, Good people go to heaven, evil people go to hell. These words are indeed cliches. You students in everything can escape them, except for the matter of cultivating one's body and acting righteously. Whether it's heaven or hell, both are clearly not harmonious. Even if there is no heaven, one should not disregard heaven as a stepping stone to goodness. Even if there is no hell, we cannot avoid using the concept of hell as a warning against evil. Since you understand this talk, I won't discuss future retribution but only speak of present retribution, which will undoubtedly be another talk. An old saying goes, I do not defile my wife, and people do not defile my husband. These two sentences are extremely common cliches. However, no one who is tempted has ever managed to break free from them. Those who defile others' wives and daughters are also defiled by others. If you want to escape this cycle, unless you refrain from adultery, it's impossible. If you choose to be adulterous, you cannot avoid being caught in the web of cliches. Layman, do you want to escape or embrace this fate? If you wish to enter, just go and seek your first lover. But if you want to escape, please put aside your misguided thoughts and join me as a monk. Unclear said, Master's words are clear in every way. He is merely explaining things to the ignorant, so he has to speak at length to make them shiver and understand the warning. Even when addressing us, it may not be like this. Although heaven's laws are strict, mercy is still shown in their enforcement. Although many cases of adultery are reported, there are also numerous unreported ones. If every household were to visit and investigate cases of adultery, those who engage in illicit sexual acts would make their wives and daughters pay the debt of this immoral behavior, then heaven itself would be offending. In summary, the cycle of retribution based on cause and effect is generally just, and people who act unjustly should be aware of it. This is the main topic of moral guidance, so I bring this up. The monk said, According to Mr. Resident's words, are there instances of adultery that go unreported in the world? I fear that even with public legislation, some may still escape punishment. Perhaps Mr. Resident's integrity causes people to slip through the net. From my perspective as a poor monk, there has not been a single case throughout history where a woman or daughter engaged in adultery and went unpunished. Historical records and common knowledge attribute countless such instances to popular stories. Mr. Resident, please consider. It is an advantageous situation for someone's wife or daughter to have been involved in adultery, so those who know about it are likely to share this information. But when a wife or daughter has been the victim of immorality, it is disadvantageous, and they will not openly admit it, so knowledge of these cases is limited. There are even instances where a wife hides it from her husband or a daughter from her father, and they themselves may be unaware, yet they still claim that there will be no retribution for adultery. Until the coffin is closed, one cannot believe ancient sayings are false. By then, this realization may no longer be expressed. Whether it's a villain's wife or daughter, they repay people's debts of debauchery. As soon as the thought of adultery arises, the wife and daughter's hearts unconsciously start to forget many things. For example, if a man's wife becomes ugly, during nighttime encounters he doesn't find her very appealing, and his thoughts drift to an attractive woman he saw earlier in the day, treating his wife as though she were that other woman and taking pleasure from it. How does he know that at this moment his wife doesn't think her husband is ugly, and instead thinks of a handsome man she saw during the day, treating her husband as that man and enjoying herself? Such things are common among people. Although they do not harm one's virtue, they do hurt one's heart to some extent. This is also a consequence of men's fondness for debauchery. Even with thoughts like these, what happens when one physically enters such a home, feels the weight of its layers, and the ghosts and gods are unseen? The Creator does not get angry, and makes the wife into a chaste woman. This isn't just idle talk. Does the scholar agree? Huiyin said, The most meticulous reasoning still requires asking the teacher, if a wife and daughter-in-law are corrupted, what does one repay? If a righteous law like this cannot be upheld, there is another argument. A man's wife and children are limited, while the beauty of all women in the world is infinite. For example, if someone corrupts countless women, even though his own wife and family may have done something wrong, he still benefits from it more than losing them. What will heaven do to punish such actions? The monk, after listening, understood that this person was like a large, immovable rock, and so replied, "Layman, your argument is sharp, but I dare not agree. Such reasoning cannot be proven by words alone. Only through action can its truth be revealed. Layman, you should wait until you have married a beautiful woman, and then understand it from the experience of lying on a silk cushion. Only then will you know the reality. I believe that you possess the qualities for spiritual transcendence and enlightenment, but after reaching that moment of sudden realization, you must still come to see me to discuss your path back." The monk said, "From tomorrow morning until the end of the day, I will keep my eyes closed and wait." He then took out a piece of paper, picked up his brush, and wrote a 5-character, 4-line poem. "Cast away your sackcloth, sit on a flesh cushion. Regret while you still can, don't sigh when the coffin is sealed." The monk finished writing and handed it to Yuan. This clumsy monk, unaware of proper boundaries, though the words are stark, comes from a place of genuine compassion. Master Kong retains him, considering it a test for later days. He stood up, clearly conveying his parting thoughts. Yuan knew this might be their last meeting, respecting his status as a high priest, but out of fear he did not dare to leave abruptly. He bowed his head and apologized. "I am inherently foolish and stubborn, unable to learn and repent. I hope you will show mercy on me in the future if I return." He performed 4 respectful bows, and the monk reciprocated with a similar farewell gesture before parting ways. The passage describes the monk's departure as final regarding his origin story, but notes that Yuan's obsession with women would later lead to his downfall, while the true peak of enlightenment remains hidden until the end. The critics comment, Yuan is the main character in a play, and Kong Peak is the climax. Others write, but their words will never be as vast as the sky. Talking about it, one evokes a lonely peak as a passing guest. This solitary description of the lonely peak is extremely detailed, making viewers doubt whether the lonely peak might have ulterior motives. But, unexpectedly, it turns out to be otherwise. It's only when he sits down to meditate and explore Zen that the true intention reveals itself, leaving people uncertain. This is a novel twist on a familiar theme, with the author breaking free from conventional norms. Even if others use this method, they will likely mislead the audience, causing confusion over who is the guest and who is the host. However, this one provides clear distinction between them, allowing viewers to understand the entry point naturally. A few final words then clarify the path, no longer challenging for viewers, demonstrating true mastery. 3rd chapter. The path scholar mispairs a charming husband with a graceful woman, who falls for a light-minded man. He said goodbye to Lonely Peak and complained all the way. It has no substance. I'm in my 20s. Just when a flower blooms, they want me to shave my head and seek suffering. Isn't there such an unkind person in this world? I met him today only because he is a gentleman who left his home, and I am sure that he has unique insights. To understand his Zen, which helped my literary thoughts, I didn't expect to be treated with so much neglect by him, and he even wrote a poem about a turtle and gifted it to me, teaching me how I should not act. I am a proud man who, if I became an official, would govern the country and care for its people. How could my own wife not be in control? I met a good woman today, but she refuses to accept my advances. She carefully guards her door, waiting for a man to come and collect a debt. Moreover, a woman who marries such an attractive husband would probably not look favorably upon another man's temptation. That act of infidelity is unlikely. The poem he just recited should be torn up and thrown back at him. However, since we will meet again later, I need some evidence to force him to shut his mouth, so I'll stay with him and see if he repents later. After deciding, I rolled up the poem and hid it in my belt. Upon returning home, he instructed his servants to spread the word throughout the land, seeking the fairest maiden in all the realm. He was a man of noble birth, possessed of both wealth and beauty, so why would any man not wish to wed him, or any woman not want him as her husband? Ever since the announcement, several matchmakers have been visiting him daily, proposing marriages on behalf of various families. For lower-status families, he readily agreed to visit their daughters. For higher-ranking families, however, they would either make arrangements at a temple or in some secluded wilderness spot. When they met, each would feign disinterest while subtly conveying their attraction. Many a woman returned home heartbroken, yet he did not seem to notice any of them. One matchmaker remarked, "It appears that no other woman is worthy of you. Only the Iron Gate Sage's daughter, named Yu Xiang, could possibly be your match. However, her father is eccentric and will not consent to an arrangement. You insist on pursuing it, but this matter seems impossible." Unfazed, Mur asked, "Why is he called the Iron Gate Sage? And why do you think his daughter so beautiful? Since he is so learned, why won't he see visitors?" The matchmaker said, "This old man is a renowned scholar who lives in seclusion. He has fields and land, doesn't need anyone, has no friends in his life, and studies alone at home. You can knock on the door with anyone, but he simply won't open it. A noble guest came to visit him, knocked for half a day, and even without an answer. The noble guest, unable to wait, wrote a poem on the door and left. The poem had 2 lines. Only knowing that a scholar lives behind this gate, who would have guessed the master has iron doors. Later, when he saw the lines, he said, the 2 words iron doors are not far from the truth, and he began to call himself Iron Door Sage. He had no son but a daughter who was as beautiful as a flower or jade, unparalleled. She studied diligently, having learned everything from her father, able to compose poems, songs, and essays. His home's door was strictly guarded. She didn't go to offer incense or come out to attend gatherings, growing up at home for 16 years, never showing her face, or even allowing aunts and grandmothers to enter. Because the old man stood at the gate yesterday, he stopped me as I walked by and asked, "Are you perhaps a matchmaker?" I replied, "Indeed." He then invited me into his home and introduced his daughter to me, saying, "This is my daughter. I want to find a suitable son-in-law to take care of her when I grow old. Could you help me choose?" I mentioned my husband to be, and he said, "I've heard about his talents, but I don't know anything about his virtue." I replied, "My husband is mature beyond his years, with no flaws. The only thing is that he wants to see her in person before agreeing to the marriage." Upon hearing this, he lowered his face and said, "Nonsense. Only skinny horses from Yangzhou homes will agree to be examined by others. How could a decent daughter meet a man she hasn't seen before?" I saw that it was no use talking further, so I left. Hence, I knew that this match would not come about. Uncentralized thought to himself upon hearing this, "Now I have neither parents nor brothers below, and if I get married tomorrow, which side will my nature lean towards? Just because I monitor and guard myself, does that mean I never leave the house? This old man is so rigid. If I live with him, I don't need to worry about prevention. His own daughter will take care of it, and I can go out without any problems. However, I cannot help but be uncertain, not knowing if the matchmaker's words are true. So I said to him, according to you, this match is very good, but in the end, ask for a way for me to see some influence. As long as it's not too far off, that's fine." The matchmaker replied, "This absolutely cannot be. If you don't believe it, go seek fortune-telling and ask the gods for an answer. Do what should be done, and stop if it is not meant to be." Uncentral said, "That makes sense. I have a friend who consults with spirits and their prophecies are accurate. After he comes to judge and decide, then I will return your words." The matchmaker agreed and left. The next day, Uncentral fasted, took a bath, and invited his friend who consulted with spirits to his home. With incense burning and his head bowed, he whispered a prayer. "My disciple is not seeking anything else, only because of the Iron Gate Pathman's daughter, named Jade Fragrance. I have heard that his appearance is unparalleled, and I want to marry him, but it is only hearsay. So I ask the great sage. If his appearance is indeed unparalleled, my disciples will form an alliance with him. Otherwise they will respectfully decline. I hope the great sage gives a clear instruction, without vague statements, allowing my disciples to consider carefully." After finishing, he bowed 4 times and stood up to support Theak, listening as he wrote. He truly wrote a poem. In the midst of red powder, the first person, no need to doubt ghosts or gods. The only worry is that excessive beauty may lead to lewd teachings. At the crossroads of right and wrong, seek clear guidance. Right, 1 Uncentral. After seeing this poem, he pondered in his heart, this appearance seems good, but the last sentence clearly states that she is seductive and corrupts. Does it mean this woman has been taken advantage of? The words, "shook," it's one after the poem, suggest there might be another. Let's see what comes next. The sage paused for a moment and then wrote 4 more lines. A woman's chastity or lewdness makes no difference, but men must govern their homes well. Keep the door closed to prevent flies from entering. Where would such impurities come from on a precious gem? Right, the second time meeting the retreating person, Uncentral. saw the three characters' retreating person and knew it was Lu Pure Yang's pseudonym. He rejoiced in his heart and said, "This man is truly skilled in the words wine and color. What he says will surely be good." The next poem, however, confuses me. It seems to suggest that I should be cautious. Think this old rigid person is merely keeping an eye on me. Nothing will happen. The last two lines clearly state, there's no way in for anyone through his iron gate, so there's no need for further confusion. He bowed into the empty air, thanking Pure Yang, and had a matchmaker come. He commanded. The poem was judged very well. Now, don't beat about the bush, just go ahead and propose marriage. The matchmaker was delighted, went to the iron gate, and conveyed Uncentral's proposal to the retreating person. The latter replied, "He initially wants to see me in person. That would make him someone who values appearance over virtue, quite unsubstantial. I want a son-in-law with good conduct, not someone like this superficial sort." The matchmaker, desiring the bridegroom's money, had to respond with a clever remark. His intention to marry is not for her beauty, but he is worried about his manners being too light and lacking fortune. That's why I found out that the family has strict premarital training, and Miss the Bride has excellent virtues, so I'm at ease and willing to accept this proposal. Everyone agreed with what he said, and they made a marriage agreement, setting a date for the wedding. Although uncentral, the bridegroom listened to the matchmaker's words and believed in the fairy tale, he still had doubts as he hadn't seen her. It wasn't until the night of their wedding that he saw her properly after entering the bridal chamber together. Only then did he realize her beauty. A new verse testifies to her grace. She is enchanting, with every part of her body beautifully adorned. Her beauty is so overwhelming, it's as if she has no bones, leaving me in awe. How could the bridegroom find joy in marrying her? There's another new verse that proves this. In the moment our starry eyes meet, I long for you. On my pillow, 2 petals of a peach flower sing to me. Many sides wanted to close their lips, but the tongue's skill had already bloomed the lips. The pining and sobbing seemed endless. Her tender bosom was already permeated with lust. Opening their eyes, they gazed at each other. Both hearts burned like a red-hot stove. Riding Yu Lu Chun, however, Miss Yu Xiang, though her appearance was unparalleled, her charm lacked something, and she didn't quite capture the heart of her husband. This was because her father's teachings were strict, her mother's demeanor solemn. She never heard lewd sounds or saw obscene colors. The books she read were either renegade women or women's filial piety, and her conversations always contradicted unspoken desires. As for her mannerisms, she carried the traits of her father, earning the nickname neo-feminist. A single flirtatious word would leave her face flushed, and she would walk away. Anyang, likely referring to unforeseen hidden birth, delighted in daytime activities, enjoyed viewing erotica to heighten her passion. On several occasions, when he pulled at her clothes, she screamed, much like she was being raped, leaving him with no choice but to stop. In the night, though she reluctantly participated, it was a sight of no choice and nothing remarkable. In the bedroom, they followed a middle path, unwilling to be too innovative. To achieve gaze across mountains to set a fire, one is suspected of backbiting. To perform pouring wax on a candle, one is accused of violating the husband's etiquette. It takes considerable effort to lift her feet onto your shoulders. During moments of pleasure, she refuses to cry out or encourage men, mimicking a mute woman rather than responding. Mu Yan, unclear, finds her utterly devoid of any lively interest, and finds this very painful. Now I can only use some cultivation techniques to change her. Tomorrow, I will buy an exquisite set of Spring Palace books from a bookshop, the work of scholar Zhao Zhaoang, with a total of 36 paintings, each representing the 36 palaces in Tang poetry that signify spring. I will take it home and study it alongside Miss Yu Xiang, proving that these tactics for sexual interaction are not my creation and people had them too, as evidenced by Zhao Wenmin's ink scroll. When I first received it, Yu Xiang didn't know what was inside. Upon taking it into her hands and carefully unrolling it, she saw the words Han Palace Remnant Photography on 2 facing pages. Yu Xiang thought to herself, there must be many wise consorts and virtuous women in the Han Palace. They are likely remnants from the past. Let's see what kind of faces they have. On reaching the 3rd page, she saw a man embracing a woman, naked on an artificial mountain, and her face turned red with shock as she exclaimed, "Such unlucky items! Where did you get them? Defile in the women's quarters. Tell the servant to burn them." Nay. Unseen Herd grabbed her tightly and said, "This is an antique worth hundreds of gold. I borrowed it from a friend to take a look at. If you can compensate with hundreds of gold, feel free to burn it. If not, keep it here properly while I play with it for a few days before returning it. Yu Xiang asked, "What use is looking at such nonsensical things?" Unseen Herd replied, "If it's indeed nonsense, why would the artists paint it or collectors pay heavily to purchase it? It's because this is the first genuine thing since the beginning of time. That's why scholars and writers take it as a subject for their art, framing them in silk, selling them at calligraphy shops, and storing them in collections, so that future generations may learn from them. Otherwise, the principle of yin and yang interacting will gradually fade away, and in the future, people will surely abandon their wives and their husbands will turn against them, ending the cycle of life and death. I have borrowed this text not only to read it myself, but also to make sure my daughter understands that this path is excellent for conceiving, carrying, and giving birth, raising sons and daughters, and not falling into errors taught by scholars, so that couples are not left without results." "How could my daughter get upset?" said Yu Xiang. "I don't believe in the legitimacy of these actions. If it were a legitimate matter, why wouldn't the ancient legislators have taught people to do it clearly during the day, in front of others? Why would they only do it at midnight, in secret, like thieves? From this perspective it is clear that it is not a legitimate matter." Miaora laughed and said, "It's no wonder my daughter feels this way. It's all because of your father. By confining you to the home, without any female companions to share their feelings with, you remain ignorant and clueless about matters of life. Think about it, which couple in this world doesn't handle their affairs during the day? Isn't it clear that these things are known to be just and righteous? If a husband and wife do not share a bed during the day, how can these artists know about such schemes? How can they depict them so vividly that people feel excited upon looking at them?" Yuxiang said. "As for this, why don't my parents do their work during the day?" Mianqing asked. "How can we be sure, daughter-in-law, that your honor and madam do not do their work during the day?" Yuxiang replied, "If they did their work, I would have inevitably seen them. Why, at 16 years old, have I never encountered them once? Not even with my eyes or ears?" Mianqing smiled and said, "Naive woman. In this matter, children are simply unable to see or hear. Besides the children, not a single maid or servant fails to see or hear. They know that you're not present, so they close the door and go about their business. If you saw them, it might stir up your spring heart, leading you to think of men, causing illness. Therefore, they do it in secret." Yu Xiang thought for a moment and said, "They often close the door and sleep during the day, or they might not even do that. It's just embarrassing. You look at me, I look at you. How can we do it?" Anyang said, "Having sex during the day is 10 times more enjoyable than at night. The pleasure lies in looking at each other, feeling excited. There are only 2 types of couples who cannot engage in this activity during the day." Yu Xiang asked, "Which 2 types?" Anyang replied, "One is an ugly husband with a beautiful wife. The other is a beautiful wife with an ugly husband." Yu Xiang wondered, why can't these 2 types do it during the day? Anyang explained, "It's all about mutual love and affection. The spiritual connection and emotional bond between partners make the experience joyful. If a wife has skin as white as snow, tender and delicate like polished jade, when her husband undresses her and holds her close, looking at each other while doing it, it naturally becomes 10 times more exciting. The male organ feels hard and stiff, thick and large. Just as women see men, they are like monsters with dark and rough skin. Covered in clothes, their ugliness is not apparent, but when they take off their garments, their true hideousness becomes exposed, impossible to conceal. Especially when contrasted with snow-white skin, even 8 parts ugly appear as 12. How could a wife not despise this? If she holds hatred in her heart, it will manifest in both form and expression. Men, upon seeing this, unconsciously soften what is hard and smooth out what is coarse. Happy events are never achieved. Instead, they only invite boredom. It would be better to make love at night when one can hide their flaws. This is the story of a beautiful wife and an ugly husband making love. The situation with a handsome husband and an ugly wife is similar. There's no need to elaborate further. If you and I, as this kind of couple, were to play off our opposites, white against red, delicate against delicate, if we don't find joy during the day, showing off our skin, spending all day tucked away in bed, wouldn't it be a waste of life? Which would you choose, an ugly couple or us? If my wife does not believe me, let's try it together and see how it feels compared to nighttime." Yu Xiang, upon reaching this place, suddenly had a moment of realization. Although she verbally refused, her heart yearned to comply. She felt her cheeks flush, and a hint of desire was already visible on her face. Yuan Cheng thought to herself that something was stirring within her. She intended to act, but the woman's desire was only just awakening. It wasn't intense enough yet. It would be akin to a greedy person encountering food they might gobble it down without chewing. I will wait her out and then join forces with her. She pulled a master chair towards herself and sat down, inviting the other woman to sit in her lap, and began to flip through the Spring Palace book, page by page, pointing things out to her. The book was different from others depicting spring scenes. Each page featured a Spring Palace scene on the left half, while the right half contained explanations and praise for the artist's skill. Yuan Cheng guided her to contemplate the expressions and moods within the paintings, so she could emulate them later, reciting each line aloud for her to hear. The first painting depicts a butterfly seeking fragrance in flight. The accompanying text reads, "A woman sits on a stone by a lake tie with her legs apart. A man's hand, holding a jade pincushion, reaches into the shadows. He uses his left hand to search and right hand to probe, exploring her most intimate place. At this time, both men and women are in the act of taking it at first hand, not having met with a good outcome yet, so their brows are furrowed and their eyes wide open, not very different from their usual expressions." The second image depicts the scene of bees making honey. The caption says, "A woman lies down on a velvet cushion with her hands firmly placed, her legs in the air, welcoming the precious dust, allowing the man to understand the source of his heart's longing and prevent him from misdirecting himself." At this moment, the woman's expression is close to hunger, while the man's face seems fearful, causing viewers to feel their urgency, thus transforming the work into a representation of struggle. The third image shows birds returning to the forest. The caption states, "A woman leans on a sewing bed with her feet pointing towards the sky, using both hands to pull the man's legs down as if pounding them. It seems that they have entered a beautiful scene, but one can't be sure they won't get lost again. Both are fully engaged in their efforts with vibrant spirits. Truly, there is a marvel of ink dancing across paper." The fourth image depicts a hungry horse reaching for its trough. The caption says, "A woman sleeps on her bed with both hands hugging the man, resembling a restraint. The man takes hold of her feet with his shoulders, and every inch of her is consumed by darkness, leaving no space untouched." At this moment, men and women alike, just as they were about to discard something but hadn't yet done so, their eyes were half closed yet still open. Their tongues seemed to swallow and then spit out, both expressions identical. A true masterpiece of art. The fifth panel depicts the stance of two dragons fighting fatigued. It is said, "A woman's head rests on her pillow, her hands pressed against it, as soft as cotton. A man's head leans against the woman's neck, his whole body pressed down, also as soft as cotton, indicating he had already lost the fight. The soul of fragrance wants to leave, but beautiful dreams are coming. A state of extreme movement turning into calmness. However, the woman's 2 feet have not yet left the man's shoulders, still in between his arms, with a hint of life remaining. Otherwise, it would look like a pair of already deceased people, making viewers grasp the profound meaning and feel as if they share a grave." Yuxang saw this and suddenly felt a stirring desire. Moira turned over another page, intending to point it out to her, but Yuxang pushed the book away, stood up and said, "What a good book. It makes me uncomfortable to look at. You go take a look while I'm going to sleep." Moore replied, "There are still beautiful scenes ahead. Let's finish looking together before we go to sleep." Yu Xiang said, "Isn't tomorrow supposed to be a rest day? Why do we have to finish it today?" Mu Yang knew she was desperate, so he embraced her and kissed her. Usually when they kissed, she would part her lips, allowing him to insert his tongue, but this time her teeth remained firmly closed, making it impossible for him to reach her. Despite being married for a month, they still didn't know the length of each other's tongues. This time, using only her lips, her tongue somehow managed to pass through 2 sets of teeth. Mu Yang suggested, "My dear, let's use this armchair as a rock formation and recreate the scenes from the book." "Wow, what do you think?" Yu Xiang pretended to be annoyed and replied, "Is that something humans would do?" Mu Yang retorted, "It's definitely not something humans can do. It's what gods would do. Let's pretend to be gods for a moment." He then helped her undress, removing her pants with ease. They noticed a large wet patch in the crotch of her pants, realizing that it was due to her arousal while looking at the paintings. Yuan Sheng also took off his own pants, pulled him onto the chair with his legs apart, inserted jade gem into him, and then undressed her from above. Why didn't he undress her first before taking off his pants? Once his pants were off, he only then unfastened her top. He did this because Yuan Sheng was an expert. If he had not undressed her first, she would have been both anxious and embarrassed inside while also feeling forced outside. it would ultimately be in vain. Therefore, by focusing on the most sensitive area first, the rest fell into place naturally. This is the principle of capturing a king by storming his fortress. The jade fragrance indeed succeeded in stripping him completely naked, with the exception of the pleats on his pants which he left on. Why? Because the pleats hide the feet when women bind their feet. They only pay attention to keeping everything below neat and tidy, leading to uneven fingers without much benefit. Moreover, the 3-inch gold lotus is indeed more interesting when it's hidden under the pleats. Otherwise, it would just be a leafless flower that isn't appealing. That's why Yuan Sheng left only those pleats unremoved. After undressing her, he completely exposed himself and positioned his legs apart on the chair with his toes spread. He explored her intimately, moving his hands from left to right, just as he had in the first Spring Palace scene seeking out the flower's heart. After a while, Yu Shang stretched her arms straight out, pressing against the chair, aligning her vulva with Yu's eye. Yu's eye moved left and Yu Shang embraced it. He moved right and Yu Xiang accommodated. Suddenly, he found a spot that felt neither sour nor itchy, neither reachable nor preventable, and told Mei Yang, "Just leave it like this. Don't keep digging. You'll hurt her." Recognizing that the flower's heart had been captured, Mei Yang followed his lead. He focused his efforts on one area, going deeper and tighter from shallow to narrow, pulling with hundreds of tugs. He then noticed Yu Shang's hands instinctively grabbing both of his thighs from behind and lifting them up, perfectly aligning with the second Spring Palace scene. Mei Yang lifted her legs and placed them on his shoulders, holding her slim waist with both hands and pressing all the way in. At this time the jade dust seemed coarser and filled the darkness. She raised several hundred more, only to see her star eyes blur, her cloud-like hair almost falling down, as if she were about to fall asleep. "Heart and liver," Uncentral cried. "I know you're going to lose. It's hard to stay on this chair. Let's go to the bed to finish it." Jade was holding her head tightly, worried that going to bed would require removing the jade hairpin, interrupting her happiness. Moreover, at this moment, her hands and feet were numb, and she couldn't move. Even if she wanted to walk, she wouldn't be able to make it to the bed. On hearing these words, she simply closed her eyes and shook her head in response. "Heart and liver, can't you walk?" Uncentral asked. Jade nodded slightly. "I'll carry you up," Uncentral continued. She lifted her up, leaving the jade dust in the darkness and not withdrawing it as they walked, feigning a leisurely pace. Upon reaching the bed, she laid Jade down, raised her legs from behind, and began to dry them off. After several hundred more draws, Yu Shang suddenly exclaimed, "My heart! I think I'm about to die." She clutched Mengyu tightly in her arms, humming and gasping as if she were a dying person. Mengyu knew that the negative energy had formed, so he pressed Yu Xiang's flower heart with force, pretending to be dead alongside her. They embraced each other for a moment before Yu Shang woke up and asked, "Didn't you know I just died?" "How could I not know? This isn't called death. It's called losing control," said Yu Shang. "How's that losing control?" inquired Mengyu. "Men have positive energy, and women have negative energy. When things reach their peak of pleasure, the energy comes out. In the future, one's entire body will be numbed. Unconsciousness sets in. Similar to sleep, that's when the energy can escape. That's what they call losing control. The 5th scene in the Chamber of Love depicts this. So, according to you, after losing control, does it make one immortal?" asked Yu Xiao. Uncentralized said, "Men and women throw each other once, but some women can come faster than men. Men throw once, she throws dozens of times. This is called happiness. There will be no death." Jade Fragrance replied, "Since it's like this, I'll throw every day from now on, every night." Uncentralized laughed loudly and said, "How about my advice? This Spring Palace book is a precious artifact." Jade Fragrance agreed. "It truly is. If I buy one to keep at home and look at it often, that would be good, but I fear my friends will come to take it." Uncentralized admitted, "That's just to fool you. Actually, I bought it myself." Jade Fragrance was delighted after hearing this. The two of them got dressed and looked at the Spring Palace again, and when they reached an exciting part, they threw each other once more. From that day on, the couple became closer than ever, growing even more loving. After watching the Spring Palace, Jade Fragrance's philosophy turned into pleasure-seeking. They didn't follow the middle path during nighttime lovemaking. Instead, they took joy in being unique. Candles were willing to be overturned, and mountains allowed fires to ignite. During the time of hosting, the wild behavior that aided with loud noises was gradually fading. Yuniang wanted to help her lasciviousness, so she bought many books on sensuality from the bookshop, such as Sewing Table Wild History, Like-Minded Lord's Story, and Deluded Woman's Story, among others, totaling 20 or so kinds. She left them on the desk for her to browse through, completely neglecting the books she had previously read, which were now stored away in high shelves. The couple's bedchamber delights, painted as 360 springtime scenes, still could not fully depict their joy. Truly, harps and lutes are insufficient to express their harmony. Bells and gongs cannot ring out their music. Yunyang reached the peak of happiness at this point, but there was one thing despite the harmony within the couple. There was a stark lack of compatibility between husband and son-in-law. Why? Simply because Iron Door Scholar is a traditional gentleman who loves simplicity and detests sauciness, frowning upon talk of wind and flowers and academic discussions. Since the night Yunyang entered his home, he noticed his elaborate clothes and frivolous behavior, feeling a sense of regret in his heart. He sighed and said, "This boy is showy but empty, bound to not amount to much. My daughter has strayed from the right path. Although the bride price has been paid and the marriage ties sealed, they cannot be undone. I can only endure this mistake and wait until he is married, then as a strict father, mold him into an upright man. That's why my words and tone are direct without any borrowing. Not to mention incorrect language or mistakes in Akshansi must scold and teach him, and even if he sits or stands slightly incorrectly, I must chide him. The young man's heart is unbounded. His parents died early, so he had no one to constrain him. How can he endure this kind of hardship? Several times I wanted to oppose him, but afraid that his wife might be disturbed and hinder the music and harmony in their home, I could only suppress my anger. But after enduring it for a long time, I thought in my heart, initially I was just admiring his daughter. Because he refused to let her marry, I had no choice but to come to him. How dare he press me with such force? He's just a scholar, and if he doesn't change, that's fine, but he wants to change me. Moreover, this sophisticated young talent will soon do some notorious and popular thin-scan his daughter alone, decide my entire life. If I am to be confined like this, not even allowed to take a step outside or speak a word without permission, and if any unusual actions are taken, I will be held entirely responsible. Now that I can't argue with him or hold back my feelings, the only option is to hand over my daughter to him, pretend she's going abroad for studies, and let her travel elsewhere. The first beautiful woman in the world has been married to me already. If I cannot marry a second one, then being lovers for a few nights would also fulfill an old destiny. Having made up my mind, I must first speak with Jade Fragrance, and then ask my father-in-law. However, I fear that Jade Fragrance's love for the bed will prevent her from letting me go, so if she causes any delay in talking to my father-in-law, it won't be good. I have no choice but to deceive Jade Fragrance behind her back and tell my father-in-law. My son-in-law lives in a secluded mountain town, is ignorant, and lacks friends. Therefore his studies have made no progress. Now that he must bid farewell to his father-in-law and travel around, it will widen his horizons and broaden his chest. All I see is the place where a wise teacher and helpful friend reside. If there is an opportunity, he goes to the provincial capital to take the exam, or passes one or two examinations. It won't be in vain that his father-in-law invited him. "Don't you think I should leave to study?" asked Irongate. "You've been my son-in-law for half a year, and this is the only thing I can tolerate. Agreeing to leave home to study is an excellent thing. Why wouldn't I agree? Although father-in-law has given his permission, perhaps my beloved will think that I am unfeeling, leaving so soon after our wedding. Now, according to what I want, if it comes from father-in-law's heart and doesn't concern me, then there is no constraint. I can go freely." "That's very reasonable," replied the Pathman. After they agreed, the Pathman encouraged Muang Sheng to leave for study in front of his daughter. Muang Sheng pretended to refuse, but after the Pathman spoke sternly and clearly, he finally obeyed. Yu Xiang was having a good time when she suddenly heard her husband was leaving. Like a child weaning from breast milk, how could it be otherwise? Even the debts he owed upon leaving had to be paid in advance. Uncentralized also knows that long journeys can be lonely, and it may take time before he secures a wife. Like hosting a feast, even though it's for the guests, they still have to entertain themselves. After several nights of preparation, it's something only the couple truly understands. When the departure day comes, Uncentralized bids farewell to his in-laws, taking a servant with him. After that, Uncentralized encounters many strange events, and we'll hear more in the next chapter. Review. A rational argument can make listeners stand on end, while an emotional narrative can stir viewers' souls. The ignorant might think that playing both ends against the middle is the author's fault, unaware that the most touching moments are often where they intentionally persuade others. But consider, before watching the Spring Palace scene, what kind of spirit did Yu Xiang have? After reading the dedicatory notes, what level of lewdness did he witness? Purity and lasciviousness are judged in an instant, all due to men leading others astray. As a husband, isn't it something to be cautious about? Fourth chapter, staying in a desolate village, guests feel sad and lonely. The thief's words stir up feelings of longing. Wherever he went, he had no fixed direction. His only concern was to find a beautiful woman to settle down with. He stayed in each town and county for several days. He was a young scholar who excelled in his studies and enjoyed forming societies, writing the most characters. Within miles, all scholars knew him, so wherever he went, someone would invite him to join their society. He considered joining literary circles as his final goal, but visiting beautiful women was his top priority. Every morning he would go out, whether it was a busy street or a narrow alley. All the women he saw were ordinary. He didn't see any with exquisite beauty. One day in a remote inn, both of his companions fell ill, and they couldn't move. As he wanted to leave, he had no one to accompany him for fear that a woman would not look presentable when he met her alone. He sat by himself feeling bored when suddenly a guest from the next room came over and said, "Sir, sitting alone is lonely. I have some wine there. If you don't mind, please come over and share a drink." Uncentralized said, "Meeting by chance. How can I disturb you?" The other person replied, "I've heard that scholars enjoy improvising. Why are you so strict?" "Although I'm a humble person, I love making friends. However, your future is far-reaching, so I dare not approach you. Now that we're both in this inn, it's hard to meet, so why not sit together for a while?" Uncentralized was at his wit's end and wanted to end the conversation, so he agreed. They sat down, with Uncentralized on top and himself beside him. Uncentralized refused multiple times, turned around, and asked for his name. Uncentralized introduced his alias and inquired about the other person's title. The other person said, "I'm a commoner with no alias. My given name is Sai Kunlun." Uncentralized asked, "This title is unusual. Why did you choose these three characters?" The other replied, "If I tell you the story, you might be afraid and not want to share a drink with me." Uncentralized said, "My younger brother is also a hero. He would not fear any gods or demons standing before us. As for your views on wisdom and foolishness, they do not matter at all. As long as our spirits align, there is nothing I would despise." Kunlun Mountain replied, "Then let me be straightforward. In my daily life, I am a thief who can climb any wall and jump any height. I could enter his bedroom through several thousand meters of buildings or hundreds of layers of walls without exerting any effort. I wouldn't steal again the next day, and he would not even know it had happened. People say that originally there was a Kunlun Mountain capable of flying into Guo Ling's residence and stealing red silk fabric. He only managed to do it once in his lifetime, while I have done it hundreds of times, which is why they call me Super Kunlun." Uncentralized was shocked and said, "Since you have been doing this for a long time and gained fame, shouldn't there be some problems?" Kunlun Mountain answered, "If I got into trouble because of my actions, then I would no longer be considered a hero. Since ancient times it has been said, catch a thief by catching their internal organs. If they cannot catch me, I would tell them, and they dare not do anything to me. Not a single person near or far dares to cross me, for fear of incurring my wrath. Throughout my life, I have some sense of honor with the 5 no stealing. I do not steal from someone facing danger, from someone in good fortune, from someone I am familiar with, from someone who has stolen before, or from someone unprepared." Uncentralized said, "These 5 categories are quite meaningful. Please explain them one by one." Kunlun replied, "When someone is facing a crisis, such as illness, mourning, or disaster, and they are already in distress, if I were to go and steal from them, it would be like adding fuel to the fire. That's why I don't. If someone is celebrating a joyful occasion like marriage, construction, childbirth, or a birthday, and they are in the midst of good fortune, if I were to go and steal from them, it would take away their good luck and hinder their future endeavors. That's why I abstain. As for strangers, it wouldn't be amiss for me to steal from them. But if it's someone I see every day, exchanging greetings and bows, if I were to steal from them, they wouldn't suspect me, and I would feel some shame upon meeting them. That's why I avoid doing that. The rich man's house is full of gold and silver, so I visited once and only took what seemed like a generous tip. There's no harm in that. If someone tries to steal from him and gets away with it, they'll just keep bothering him. That's a greedy person, and I wouldn't do that. That cautious family guards against thieves every night, constantly talking about them. He treated me with unworthiness, so I returned the favor. Stealing from him once would reveal my intelligence to him, which wouldn't be easy to prevent. If it were a generous household that sees money as something external and doesn't care, or leaves their doors open, I'd be considered soft if I tried to steal from them, but I wouldn't do that. This is known as not stealing 5 things. People near and far see these good qualities in me, so they know I'm a thief but don't treat me like one. Instead, they interact with me without feeling ashamed. Now, if my lord doesn't reject me, I'll swear brotherhood right here. And if there's a need for me in the future, I'll serve unconditionally, even if it means dying. While listening to him speak, Yuan Sheng felt a sigh well up in his chest. He never expected that among the thieves there would be such a bold figure. If I were to associate with him, it would be unnecessary effort. If I encountered a beautiful woman like Hong Chang or Hong Fu inside a grand mansion, perhaps we wouldn't be able to communicate, or he wouldn't be able to enter or leave. I would then have to rely on him as a refuge in a dangerous situation. Thinking about this made him feel agitated. Later, when he heard that they were going to form an alliance, his heart felt uncertain. Although he responded with "That's excellent" deep down, he wasn't as enthusiastic. When Kunlun sensed his thoughts, he spoke up. "Your honor has already decided with your mouth, but your heart is still undecided. Are you afraid of getting involved? No matter how powerful a man might be, we never steal. Even if we did, the thief would face the consequences alone. We wouldn't drag innocent people into it." Yuan Sheng saw that he had pierced through the scheme and dispelled his doubts. He agreed readily. The 2 men each contributed their share to prepare the 3 sacrifices for the ritual, wrote down the date and time, and in the storehouse they swore an oath with blood, promising to be life and death together. Xian Sai Kunlun was older than Wenyu Yuniang, so he was called the elder brother. They shared sacrificial offerings and ate until midnight. When they were about to go their separate ways to sleep, Wenyu suggested, "It would be lonesome for both of us sleeping apart. Why not sleep in my younger brother's bed, chat and pass the time? This long night will pass more quickly." Xian agreed. They took off their clothes and shared a bed. Just as Wenyu was climbing into bed, his true nature revealed itself. He said, "What a wonderful place this is. There's no woman I wouldn't look at." Xian heard this and asked, "Why do you say that, younger brother? Have you never married?" "I've married," Wenyu replied. "But how can a man live with just one wife all his life? Apart from his wife, he should seek companionship elsewhere." He didn't hide his true feelings from his elder brother, and confessed that he had a penchant for pleasure. This trip, under the guise of studying, was actually about visiting women. Having passed through many states and counties, I saw women either covering their dark skin with makeup or wearing jade necklaces to hide their yellow hair. Which woman does not need to dress up when she is naturally beautiful? That's why my younger brother, disliking it, could not help but say these 2 sentences. Kunlun Mountain said, "My dear brother is mistaken. A good woman would never let people see her face. Whoever she lets see will not be a good woman. Even if she is the daughter of a noble family or a prostitute, unless she is extremely ugly and unloved, she won't step out to sell her smiles. If she has some worth, she'll sit at home waiting for someone to visit before coming out. Let alone the children of good families, they would never stand in front of their doors for people to look at. If you want to know about a good woman, come ask me." Anying listened and raised his head to say, "This is strange again. Why does my elder brother know about my matter when he isn't involved in the wind and moon scene?" Kunlun Mountain replied, "Although I'm not in the wind and moon scene, I alone can see clearly what happens in it, hear everything that's said. I ask you, are there more beautiful women in wealthy families or poor families?" Huiyan replied, "Of course, there are more in wealthy families." Xian Kunlun said, "But which type of wealthy families' beautiful women do we see, examined more carefully? Those who apply cosmetics to their faces and wear clothes, or those who wash off the makeup and take off their clothes?" Huiyan answered, "Of course, it's when they've washed and undressed that we see their true selves." Xian Kunlun then said, "This is clear. We thieves wouldn't go to poor families. After all, those who do go are usually the ones adorned with jewels, so naturally we see more of them. The time we went was also deep night, when she might either be sitting naked under the bright moon or sleeping in a dimly lit tent. I fear she may not have fallen asleep, so I hid in the dark and watched her, waiting for her to settle before acting. So, if you look closely, not only can you see the features and skin without any hiding, but you can also discern the differences in height and quantity of pubic hair. Within this hundreds of li radius, I know which women are beautiful and which are not. If you want to do this, just ask me." Yuanshi had been lying in bed listening intently when he heard these words, and as soon as he reached this part, he sat up, revealing his chest, and said, "That's true. In a wealthy household, women are seen by whoever wants to, but they're not clearly visible. Only you have access to them. Besides, there's another point. When you see an attractive woman with full labia, what if desire stirs within you? How would you handle it?" Xiang Kunlun replied, "When I was young, I couldn't bear to witness such scenes, so I often practiced shooting at women in the dark, thinking it was like dealing with a rival. But as I saw more of them, it no longer bothered me. Looking at the labia is just like looking at any other ordinary object and doesn't stir any emotions. I can't help but feel a little excited just seeing her get involved with her husband, humming and grunting under her breath, looking restless." When he hit the nail on the head, Ma Yangsheng turned his body and fell asleep, listening intently. Xiang Kunlun said, "If you don't mind, I'll share a couple of things for your benefit. Will you listen?" Mu Yangsheng replied, "Wonderful. If it's like that, one conversation with you would be better than reading 10 years of books. Please go on." Xiang Kunlun continued, "In my lifetime, I've seen many things, and don't know where to start. Now, if you have a question, ask me and I'll answer it." Mu Yangsheng asked, "Please tell me, are women generally more active or less active?" Xiang Kunlun answered, "Of course, they're mostly active. Out of 100 women, only 2 or 3 might not be active, the rest all are. However, there are 2 types of active women. Some do it out of genuine interest and say they will. Others feign disinterest, but eagerly wait for their husband to take the lead before showing their true colors. The 2 women, however, were quite different from the one in front. At first, I hid in the dark and watched her urge her husband to take care of things. I thought she was a very lewd woman who stayed up all night without rest. But after just a few tries, she gave up, feeling exhausted and only wanting to sleep, whether her husband did it or not. The only women who are difficult to deal with are those who claim they don't want to do it, but act as if they do. I once secretly observed a couple. The husband was trying to force his wife to do something, but she refused. He climbed on top of her and pushed her down. He just said that he didn't want to do it and fell asleep. The woman purposely rolled her body around, trying to wake him up. When she saw that he wouldn't wake up, she reached out and shook him. But the husband, having found a comfortable spot, slept through it all. She then loudly cried out, "Thief!" If there had actually been a thief, he would have run away scared. I knew she wasn't calling for help. She was just trying to wake her husband up so he could get back to work. As expected, after her husband woke up, she evaded the issue with a clever excuse. It was just the sound of a cat jumping to catch a mouse. I misheard it and said, "Thief," but it had nothing to do with it. She then held her husband tightly, rubbing herself against him near his genitalia. Her husband became aroused and started to initiate sex. At first, he struggled to maintain an erection, keeping his excitement hidden. As he reached a few hundred thrusts, he began to moan, and the flow of lubricating fluid below could no longer be controlled. Midnight saw her arousal at its peak, but she couldn't call her husband for more. Instead, she pretended to sigh as if she had an illness. She made her husband massage her chest and stomach, preventing him from sleeping. Unable to rest, he crawled back on top of her, resuming until the cock crowed before they finally stopped. Exhausted, I stayed up all night. Just as I was about to pack up, the sun rose, forcing me to leave stealthily. "That's why you know such women are hard to deal with?" Union asked. "In terms of sexual frequency, do you think these women are more or less active?" Xiang Kunlun replied, "Of course, they're more active. Of 10 women, 1 or 2 may not be adept at singing, but the rest are. There are 3 ways of singing among them, and we hear them clearly, while even the men who are present don't realize it." Yuan Yang asked, "What are the 3 ways?" Shulun answered, "In the beginning, when they start, they're not happy. They fake songs in their hearts as they wait for their husband's enthusiasm. This kind of singing is mostly discernible, and the words are clear. It's one way of singing. When they reach a state of happiness, they sing both in their hearts and mouths. Even their 5 senses and limbs join in. This type of singing can also be heard, but the words come out fuzzy, breathless, and choppy. It's another way of singing. At the peak of enjoyment, their spirits grow weary, their hands and feet soften, and they struggle to produce any sound. This kind of singing is buried deep in their throats, making it hard to discern. I once secretly observed a family, and saw that when the husband and wife started, they were erratic and loud, like thunder. As time went on, the woman didn't move or sing. She seemed as if she'd been taken over by the man. I walked closer to listen, and all I heard was a strange sound, neither speech nor sigh. After witnessing this scene, I knew she was extremely happy, and suddenly felt a great arousal throughout my body. A tingling sensation, yet I hadn't even ejaculated. This made me realize that women have such cunning ways. Anyang Sheng, upon hearing these words, also experienced a tingling sensation throughout his body, and before he knew it, his semen had already flowed out. He didn't want to ask any more questions. Suddenly, the sky grew bright. After getting up, they bathed and continued their conversation. Over several days their bond became stronger, and Anyang Sheng said to him, "My brother, I have always considered women as my life's essence. Meeting you is a fortunate occurrence in 3 lifetimes. If I don't share my thoughts with you, it would be a missed opportunity. Please ask your elder brother to choose the most beautiful woman he has seen, and figure out a way for me to catch a glimpse of her. If she truly is stunning, I won't keep it from you. My lowly self will have a red bird bringing good fortune. In my lifetime, whenever I see a woman, she will come to me naturally. At that time, if my elder brother displays his skills, how will it benefit me?" asked Kunlun. Shaking his head, he said, "This is not appropriate. I have always abided by the rule of not stealing. Even if I were to steal from her, I would not dare do so again after taking her possessions. As for a woman of virtue, I can only try to find one for you from now on. If I see an attractive woman in someone else's home, I will not steal her belongings. Instead, I'll come back and discuss it with you to make something good come of it, which is still possible." "You misjudged the matter," said Wenyu. "To be honest, your words were abrupt. All I want to say is this. Since Jinno has agreed to keep an eye out for me, if he ever sees a beautiful woman, he must not steal from her. He should remember what we discussed today. If he succeeds in his task, I will naturally repay him later." "You think too little of a true hero," replied Kunlun. "If I were to expect repayment from you, it would be better for me to keep the current harvest. Even if you become an official someday, allow me to have a few extra draws of lottery. Those silver coins will be visible, and I'd rather do one act of theft than that." "This is what I meant when I said you don't recognize a hero," Wenyu concluded. "I now grant you a beautiful woman, and tomorrow you will surely find another. You don't need to go anywhere else, just rent some rooms here to study. Don't rely solely on me. If you see someone suitable, take matters into your own hands. If I see someone suitable, I'll let you know. Searching both ways, you are bound to find something, never failing." Me and Unclear was overjoyed and asked someone to find him a place to live. As they were parting, he knelt down and bowed 4 times before finally saying their goodbyes. How the strange encounter of Mian will unfold is for another story. Review: the integrity of Kunlun is 10 times higher than that of Mian. Is it because Mian associates with scoundrels, or is it because Kunlun does? 5th chapter. The player creates a flower name book, his demeanor broad and generous, excepting the snow-haired maiden. After bidding farewell to Kunlun, Mian moved into a temple as his residence. This temple was the resting place of Zhang Sentian, who sends children, with very few rooms inside. It usually does not accommodate guests. Just because Anyao is willing to pay a high price, he would be happy to rent a space for 2 months elsewhere instead of 1 month here. The reason for this is that the Taoist priest is greedy for small profits and so agrees to let him stay. Why does he agree to pay such a high price? It's because Zhang Shen from this temple is extremely spiritual, and many women from near and far come to pray for children. Anyao wants to set up his selection field here, so he plans to settle in this area. After moving in, there are several batches of women coming in every day to burn incense. The women who come to burn incense here are different from those in other places. Among 10, 1 or 2 might be suitable for consideration. Why is that? In general, the women burning incense in other places are mostly middle-aged and older, with few young ones, so none of them are worth looking at. The women burning incense here all come to pray for offspring. Those who are old have long passed their childbearing years, so they definitely won't conceive. For those in their middle years, their menstrual cycles will soon cease, making pregnancy unlikely. That's why all the ones coming to pray for offspring are young girls. Only a few older women accompany them. Any girl between 14 and 24 years old, regardless of her looks, has a certain degree of peach bloom on her face that is subtly captivating. So among 10, 1 or 2 might be worth watching. Yuanyang, unnamed woman, would get up early every day, dress neatly, and walk back and forth in front of the divine throne. When she saw a woman approaching, she would hide behind Zhang Xian, listening to the Taoist priest perform purifications for her, watch as she kowtows and offers incense, observing her every gesture and attitude without missing a detail. Then, taking advantage of her unpreparedness, she would suddenly emerge from inside. That woman, upon seeing his exquisite appearance, was stunned, wondering if her sincere prayers had brought Zhang Xian, the clay figure, to life, causing him to descend to send her child back to me. She only realized he was human when he swayed a bit before leaving the steps. That spirit had been taken by the living Zhang Xian. The women were bewildered, their eyes conveying messages, all reluctant to leave. Some even intentionally dropped their handkerchiefs as a sign of admiration. From that day on, Yuanyang's demeanor became overly light-hearted and careless, her attentions more reckless, boasting that all beautiful women in the world should be for her to enjoy. She had kept a small notebook tucked away in her bag since entering the temple, with 4 characters written on it, broadly received spring colors. Every time a woman burned incense, she would record their appearances in the book, noting their beauty. As for certain women, their ages and names, the husband's name, where they reside, all are written down in detail. Next to each name, a red circle is drawn with a pen to mark their ranking, 3 circles for top-notch, 2 for upper class, 1 for middle class. After each name, there are 4 or 6 notes describing her virtues. How did An Ying know the names and addresses of so many women and their husbands? Because when a woman comes to the temple to burn incense, there is usually a ritual master standing by to help her pray, asking after her family background, her name, her age, and where she lives. The woman may refuse to answer directly, but a servant or slave will respond on her behalf. At that moment, An Ying memorizes this information, recording it in a book when she leaves. In just a few days, he has gathered details on numerous women, all of them first class or second class, yet not one of them meets the criteria for the top 3 circles. He thinks to himself, my lifelong aspiration was to marry the most beautiful woman in the world. What I've married at home so far is merely the first. Today, many look like her, which shows that she is not even the first. I believe that among all women, there cannot be a top-ranked beauty without an outstanding champion. After all, I have yet to meet someone who stands out as the best. Looking around, these women can only exist here and serve as backup options. If they are not chosen, they can also be blamed later. I will wait a few days and see how the new ones fare. So, I made the rules stricter and refused to show any mercy. One day, feeling mentally exhausted, I was sleeping in my room when a servant rushed in and said, "Master, wake up and see these beautiful women." Unconscious, hurriedly got out of bed, put on a new scarf, changed into a lovely dress, and even took the time to look at herself in the mirror. By the time she reached outside, she saw 2 young women, one dressed in silver red and the other in jade green, accompanied by a middle-aged, elegant lady who was burning incense and leaving. Looking at the 2 young women through a gap in the many lanes, An Yang Sheng thought they were divine beings from Wushan and celestial beauties from Ròu Pú, very different from what he had seen before. He became instantly stirred by their beauty. Seeing that they were about to leave but still hadn't stepped out, he flew like an arrow to kneel at the threshold, continuously bowing his head. Both the 2 household servants and the incense wizard were shocked into silence, afraid that the women might have a fit. However, An Yang Sheng had a plan in mind. If those 3 women chose to follow this path, knowing that I found her beautiful and loved her, then she would probably not have a fit. If she did react with indignation, I would simply claim to be someone who came from outside seeking the blessing of Zhang Jian for offspring, noticing the presence of female family members inside, which is inappropriate, so I dared not enter, and knelt at the door in respect. Could she possibly not know that I reside in the temple? He kept this thought to himself, standing on solid ground, which is why he could act so boldly. Indeed, those 3 women didn't understand, merely stating that he was seeking offspring, and turned away to stand by the side. Not until he finished bowing did he take a step. During the bowing, although the 2 young girls exchanged glances, it was more of an unspoken understanding, not enough to be considered obvious. Only that half-old beautiful woman, she was overly dramatic in front of Yuangshan, trying hard not to laugh. As she left, she gave Yuangshan another look. After a few hours, he couldn't make a sound. He only asked the incense seller about the girl's family after traveling a few kilometers. The incense seller, seeing his restlessness, almost got into trouble and refused to tell him. Yuangshan wanted to follow the carriage, but realizing it was too far to catch up, he returned to his room, sitting silently. He thought to himself, how hateful this is. Everyone knows the name and address of those who don't interest him, yet these 2, whom he likes so much, their whereabouts are unknown. It's a pity that these 2 exquisite beauties were missed in person. Just take out that book, add these 2 names to it, and there is no space left to write. So I'll jot down a note first and say, on such and such a day of the such and such month, I encountered 2 beautiful women, whose surnames I do not know. So I gave them names based on their clothing colors, as if listing their age, character, and appearance to the left for easy identification. One is named Silver, Red Woman. She appears to be around 17 or 18 years old. Observing her expression, she seems uncertain about returning home and unready to open up. I note, this woman's demeanor is like floating clouds, and her posture is like a gem standing tall. Her red lips bloom, delicate like an explanation flower. Her slender steps move with the lightness of a flying. Her brows are without worry, wrinkled as a Westlake beauty. Her eyes do not grow weary, but lazily flutter open. She seems to be a Yang Fei who loves napping. Even more charming, she gives her heart away but not material things, leaving no trinkets behind when she departs. She shows me her intention but not her form, and as she leaves, she casts a few gentle glances back, almost like a reclusive scholar among women or a secluded person in the inner court. If we place her among equals, who would say it's improper? A lotus-colored beauty, around 20 years old. Observing her aura, she seems to be someone whose yin has not yet flowed even after a long time. Criticism. This woman has an enchanting aura. Her will is graceful. Her eyebrows don't need to be painted. She doesn't trouble the capital, and her face shows no signs of difficulty. Why use a young man's muscles when it's between fat and thin? The beauty lies in being slim but unattainable, and plump but not reducible. Her makeup resides in the balance between thick and thin. Thick seems thin, and thin seems deep. What is pitiable is her repressed melancholy, like an eternal lotus that never opens. She keeps her inner thoughts hidden, neither expressing sorrow nor joy. What is precious about her is that she stands alone, rivaling all others and claiming to be the nation's beauty. Let's determine the top after the interview. After finishing my critique, I still think of that half-old beauty who hasn't lost her youthful charm. Putting aside other things, just look at those eyes, they're like a precious treasure. She first used various glances, but I only paid attention to her 2 eyes and didn't look back at her. Now it seems regrettable, especially when she's accompanied by an attractive woman, whether she's a sister-in-law or a relative. One must consider the beautiful woman's grace and give her some leeway. She's willing to help create a pleasant atmosphere, drawing their gazes towards me, clearly a peacekeeper. If I find her, what worries do I have with the 2 who don't fit? I'm writing her down in a book now, adding a good critique. First, to report her involvement, and second, if I find her at the right time, I'll send this book to her for viewing, paying my compliments first, and she won't hesitate to do things for me. Just pick up the pen and change the 2 characters in Guo Si's top ranking to 3. Because she wears a dark cloak, add another name. Dark-colored, beautiful woman. Age suspected as 49, posture like 18. Looking at her body language, it seems she wants to distance herself from others while her feelings are intense. Review. This woman has a restless spirit and abundant enthusiasm. Although her waist and legs compare favorably with those of a young wife, her eyebrows compete with new brides for curviness. Her blush doesn't pale in comparison to peachy cheeks, and her skin is as smooth as jade. The most captivating feature is that her eyes remain still, while her eyelashes naturally flow, shimmering like electricity below the cliffs. She changes her body posture without moving a step, floating lightly, just like clouds on a mountain peak. Competing with the 2 beauties, she needs no concession. After writing, I circled each name 3 times and still kept them hidden in my pocket. From this day forward, whether to go up Theog or not is a must. Whether to look in or not, it doesn't matter. Just keep these 3 beautiful women in mind all day, and carry this book around the streets. If I don't see them again, I'll think, Kunlun Mountain has seen everything, and he knows the way well, why not ask him? But there's one thing. He originally promised to help me find someone, and I haven't seen him these few days, so he must have gone looking for someone. If I tell him, he might just think I have found someone else and abandon this responsibility. Moreover, without a name or surname, how can he look for them? I'll keep it in my heart. Perhaps after waiting a few more days, he will find someone to tell me. I don't fear other things, but I also don't fear having many beautiful women. From now on, every morning I wake up, either ask about the collision or just stay at home and wait. One day, while walking on the street, I encountered Kunlun Mountain and pulled him aside to ask, "Big brother, why haven't we heard back from you as promised?" "Have you forgotten?" Kunlun Mountain replied. "I keep it in my heart. How could I forget? Just as there are many ordinary things, there are few exquisite ones. Recently, I have been looking for you and wanted to tell you about it, but we happened to meet." Anying heard this, and a smile spread across his face. "Since that's the case, please come to my home and talk." The 2 walked hand in hand and entered the house together. They sent the household servants out, locked the doors, and discussed the matter. I don't know which family's woman shaped this man, or which husband's bad luck led to this evil husband. Don't speculate. There will be a detailed explanation in the next chapter. Volume 2. Zen After Awakening. Summer. 6th chapter. Short talents praised for long skills displaying small items to deride others grandly. A poem says, "It's not because one acts in secret that they should cause sorrow with their final skills. Who secretly witnesses Panan's beauty? It's difficult to show their talents on the battlefield." When he returned, his soul lost, back to Chu country, asking why he was on the veranda. When alive, if he wanted to bring flowery elegance, every inch would need his own cutting. Sai Kunlun sat down and first asked Anying, "My brother, have you had any strange encounters lately?" Anying, afraid he would unload his burden, only replied negatively. The interface asked, "Which house did the elder brother mention just now? Where do they live? What is their age? What kind of appearance do they have?" Sai Kunlun replied, "I am looking for more than one, but there are a total of 3. You can choose one, don't be greedy and want them all. If you succeed in mastering one, the other 2 will naturally follow, without needing his help." Uyanki's had doubts in his heart, thinking that he had considered 3 options, and Sai Kunlun also mentioned 3. Could it be that what he saw earlier was not suitable? If so, securing just one would be sufficient, and there was no need for his assistance. He responded, "There is no such thing. One is enough, and I dare not be greedy." Sai Kunlun said, "That's good. Let me ask you, do you prefer a figure that is fat or thin?" Uyanki's answered, "A woman's body has its beauty in both fat and thin, but fat cannot be contained by clothes, and thin cannot show the bones. As long as the figure is proportionate, it is fine." Shanlun said, "You mean any of these 3 would suit you?" I ask again, "Do you prefer the charming or the honest woman?" Muyang replied, "Of course, the charming one is better. An honest wife sleeping by my side is no allure, and it's preferable to be alone." Shanlun shook his head and said, "Then none of them are a good match for you." Muyang asked, "How do you know she's honest?" Shanlun explained, "The 3 women all come from respectable families. In terms of looks, they're quite appealing, but when it comes to charm, they fall short." Muyang said, "That doesn't matter. A woman's charming demeanor can be taught. Without hiding it from my elder brother, I'll tell you that my younger sister-in-law was honest when she first came, and with a few days of effort, my brother-in-law brought out her charm. Now, she's not as charming." Shanlun said, "This is understandable. I ask you again, will you seize her at first sight, or are you willing to wait a few months and bide your time?" Uyan said, "Without concealing from my elder brother, I usually have an intense desire, and in 3 or 5 nights without sleeping with a woman, I would experience nocturnal emissions. Now that I've been away from home for a long time, this desire has become quite urgent. If I don't encounter an attractive woman, I can somehow resist, but if I do, I fear I won't be able to control myself." Sai Kunlun replied, "Regarding this matter, forget about the other 2 and let's talk about this one. Those 2 are from wealthy families, and it will be difficult to get them. This one is a poor farmer's wife, and it should be easier to arrange. I promised you this task, and I keep it in my mind at all times. When I encounter a woman, I'll take special care to look at her." One day, as I was walking down the street, I saw this woman sitting inside a gate, with a bamboo curtain hanging outside. Although I couldn't make out her features through the curtain, I felt a bright red glow on her face, like white smoke rising, resembling pearls or gems, with a ray of light emanating from within. Looking at her behavior, she seemed no more than a beautiful painting hanging in a curtain, swaying gently with the breeze. I walked up to the door across from where she stood and waited. A man came out. He was stout and clumsy, his clothes tattered, carrying a bundle of silk to sell in the market. I asked him about it, and my neighbor told me his name is Quan, known for his honesty, hence the nickname Old Honest Quan. That woman was his wife. Days later, I passed by again and saw her sitting inside. I devised a plan, lifted the curtain and rushed in, claiming to want to buy silk from her husband. She said he wasn't at home, but that they had enough silk at home, so she took some out to show me. While she turned her back, I noticed her fingers were like water bamboo shoots, and her feet were no longer than 3 inches. Although I could see her hands and feet, I couldn't make out her body or muscles. I didn't know what color they were. I thought of another way. Seeing a bundle of silk on her stand, I told her, "These aren't good. How does that rack on top look?" She agreed and raised her arm to go get it. "You know, in this hot weather, She was wearing a single silk blouse, and when she raised her arm, the long sleeves slipped down to her shoulders, revealing not only both arms but also the shadows of her breasts, truly as white as snow and as bright as a mirror. This is the first woman I have ever seen. Since I had trouble her for half a day, I felt bad and just bought a bundle of silk. "Dear brother," I asked, "do you want this woman?" "This is perfect," Moore said. "There's nothing not to like. The only question is, how could she be so captivating that with one look we can have her?" Sai Kunlun replied, "Not difficult. I'll give you some silver and help you. When her husband leaves, we'll use the same method as before and sneak in to buy silk. You decide right away if you like her or not. I want her to be honest with that clumsy husband all day, without any spark. Seeing you, how could she not be moved? If you just act a little bit provocative towards her, and she doesn't get upset in person, I'll discuss it with her when I return and help you take care of things. It's certain to be in your hands within 3 days. If you want to build a long-term marriage, it's all on my shoulders." Anyang said, "If this is the case, I will be very grateful. But if you have these sudden and cunning plans, and you possess supernatural abilities, surely there won't be any difficult tasks in the world. Why was this one achievable while the others were not mentioned? After all, poor people are easy to take advantage of, and wealthy families dare not offend them." Sequanlun replied, "In the world, poor people are indeed easier to exploit, and wealthy families are harder to approach. The only exception is stealing women, which is a task that wealthy families can more easily undertake than poor ones." Anyang asked, "Why is that?" Sequanlun explained, "Wealthy families usually have 3 or 4 wives and concubines. When the husband sleeps with one, there are several others waiting to occupy his bed while he's away. From ancient times it has been said that a well-fed and comfortable woman, with nothing better to do, thinks of little else but carnal desires. If a man were to sneak into her bed, she would beg him to stay, rather than push him away. Even if her husband were to come home and catch them, she would be afraid to involve the authorities, for fear of ruining her family's reputation. She wouldn't want to kill the adulterer, let alone, so she endures her humiliation in silence, letting him go free. In the case of a poor man with only one wife, if she were to entertain carnal thoughts towards a man, and her husband were to catch them, that poor person, unconcerned with reputation, would either have him arrested or kill him alongside her. Therefore the poor are difficult to offend, while the wealthy are easy to bully." More unnamed replied, "Given this, how does what you said today contradict these arguments?" Sai Kunlun said, "It's not that what I did and said was contrary, but the positions of these 2 families were exactly reversed. So this family is diligent, while the other 2 women are difficult to obtain." Anyang replied, "Now, my younger brother has already set his heart on this side. But why don't those 2 women also speak? If they tell me about my elder brother's intentions, I would appreciate it." Sai Kunlun said, "The 2 women, one is in her mid-20s and the other around 16 or 17. They are both direct sisters-in-law in their parents' homes and in-laws in their husbands' homes. Their husbands are scholars, while the family has been in office for generations. The elder brother, called Uyun Sheng, has been close to the woman in her mid-20s for 4 or 5 years. The younger brother, Ian Sheng, married the 16 or 17-year-old woman just over 3 months ago. Their appearances are similar to the women we mentioned earlier. They are both honest. They don't move their bodies or open their mouths during important tasks, and it seems they don't enjoy work. The woman is not easily tempted, and her husband has no multiple wives or concubines. They sleep together every night, making it difficult to plan anything. Unless you devise hundreds of ways to arouse her desire and wait for her husband's absence, you cannot act. Is this something that can be achieved in a few months? It is not as easy as a silk merchant's wife, whose husband is often away from home, making it easier to take advantage of the situation." Anyang or Moore saw that the 2 women he described had some resemblance to someone he had seen before, and he still felt reluctant to let them go. He then said to him, "While your brother's idea is not bad, there are still aspects we haven't considered. You say that the 2 women are honest and have no desire for immorality. It must be that their husbands are poor in means, lacking in vitality, and unable to make them happy, hence their behavior. If I were to meet this younger brother, I fear even the honest ones might become dishonest." Siankun or Sun responded, "I don't think the 2 men's means are particularly poor, or that they lack vitality. They may be slightly inferior in terms of their ambition and long-term vision compared to others. Let me ask you this. What is the extent of your means, and how long is your vitality? I also want to see your capabilities up close, so I know the depth of your tricks and can trustfully do things for you." Muyang Unclear joyfully said, "This is no concern for my elder brother. My younger sibling's capital and energy are enough. Whatever large number of women you have, invite them to eat until they're full, then disperse. It won't be like the sour one inviting guests, leaving those who are hungry to eat when they're full, and those who are drunk to wake up." Xiang Kunlun Unclear said, "That's fine. Just casually mentioning it is no problem. Younger brother, with women managers, approximately how many suggestions do you usually need to vent?" Muyang said, "My younger sibling doesn't have any specific rules with women managers. I just invite them to eat once, that's enough. There's no need to remember the numbers." Xiang Kunlun said, "If you can't remember the numbers, at least you can remember the time. Approximately how many more hours can you endure?" It turned out that Muyang's abilities only lasted for half an hour. Because he needed Xiang Kunlun to do things for him, he was afraid of underestimating, so he added half an hour. He agreed, saying, "My younger sibling's strength is enough to support 1 full hour." Xiang Kunlun said, "This is just ordinary strength, not something extraordinary. If it's a couple managing affairs, having this ability would be beneficial. But if they are to cross homes and engage in theft or raid, I doubt it can be done with unequal forces." Anyang replied, "Big brother, don't worry. I purchased an excellent spring side the other day, and now I'm merely concerned about not having a woman to put it to use. As long as the matter is successfully concluded, some last-minute manipulation won't make a difference." Xiang Kunlun said, "The spring side can only prolong endurance, not enhance greatness. If the capital is substantial, using the spring side would be like a learned scholar at the exam, taking some ginseng supplements to naturally boost spirit and produce excellent writing. But if the capital is modest, it's akin to an empty-bellied student, who, upon reaching the examination room, would consume copious amounts of ginseng supplements but still fail to produce anything. I now ask you, how great is this matter? How long is it?" Miang Sheng said, "There's no need to say it, just look at your own worth." Shun Kunlun, seeing he didn't speak, reached out to grab his crutch, asking him to show. Miang Sheng dodged several times but refused. Shun Kunlun said, "If that's the case, this younger brother dares not do anything for you. If I force myself to help, what if, in looking at the woman's pain and itching, she cries out, saying, 'You raped her'? At that time it would be my fault for holding you back. What can I do?" Miang Sheng, seeing his urgency, could only smile politely and say, "The younger brother acknowledges your concern but feels it unseemly to produce this in broad daylight in front of a friend." He then undid his belt, took out his male organ, supporting it with both hands, and presented it to Sun Kunlun, saying, "This is the extent of my ability. Brother, please take a look." Sun Kunlun moved closer, examining it carefully. He saw. Its surface was glossy white, the tip of vibrant red. Tiny grass-like hairs covered its base, and delicate strands were barely visible beneath the skin. A measure that is not 2 inches, a weight that is 3 jaos. 13 girls can accommodate it, and 7 dwarfs are most pleased with it. When facing a situation, the body is as hard as iron, almost identical to a great wall. After completion, the body curves like a bow, resembling an extremely thick shrimp. Kunlun Mountain took a look at the phallus and remained silent. Zhongyu only said that he saw its immense size, which is why he was surprised, and replied, "This is how it appears when tired. If it becomes energetic, there is still something to admire." Kunlun Mountain said, "When tired it is like this, but even when energized it has its limits. Please pack it up." He then burst out laughing and said, "Younger brother, why don't you know your worth? Your own resources are not a third of others, yet you want to steal someone else's wife. At first, seeing you searching for women everywhere, I thought you definitely had something huge with you, making people afraid to easily borrow it. Little did I know it was just a flesh scratcher hidden in the pubic hair, and its actual purpose is to be used where it doesn't show." Uncentral Path said, "Without concealing from our elder brother, these inferior tools of mine, though not very impressive, have been applauded by some. They are far from being utterly useless." Kunlun Mountain replied, "If someone applauds them, they must be a virgin who has never had sex or a child who has no experience in matters of the flesh. If they see these tools, they will naturally express admiration for a few sentences. Besides these 2 types of people, I am afraid that no one would be willing to flatter our tools." Uncentral Path asked, "According to what our elder brother said, is it not true that all humans' carnal instruments look like mine?" Kunlun Mountain answered, "This object is a common sight for me, with over 1,000 of them. There is no other instrument like this one in terms of elegance." Uncentral Path then asked, Let's leave others aside and just ask the husbands of those 3 women. How does their waist item compare to mine? Kunlun Mountain replied. It's even bigger than yours by a few times, and longer as well. Uncentral Path smiled and said, I know that our elder brother's words are not always truthful. He refuses to help me with matters related to these inferior tools, finding excuses to shirk responsibility. Now it has been proven. I'll ask you this. Did you actually see those 2, or did you only hear about them? As for the silk merchant's wife, you say she goes there only during the day and has never encountered him. How do you know his goods are twice as long and bigger than the small ones? Kunlun Mountain replied, I saw them myself. This one I heard about. When I first saw her, I went to ask her neighbor, who told me her name. I asked him, Such a beautiful woman married to that clumsy husbando, they get along well in everyday life? The neighbor said, Although his husband is clumsy, he has some spirit, so their lives aren't too chaotic. I then asked, How much spirit does he have? The neighbor replied, I never measured it for him, but I saw it in the summer when he took off his clothes. That thing in his pants moved around like a hammer, so I knew he had some spirit. That's why I insisted on borrowing your perspective today. Otherwise, why would a person use another's phallus to look at something? Mianxiang heard this and realized he was telling the truth, feeling a little bored. He could only respond. In a relationship between a woman and a man, it is not solely for sexual desires or pitying his talent or loving his appearance. If neither talent nor looks are outstanding, one must rely on their skills. I have both, so she might spare me some consideration based on that. But it's up to the elder brother to handle this consistently, without giving up on a strong point after a short time, and don't give up on the intention of being friends. Shunkun said, Talent and looks are lures for stealing women, like ginger and dates in medicine. They borrow their scent to deliver the medicinal power into the body. Once it's inside, all that matters is the medicine itself. If a man wants to steal a woman and lacks talent or looks, he can't bring her in. Once he does, true skills are needed. Can one write poems while lying in bed? No. If the principle is small and one's energy is limited, then bring in both talent and beauty. When the time comes to serve, if you can't get along with a beautiful woman after a few tries, you will grow distant from her. If a man is committed to stealing a woman, he should live in harmony with her for a lifetime or half a lifetime. If one only seeks a few moments of pleasure, why bother? Moreover, even if a man steals a woman for lasting happiness, and a woman cheats on her husband by stealing a man, they both risk great precautions and shocks, hoping for happiness. If there is no long-term benefit, it's like a hen submitting to a rooster. Without knowledge or consent, the account is closed, damaging her lifelong reputation. Don't blame me for saying this. With your kind of resources and energy, just ensure your wife does not stray. Avoid foolishly harboring fantasies about others' women. Today, if you are still old and weak, tailoring clothes to fit without considering the length and breadth, creating garments oversized compared to the body, won't it ruin the material? Even if that woman complains, I fear my younger brother will still blame me for being disloyal in my schemes and deliberately seeking out an inappropriate woman to shift the blame. My inferior brother speaks rudely. Let my elder brother not take it amiss. Muang. Unclear Name saw his words were intense. Presuming the good outcome wouldn't come, he remained silent. Shankun, another Unclear Name, comforted him a few more times, and then left. Muang, having lost his enthusiasm, also sent him off. Dejected after being disrupted, he didn't know how to proceed until next time had a clear plan. Review. Every debate contains exquisite metaphors. None fail to delight the heart. Such as spring just applies medicine at the scene. Beauty and talent are the lead in the medicine, and so on. Countless examples. Although they are playful language, they contain profound truths. I didn't know the author's heart had millions or thousands of holes, leading to its current perfection. Meanwhile, Muang was overjoyed, turned cold by Shunkun's words, like a lifeless body. Sitting alone in my home, I reflect that as I've grown into my 20s, I've seen many things, but actually not many phalluses. Normal people hide them beneath their clothes, so they remain hidden. Only those young men with exposed phalluses show me theirs when they take off their pants. His age is younger than mine, and the things he sees are naturally fewer. All day long, everything appears smaller than mine, which is why he perceives my form as larger. Now, he says that every object he's seen grows bigger than I do, and this makes me realize that these are essentially useless to him. There's only one thing. When I do housework with my wife, she usually feels happy. Even when our regular prostitutes steal the servant girls, They usually lead a dissolute life and lose them. If it weren't for this object making her happy, would she really be so dissolute and careless? It seems his words aren't entirely truthful, but rather a way of shifting blame. After some thought, I suddenly understand. My wife's vagina is a chaotic entity that originated from me. My size determines her width, my length her depth. Throwing short into shallow, throwing fine into narrow, they balance each other, so we feel happy. Just as with the ear, the finest news turned inside the tiniest ear feels crisp and clear. If it's still wide ears meeting fine news, it might not be true. Recently, Kunlun said women have ways to feign interest without genuine affection. How do we know those maids or female guests aren't pretending out of greed for my wealth, flattery born of their desire for me, while in truth they don't care, and merely fake it? Since we can feign waves, why would there be anything that cannot be feigned? He said this, although it's not entirely to be believed, it's also not completely untrue. In future encounters with men, pay attention to his manhood and you'll understand. From then on, whenever meeting with friends for literature or conversation, if they go to relieve themselves, he goes too, examining his friends, then examining his own. It is indeed true that not one is less manly than him. Just walking on the road, I noticed someone tripping on a pothole, and felt compelled to take a closer look at his genitals. As expected, they were large and long. After this encounter, my desire gradually subsided, and my libido became weaker. I thought to myself, if Kunlun's words are indeed therapeutic, I should listen to him. He is a man, and last night he made fun of me, leaving me ashamed. If I were to get caught between a female official and her flirting words, would it be better for me to resist or submit? From now on, I will abandon the idea of stealing women and focus on my studies. Once I achieve success and have some silver, I can take a few virgins as concubines. Of course, I'll receive their respect and not face neglect. Why bother with spiritual pursuits and worshipping Buddha? With this newfound determination, I will from now on abandon idle thoughts and solely focus on my academic pursuits. When a woman comes to burn incense, not only do they not go to watch, but if they happen to meet her outside, they avoid her. Walking down the street, upon seeing a woman, they lower their heads and pass by without speaking. After enduring for more than 10 days, about halfway through the month, their desires become difficult to control, and their courage grows. One day, walking along the street, I saw a young woman lift up one side of her curtain, revealing half of her face, talking with the woman across the door. Yuan Unclear watched from afar, loosening his pace, taking 3 steps for everyone, listening slowly to her voice and looking at her face. Only then did I see that the words she spoke were like pipes and flutes, clear and alluring, with just the right amount of light and heavy. Hiding until I was in front of her door, observing her face and attitude, it turned out that everything she said matched what Kunlun, a legendary mountain, had spoken. It was as if she were a pearl or a gem, or a beautiful painting hanging in the curtain, moving with the wind. In my heart I thought, could not she who spoke yesterday be this very person? After a while, passing by several shops, he purposely asked someone, "There's a silk merchant here called Quan Lushi. Do you know where he is?" The person replied, "You've passed him. The woman talking inside that curtain just now is his wife." Uncentral knew it was true, and turned back to look more carefully before returning home. He thought to himself, initially, Kunlun compared her beauty in front of me, but I didn't believe him, thinking he might not know the value of goods. Little did I know he had keen eyes. This match is not bad. As for the other two, it's obvious without saying. With such a beautiful woman and a knight willing to help, if this item couldn't make me proud, I would have missed 3 good chances, and how could anyone help but hate it? After feeling frustrated, he locked the door, undid his pants, took out his mail organ, and looked at it left and right. Suddenly, great anger rose within him, wishing he had a quick knife to cut it off instantly, saving him the shame of having something without substance by his side. She also complained, "It's not fair that fate has left these imperfections. You should have spoiled me completely from the beginning. Why leave this crucial thing untouched? Is it so difficult to make it grow a few centimeters longer or gain a few extra inches? Why don't you take some of what others have in excess and fill my gaps? Even if everyone's physical attributes are predetermined, why not redistribute my own skin and strength all over my body? It doesn't make sense to transfer these resources elsewhere. When people need something, they use it. When they don't, it remains unused, which is unfair to fate. Looking at such beautiful women now, I can't bring myself to act like a starving person who sees delicious food but develops sores in their mouth and can't eat it, making them feel miserable. Is this not a hardship?" Upon thinking of these things, she began to cry bitterly. After a while of crying, he tidied up his member and went to the temple gates to take a leisurely stroll to pass the time. He noticed a brand-new notice on the reflection wall. Upon closer inspection, the large characters read, "A celestial master has come to teach a skill that can transform a feeble sun into a colossal object." There was also a line of smaller text below. He learned that the master had temporarily stayed in a certain temple room and invited anyone interested to come quickly, as delays would be unacceptable. Unaware of what to make of it, he felt immense joy upon reading this. Thinking about how small his member was and hadn't even been used, he wondered how such an extraordinary person could have come to sell their skills here, clearly guided by fate. He hurried into the temple, sealed a gift for the master, placed it in an offering box, and instructed his servant child to deliver it. He then went to find the place where the master was staying. The man who turned out to be the skill teacher had a peculiar appearance. He was an old man with youthful features and white hair. As soon as the master approached, he bowed and asked, "Respectable brother, are you here to learn the art of room mastery?" "Yes," Uncentral replied. "Then, do you seek to learn for others, or for yourself?" the master inquired. Uncentralized Path asks, "Respectable sir, how should one behave towards others and themselves?" The sage responds, "If one solely aims to please a woman, making her happy while neglecting one's own pleasure, this method of sexual practice is easiest to transmit. However, consuming semen-strengthening medications can delay the arrival of renal fluids. Applying spring-based lubricants above can numb the male organ, rendering it as insensitive as iron. This is the study of human interaction. If one still wishes to experience pleasure alongside their partner, both the female and male organs are aware of pain and pleasure. A pull brings life, a push brings death. This is called mutual enjoyment, reaching the peak of happiness, but women fear losing it too late, while men fear losing it too soon. To allow men to enjoy even more without loss. For women to lose even more while enjoying it, this method of sexual practice is most difficult. It requires years of cultivation and refinement, and then the aid of pharmacology to achieve such pleasure. Uncentral said, "Since the student cannot stay, he should study for humanity. Just now I saw on your certificate the 8 characters able to transform a small sun into a great object, so I specially came to ask for instructions. I wonder what method can be used to change it." The sage replied, "The methods differ, generally depending on the talent. First, one must look at how well he was originally born. Second, how much should his original size be expanded. Third, one must inquire if he can endure or not, if he can strive or not. Once the rules are set, it will be easier to act accordingly." "Here," Uncentral said. "I seek the old master's clear instructions on these 3 points so that the student can select and proceed with his task." The sage said, "If his original size is neither short nor small, and there is not much expansion beyond his original size, this method is very easy. One does not need to ask about whether he can endure or strive. Simply use some medicine applied to it to make him unaware of cold and heat, and pain and itching, then steam the medicine for him, washing once with each steaming, rubbing, and pulling at the same time. If you want it longer, wash it. If you want it bigger, rub it. Do this for 3 days and nights, and it will grow 1/3 larger than its original size. This is something people naturally enjoy doing. If it still falls short of the original dimensions, and you need to expand it beyond those dimensions, then it becomes a laborious process. So you have to ask if he can endure and make the effort. If he is someone afraid of taking risks, then it's fine. But if he is passionate and disregards his life, then encourage him to take on this transformation. The method of transformation involves first locking a male dog and a female dog in an empty room, allowing them to mate naturally. When they have not yet finished mating, separate the dogs. Dog testicles are extremely hot objects. Once they enter a cool environment, they grow several times larger. Even after ejaculation, it can take half a day for them to be pulled out, let alone before completion. At this point, use a sharp blade to cut off the testicles and then open up the female dog's vulva to remove her testicles, cutting them into 4 pieces. In a hurry, he numbed his own penis with thonk, making it insensitive to pain, and then cut both sides 4 deep incisions, into which he inserted 1 hot dog kidney in each. He immediately applied some adhesive plasters over the cuts. He was afraid of mishandling the knife, cutting the kidney tubes, which would lead to future impotence. If the tubes were unharmed, it would not be a problem to keep them until the following month. Inside, they would blend like milk and water, no longer distinct as dog kidneys. Nurturing them for a while longer, they would become similar to the hot nature of women. From the outside, it appeared that they had grown several times larger than before. In terms of internal growth, they were even more developed than when they were outside. When you turn one penis into dozens, ask if the feminine organs inside are happy or not. Unconscious of his actions at this point, Anyang Sheng knelt down as if he had been revived from death, saying, "If so, let us be reborn." The practitioner quickly helped him up and said, "Just follow the student's rituals." "Why perform such a grand ceremony?" Unborn said, "Students are naturally inclined towards sensual pleasures, viewing women as their lifeblood. Unfortunately, due to constraints from birth, my heart's aspirations cannot be fulfilled. Now that I've encountered someone different, how could I not show reverence and act improperly in requesting help?" He then called for a servant to bring the gifts, and personally handed them over, saying, "This is merely a gesture of respect. Once corrected, I will offer my services again." "No," the ritualist replied, "this matter, if spoken of frankly, has a 90% chance of failure. Such grand ceremonies cannot be taken lightly." Unborn said, "There's nothing that can't be done. Students are base by nature and excessively fond of pleasure, disregarding their own lives. If they can be reformed, even if it takes time, it could transform them into great beings, and I would be deeply grateful. Even if there's a slip with the knife causing harm, it is what it is, and the student would not dare to complain." "Please don't doubt me, master," the ritualist said. "I am familiar with this practice and can handle the knife with precision. However, post-Reformation, there are 3 inconveniences that deter me from taking on tasks lightly. I must go over it item by item. If you still wish so, then I dare to accept the command. If there is even one of the 3 things that I am unwilling to do, I will not force myself." Muyang asked, "Which 3 aspects are inconvenient?" The sage replied, "First, after performing the ritual, one cannot engage in sexual activity for 3 months. If they do, it would cause damage, separating the man's yang and the woman's ren, leading to false pregnancy and even causing their own bodies to decay. That is why I initially said that it might not be bearable. Second, after the ritual, unless a woman in her 20s can endure it, those under 20 will already have their hymen broken and become capable of giving birth. Even during the initial healing period, she would face many hardships. If an unmarried virgin attempts this, one might die while the other survives, leaving no chance for both to live. To do this, one must abstain from marriage in the first union, avoid young wives, only then can it be achieved. Otherwise, not only will the person's reputation be tarnished, but the blame would also fall on those who perform the ritual generation after generation. The third inconvenience, after having done it, although there is surplus manpower the next day, the original chi cut at that time cannot help but leak a bit, certainly not enough to produce men and women. Even if men and women are born, most of them die young, few live long. I said at the beginning that whether we can or cannot do this is for this reason. I see that my brother is a young man with ambitions. First, desire is too intense, unable to wait 3 months without having sex. Second, sexual desires are too greedy, unable to ensure a happy future with a virgin. Third, his years are very light, afraid that even if he has a son, there will be few. I think these 3 things all hinder my brother, and I suspect my brother may not be willing to try each one. Uncentralized Life said, "These 3 things do not hinder the student at all." "Old master, don't worry, just take care of me," the shaman asked. "How can you say they don't hinder?" Uncentralized Life replied, "I am now by a guest's side, different from being at home, and even if I don't do this, I still sleep alone overnight. How could doing this cause any unrest? The first thing was no longer a concern to me. Oh, what couldn't I do? As for not marrying a bound wife in the first instance, the rest of the concubines could be dealt with regardless. The student's wife from Jing had already been married, so there was nothing to worry about. Moreover, among women's allurements, virgins are the least useful. They know nothing and understand no feelings. What joy is there in them? To get real work done, one must wait for a woman in her 20s or 30s who understands some of the ebb and flow of life. With writing, each section has its own methods. Each genre has its corresponding techniques. How could a child just starting to write master these things? The second thing was not only no longer a concern, but also something I agreed with. What couldn't I do? If others place great importance on the issue of offspring, students view it very lightly. In this world, those who are fortunate enough to have good descendants are few, while the majority are unworthy. Those who show filial piety are rare, while those who act in defiance are many. If by chance a good child is born, there's no need to discuss it further. But if an unworthy, unfilial child is born, he or she will destroy the family fortune and make the father die of anger. What use is such a child? Moreover, Among 10 people in the world, there must be 1 or 2 without children. This is all due to being predestined to have no descendants. How could it also be because of repairing the sun, a metaphor for male reproductive organs, and releasing original chi life force, leading to infertility? I had this thought today, which is a sign of being childless, and I myself willingly embrace childlessness, so I must cut it off. If there were children in fate, when the time comes to cut it off, if the original chi is not leaked sufficiently, they could still beget male and female offspring, or the life of the children born might not even end prematurely. This is always an unexpected matter, which I do not wish for, so all I want is to become a person without children. What the old master said, the student has endured and struggled with, what difficulty is there? Now, doubt me no more, just let me help the student with the transformation. The sorcerer said, since your intention is very firm, and you must do it, I cannot refuse. You need to choose a day, either at your residence or in a small dwelling. The act must be done discreetly, without anyone's knowledge. If someone finds out and peeps, it will be inconvenient. Miang said, my residence is frequented by various people, making it difficult to carry out this matter. Let's return to your place instead. The 2 agreed, and the sorcerer took the gifts and pulled out a book of rituals, choosing a date, a fire day, as things that are positive correspond to fire. After setting the transformation day, Miang was overjoyed, and they parted ways. This was where his lifetime of evil roots began, showing that studying feng shui arts is unattainable. Learning feng shui will corrupt one's moral fiber. There has never been a person who studied feng shui solely to honor their wife, without corrupting her. The reviewer says, if Miang had known about the shortness of the male organ at the time he wrote this, he would have quickly sought someone to correct it. After correction, he could discuss sexual desires, making those reading his work enthusiastic and without any unwarranted explicit content. Would he dare to insert a passage without looking at women, transforming a literary talent into a pathos scholar with a cold gaze? The author alone shows interest here, almost suggesting a deeper meaning. If Miang had changed course at this time, later fame and wealth would have been spared, as well as the shame of repaying sexual debauchery without a wife or concubines. As the extremely evil person turns around in their mind, they are instantly at the other shore. It is impossible to return and change their thoughts again. Those who read this book should focus here, then chewing on dates will bring out the taste of olives, and the author's deep heart will be revealed before the end of the chapter. 8th chapter. In March, a painful storage of good friends, a fresh look at the beautiful women, their hearts swayed. Onion left the sorcerer, returned to his residence, and fell asleep alone. He began to anticipate the scenes after transforming the sun-related objects and interacting with the female manager, and suddenly felt a surge of lust that he couldn't control. He called for one of his personal servants to come to bed and sleep, treating him as a woman and allowing him to indulge in his desires. He had 2 household servants, one named Shuku Bookcase and another named Janjiao Scabbard. Shuku was 16 years old and could read a few words, so Onion entrusted all the books in the hall to him, like a container for storing books. Hence the name. Jianzhao was 18 years old, and Onion gave him an ancient sword to collect, like a sheath for protecting a sword, so he named him Jianzhao. Both characters were equally seductive, in appearance like a beautiful woman. The scabbard never showed arrogance, and Mu Yuan Sheng, though he sometimes played with it, didn't realize he was fully satisfied. The box was extremely cunning. During their intimate moments it dominated him just as a woman would, and it made some lewd sounds, which Mu Yuan Sheng loved the most. So that night, without the scabbard, he ordered the box to get on the bed for an unrestrained release of his excitement. After he finished, the box asked, "My lord, you usually only love women and despise men, and you've abandoned us for so long. Why are you happy tonight in bringing up old accounts?" Mu Yuan Sheng replied, "I'm not socializing with you tonight. I'm saying goodbye to you." The box questioned, "So you're not selling me?" Mu Yuan Sheng answered, "How could I sell you? This goodbye doesn't mean I'm ending things with you. It's my penis saying goodbye to your rear end." He then explained in detail the reason for his decision to alter his penis. The box said, "After you reform, each phallus will be several times larger, perfect for stealing women. I think my rear entrance won't be able to handle it." Unborn replied, "That's right." The box continued, "If you go to steal women, you'll definitely need a servant or bodyguard. Just take me with you. If there are any extra women you can't sleep with, give one to me. Let me taste the pleasure of womanhood, and it won't be wasted on following such a passionate master." Unborn said easily, "That's simple. No. Feast when your troops are well fed, I'll just sleep with me, and you can have any of the servant girls below. Not to mention one. There are dozens." The box, hearing this, was delighted and said, "Since your phallus is parting from my rear entrance, I, too, must bid you farewell." He then climbed onto Unborn's body, poured some genuine wax candles, and only descended afterward. On the second day, Unborn bought a very strong male dog and also purchased a female to match, dividing them into 2 places to keep them in his home. When the agreed date arrived, he called for a box, took it with him, and also arranged for a table of wine to be prepared and sent over. The sorcerer's residence was a highly secret place with no idle people coming and going, making it ideal for business. On that day, when Muyang Unclear appeared, he was told to take out the instrument, which had been pre-soaked in yum, a type of numbing agent, ready for use at the appointed time. The yum, upon initial application, felt like a cold shock, but afterward it was as if the item had disappeared. There was no pain when pinched or itching sensation when scratched. Muyang relaxed, knowing that there would be no suffering during the procedure. Soon after, the wine arrived, and they enjoyed it while waiting for the male and female dogs to mate. When the 2 animals were led to a secluded place, they thought it was their master's kind gesture to accommodate them, not realizing that the master had his own agenda. The dogs' necks were tied with ropes at that time, which they did not want to untie. Seeing them in high spirits, the sorcerer instructed 2 servants to tug on the ropes forcefully. The male dog did not want to mate, barking wildly with its hind legs tightly gripping the male organ in fear of separation. The female dog also did not want to mate, barking randomly with its hind legs clutching the female organ, afraid it would leave. The sorcerer held a sharp knife and cut off the dog's kidneys. He then opened the female dog's vagina and removed the male dog's kidney, cutting it into 4 pieces. He quickly sliced open the uncircumcised penis of Unyang, creating 4 incisions through which he inserted 1 dog kidney in each, packing them tightly with hot medicine. After inserting all 4, he applied a magical ointment externally and bound it well with a sweat cloth. Both dogs continued to drink. That night, Unyang stayed at the sorcerer's residence, receiving further battle techniques during his foot massage. He did not return home until the next day to nurse himself back to health. For those 3 months, thanks to his disciplined control, he did not experience any desire and even avoided looking at his newly altered organ. It was not until 3 months had passed that he removed the sweat cloth and washed it off, exclaiming in surprise, "Sturdy and magnificent, the change is indeed remarkable. With this strange object one can rule the world." After a few more days, Xiang Kunlun came and asked, "Young brother, you seldom go out, staying quiet in your residence. I guess your efforts in studying are bound to progress." Unyang replied, "My skills in studying are not remarkable, but my abilities in feng shui housekeeping have improved." Xiang Kunlun laughed. "With limited talent, progress is also constrained." Unyang said, "You're mistaken. A scholar should re-evaluate someone after just 3 days of separation. What about a disciple parting from his teacher for 3 months? Could there be no growth? Why not consider how a small child grows into a man, or how a beginner becomes an expert? Only the remains of the dead can diminish, not the living. There's nothing that humans can predict with certainty." Xiang Kunlun said, "I don't believe this. A boy of 13 or 14, his manhood doesn't yield juice yet, and it grows by the day. How could someone over 20 have their manhood function? Even if it does, it won't work for long. It can't measure in fractions of an inch." Uncentralized said, "Do not talk about threads or even fractions. Discussing divisions and measurements is insufficient to shape the greatness that emerges." Kunlun Mountain replied, "How could this be true? In this world, there are only sudden enrichments from business, but I have never seen a sudden growth of any object. If so, let us see it with my foolish brother." Uncentralized said, "The last time we took it out and received your many slights. Now how dare I offer it again?" Kunlun Mountain said, "Do not laugh. Take it out quickly. If there is indeed growth, I will pay my apologies with a few words." Uncentralized said, "Flattery from the mouth does not work unless you find a real matter and do something with it, firstly to test it, and secondly to encourage it. Then one can see your great intention in nurturing talent." Kunlun Mountain said, "If it truly grows, I will use what I said yesterday to nurture it." Uncentralized said, "Since that is the case, we still have to make a fool of ourselves." He picked up his clothes and tied them around his waist, then took off his pants. Then he cupped the phallus with both hands, presenting it like a precious treasure from Persia, and said to Xuanquan, "Whether it grows or not, you'll see." Xuanquan, far away, suspected that it was a trick involving a donkey's kidney hung around the waist. But upon closer inspection he realized it was real. and his tongue rolled out in astonishment as he asked, "Younger brother, what method did you use to transform something so exhausted and short into something so powerful?" Anyang answered, "I don't know what caused it, but after our elder brother's encouragement, it sprang to life out of nowhere, acting as if it wanted to prove its strength. Even I couldn't stop it." Xuanquan said, "Don't deceive me. I see knife marks on your skin, and 4 lines of a different color. It must be some intricate technique. Tell me honestly how you altered it." Anyang, cornered, recounted the transformation details. Xuanquan then said, "Dear, desire is so unyielding. There's no stopping you. I'll just complete this task. Today, let's go to his home and see if we can find an opportunity." Uncentralized was overjoyed. He changed into new clothes and left with Kunlun to participate in the competition. They walked to a nearby location where Kunlun settled him and went ahead to gather information. Not long after, he returned with reports. "Congratulations, congratulations. We can make it tonight." Uncentralized asked, "We've never met. How do you guarantee we'll succeed tonight?" Kunlun explained, "I just inquired from our neighbors, and they said her husband has been away selling silk for several days. You should go in with me now, and as long as there's some mutual interest, I have a plan to get you inside tonight, ensuring several nights of happiness with her." Uncentralized was overjoyed, and the two hurried off. Upon reaching the door, Kunlun lifted the curtain and they both slipped inside, saying, "Is Master Quan at home?" The woman replied, "He's not." Kunlun asked, "Since I need to buy a few pounds of silk, how can I proceed since he's not here?" The woman suggested, "Why don't you go somewhere else to buy it?" Yuan Yuan spoke up, "Are you worried about where to buy silk?" "It's just that I've always been a regular customer at your house, so I can't ask someone else." The woman replied, "Since you're a former valued customer, how come I don't recognize you?" Sekulin chimed in, "Mother, every summer when I came to buy silk too, Granddad wasn't around, and it was you who personally handled the transaction, taking it down from the shelf and giving it to me. How could you forget that?" The woman acknowledged, "Yes, I remember that." "Since Mother remembers, it means my offer isn't just empty words," Yuan Yuan said. "If you have some silk, bring it out and let's do business. Why would you steer your own customers to someone else's home?" The woman replied, "I have a few pounds of silk. Do you like it?" "Silk from your house? Of course I approve," Yuan Yuan said. "Do you fear that this humble official can't afford it?" "Very well," the woman agreed. "Let me go get it." "Your Honor, please have a seat." Sheklin then instructed Yuan Yuan to sit above while he sat below. The woman was signaling to him that she wanted to flirt. She took out a bundle of silk and showed it to Yuan Yuan. Before he could take it, he replied, "This silk is too yellow. I'm afraid we can't use it." After taking it in his hand, he observed carefully and said, "It's strange. Just now, when Auntie held it, she thought it was a dull yellow, but now that I hold it, it looks white again. What's the reason for this?" He pondered for a moment and then said, "Auntie's hands are too pale. Therefore, the silk appears yellow in contrast. But my hands are dark, so they make even the yellow silk look white." The woman listened to his words and closely examined Yuan Yuan's hand before responding, "Your honorable hands aren't called black hands." She said this seriously, without a trace of laughter on her face. Sequin added, "His hands, when compared to ours, are not considered black, but if we compare them to Auntie's, they wouldn't be called white." The woman asked, "If the silk is white, why didn't you buy it?" Uncentral said, "This is not pure white. It's obvious. After all, only silk as white as your Honor's skin would be good enough." "Let me see it." Kunlun replied, "There's no such white silk in this world. Anything that's that color will do." The woman, after hearing these words, pressed her eyes close to Uncentral's face, looking for a moment before finally expressing joy and smiling at him. "I fear there is no silk quite as white." "Oh, you who observes, why did she not smile before, but only now? Why was she unblinking beforehand, but suddenly blinks now?" It turns out that the woman had poor vision, unable to see even a foot away. Initially, when Uncentral entered, he thought her simply a common merchant. It wasn't until he heard sour fruit that he realized she was a scholar. He still considered her an ordinary person and didn't look at her closely. This is because looking at someone requires some effort, so when encountering a man, he didn't often blink. But every woman, no matter how slight her desire for a man, must take things seriously and not be careless in her actions. If a woman's desire is too strong, with eyes that can see far, when she sees an attractive man, how can she prevent herself from having private thoughts? Her virtue throughout life cannot be maintained. Therefore, The creative power gives form to everything, bestowing nearsightedness on her so that she cannot clearly see anyone other than her husband, whether it's Pan-an or Song-yu. This prevents many problems. Therefore, nearsighted women who preserve their virtues outnumber those who fall, and their eyes do not cause trouble. If this woman had not used some clever words to draw his attention, no matter how much he flirted with her in front of her, she would have thought it was all happening in a fog, not realizing anything. Just by looking at his hand and face, her heart became clouded, and she could no longer maintain a good relationship. She turned to Uncentral and said, "Sir, will you really buy it? If you do indeed want to buy it, I have a good one in my room. Let me show you." Uncentral replied, "I have come especially for this. There is no reason not to buy it." "Take a look quickly," said the woman as she went in and soon produced a bundle of silk, calling over a maid to hold 2 bowls of tea, which she presented to Zikunlun and Wei Yuan to eat. Wei Yuan dared not finish his bowl, leaving half for the woman's intention of showing her appreciation. Seeing this, the woman smiled at Wei Yuan before offering him the silk. Wei Yuan took the silk and, in a moment of audacity, squeezed the woman's hand. The woman playfully scratched his hand with her nails. "This bundle is indeed fine," said Zikunlun. "I'll buy it." He passed the silver pouch to Wei Yuan, who weighed it according to the agreed price and handed it back to the woman. "This silver is in bars," she remarked. "It might not be as useful as it looks." "If you're unsure, mother, I can leave the silk and silver here. I assure you, our silver is consistent inside and out." "That's unnecessary," she replied. "If it's indeed as good, we can do business again in the future. If not, I can only be a customer for once." Kunlun held the silk and urged Mingyu to return. As Mingyu was leaving, he gave the woman a few more glances. Though she didn't see him, she could infer his intentions, and she narrowed her eyes in a half-smile as she sent him off. Mingyu walked to his residence and asked Kunlun, "The matter is almost settled, but how do we enter tonight?" "I've inquired thoroughly," Kunlun replied. "There's no one else in her home. Only the servant girl, who was 11 or 12 years old, fell asleep after she went to bed earlier. Her house can be seen from outside. It's neither a tall building nor an underground pit. I'll carry you up and climb onto her roof. I'll remove some tiles and a beam, and then I'll drop down from above." "But what if her neighbors hear us?" Mingyu asked. "Don't worry about that while I'm here," Kunlun assured him. "Just a single matter," the woman said. "I'm afraid you are more appearance than substance. If she still doesn't feel happy about it, then that's one test passed. The inferior brother's words from yesterday have now been proven correct. You must struggle on your own. Don't let her defeat you. Just enter once, and you won't be able to go in the second or third time." Unborn said, "Never to this, elder brother, rest assured." They both laughed, hoping for a golden crow to set in the west and a jade rabbit to rise in the east so they could easily enter the exam. But they didn't know how the examiner would test them. Only when the questions come out will they know their fates. The judge said, "Fable, an allegory." Once he said, "Allegory, it's not real." It's clear that this round of testing dog kidneys to supplement human kidneys has no scientific basis. It's merely Unborn describing what he'll do in the future, turning him into a dog or pig. Just like in the third round when he formed an alliance with Chi Kunlun and treated him as his elder brother, it implies that the person's character and aspirations are still on par with thieves. All these words are deeply hated and utterly despicable, clearly making him a dog or turtle thief. The world must not confuse criticism with praise, nor deceit with truth. They would say that a dog is truly worthy of being cut, and a thief truly worthy of being trusted, thus making the thief's actions even more heinous. This has been the shared fate of scholars throughout history. 9th chapter. Those who embrace odd and licentious views while maintaining a broad perspective on the whole often gain an advantage. However, let's speak of Quan's honest wife, named Yanfang, who was a village scholar's daughter. From a young age, she was taught to read and write. She was exceptionally clever. Her parents, valuing her remarkable appearance, refused to allow her to marry easily. When she turned 16, a promising young student, in an act of audacity, proposed to her. Her father, seeing potential, agreed. But within a year of the marriage, the groom fell ill and died, leaving Yanfang to remarry Quan after a year of mourning. This woman, though fond of licentiousness, had a broad understanding. Whenever she saw another woman indulging in immorality, she would laugh at her behind her back. She once said to a female companion, "We didn't cultivate ourselves in our past lives, and now as women we are confined to our homes for life, relying on sexual relations to pass the time. How could it be called good for women not to be inclined towards beauty? Just a husband and wife are generated from the heavens, matched by parents, and naturally meant to share joys together. If one wants to associate with another man, it is a breach of manners. The husband knows to beat and scold, and others know to talk. Regardless of whether they beat or not, talk or not, if one does not interfere in this matter, one must act according to their intentions. After all, he is one's own husband. When doing things, take your time, think it through, and do it calmly. Only then can you reach some fascinating states. In a hurry, trying to finish quickly, without considering whether it is done correctly or not, there is no joy in it. Moreover, if a woman takes an incorrect path, why not keep the eyes of her later lover from the beginning when choosing a husband? If one wishes to aspire to fame, choose someone cultured. If one seeks physical appearance, select someone attractive. If one does not wish for fame or appearance, and only wants to focus on what happens in bed, find someone with strong spirit, healthy body, courage, and bravery. Why throw away your own husband to seek another? Those female companions hearing this would say, people who come from elsewhere naturally speak differently. Every word is warm and pleasant. How do we know she came from elsewhere? When she was a young girl, she too sought fame, valued appearance, and pursued practical affairs. Only after marrying that scholar did she realize that her beauty and spirit were only partly there. She had thought she possessed all three qualities, but her capital was actually quite small, and her energy could not sustain it. She needed to strive upward, but her belly never warmed from the effort, and she had to retreat. Yan Fang is a diligent person. Where would she tolerate laziness? She couldn't let him rest, so she encouraged and motivated him to go up. A capable person cannot bear intense exploitation, so within a year he fell ill and died. After going through the series of setbacks, he realized that talent and appearance are things that look good but are not useful. It is better to give priority to reality, even if you have to abandon the empty pursuit of fame. That's why later, when choosing a husband, he didn't care about talent or beauty. He only chose one with strong spirits and brave energy for practical use. When I saw Mr. Quan, he was stout and clumsy, with energy like a wolf or tiger. Knowing he was a useful person, I married him regardless of his poverty or wealth. At first, I only valued his strength. I didn't know about his weapons. They said a strong man doesn't necessarily need a long spear or large axe to win. Even short swords and thin blades can break through lines of defense. Little did I know it was an 8-foot pike. So, I was delighted and shocked by his beauty, relying on him completely ever since our marriage, without any vain thoughts. Since his business was small and he didn't earn much each day, he spent his time weaving silk for him. They earned a few coins every day, allowing Mr. Quan to live a leisurely life. One day, there was an unexpected event. He lifted the curtain and spoke with the woman next door. Moore passed by at the doorway, glancing at her twice. She had nearsightedness, only seeing someone's silhouette passing in front of the door without recognizing their face. Surprisingly, the woman next door caught a glimpse of her. The woman was over 30, and her husband also dealt in silk, going to sell with old Quan. Though it was against the rules, they seemed like partners. This woman, though ugly in appearance, had a very lewd nature. First, because of the bad signboard, no one wanted to look at her. That day, she looked at Mingguang clearly. After he left, she walked across the street and told Yifeng, "Just now, a very handsome man passed by twice, looking at you." Yifeng replied, "You know my eyes are well known for their sharpness. Sitting here, how could I not have several men looking at me through the curtains on a daily basis? I just ignore them." The woman said, "Usually, someone like you would not be worth looking at. Just now, that man looked at you for 3 days and 3 nights. He'd still be satisfied." Yifeng asked, "How can this be? Are there no 12 parts of perfection?" The lady says, "Not just 12 points. In my opinion, he scores 120. I stood at the door and saw many people, but I haven't seen anyone as handsome as him. The smooth skin on his face, no matter what you call it, lacks that pure white. His eyebrows, eyes, nose, ears, everything is so charming. His body is as graceful as a figure made of silk. Even if someone were to paint him this beautiful, they wouldn't achieve such a delicate aura. It's truly something to ponder." Yuan Fang replies, "It's quite amusing how the lady describes him so vividly. I don't believe there's such a man in the world, but if there is, he's like him and not like me. What should I think of him?" The lady says, "You shouldn't think about him, and I think he doesn't want you either. He's lost in thought, as if his soul has left his body. If he wants to leave, he can't bear to go, but if he stands still, he's afraid others will know. Unable to help it, he walks past for a moment, then turns back around. Before leaving, he looks at you one last time. You say, "Is he pitiful or not?" You have never seen him, so you don't miss him, but I saw him, and now I'm suffering from longing for him, said Yan Feng. I fear that his appearance is not for me, but for you. You can't bear to miss him, so you make me the cause of your longing. The woman replied, "If he is willing to do it for me, it's really for Mother. Even if Mother doesn't believe it, he will surely come again, and I'll let her know from afar when I see him approaching." Mother stood outside, hoping to catch a glimpse of him and also to see how you react. "Let's wait until he arrives before discussing this further," said Yan Feng. The woman spoke on, and eventually left. A few days later, Yan Feng remembered to look out for him, but after several more days without seeing him, she let it go. On that particular day, someone came to buy silk and saw this handsome figure, naturally bringing the previous conversation to mind. After he left, she thought about what was said the day before. Perhaps it really was about this man. As far as his appearance goes, he is indeed a first-class man, but who knows what's inside? He just said a clever phrase, suggesting we test him today. Though he spoke of silver, he had a double meaning. If he does indeed come this evening, would it not be better for me to refuse and turn him away? A person's reputation for virtue, whether good or bad, is decided at such moments. One must consider it carefully. Hesitating, she saw a woman from the opposite house approach and say, "Auntie, did you recognize the man who bought the silk earlier?" I don't recognize him," replied the woman. "He's the one I spoke of yesterday," said the other woman. "Don't you see? There isn't another man in the world as handsome as this one." "He is indeed handsome," answered the first woman, "but he's too frivolous. He doesn't seem like a gentleman." "Auntie, you're talking about morals again," said the other. "There are no chivalrous men who would come to look at a woman. We only value appearance, not whether he is heavy or light." "You're right," agreed the first woman, "but one should still maintain some dignity in front of others. We've been playing around, but luckily my husband isn't here. If he were, I wonder what he'd say," said the woman. "Tell me, how have you been teasing me?" asked the beautiful woman. "It's always childish," she replied, "talking about what he does." The woman was extremely lewd. Upon hearing the word teasing, she wanted to hug and kiss her, pull her around, and without realizing it, she shook her head and wiggled her body, moving her hands on the beautiful woman's body, left to right, insisting she talk. Overwhelmed by her, the beautiful woman replied, "Just now, two people came in together. Is there something unusual? Teasing is just eye contact and some flirting. You should show some interest when he talks," said the woman. "I've already scolded him enough. What other kind of response do you expect from me?" said the beautiful woman. "This is your coldness," replied the woman. "Don't blame me for saying this. If such a beautiful woman and that handsome man are meant to be together, they are truly a match made in heaven. They should either become married, or at least have some sort of relationship to fulfill their desires. I think that Mr. Power is not the right person for you. A flower placed among dung still looks sad. If he comes again, I will introduce you to and help facilitate the marriage if it can be done smoothly." She spoke these words while looking at the woman with a seductive expression, calculating in her mind. This woman clearly loves him deeply, so I must do something about this. She lives next door, and if I don't give her some incentives, she might ruin my plans. Now, I don't know his abilities, but let's test her first. I'll let her take the lead as if it's an examination. If he turns out to be competent, I'll step in afterward. I won't let such a commoner take away my beloved. If he fails, I'll simply send him away and maintain my reputation intact. It would be quite clever. Having made up her mind, she said to her, "I actually wouldn't do this. If he comes back, don't ask me to act as a go-between for you. Wait until I take care of it for you, and see what good deeds you two can do instead." The woman replied, "How can that be? Even if these words are not necessarily spoken from my heart, even if they are, why would he want me with such an appearance? If Auntie has good intentions, unless you two take the initiative, I wouldn't do it on purpose after a few attempts. Auntie might just say she's sorry and let me try." Yan Hong said, "I'm not lying. There is a way to handle this. Just now he tried to corrupt me, but I rejected him." He left with a clever remark. "This evening, it's possible he'll come looking for me. Now that your male relative and my male relative are doing business together, there's no one here as you lock the door tonight. Come sleep at my place." She blew out the lamp in advance and hid in the darkness, waiting for him to come if he did indeed show up, pretending to be sleeping next to her. "He knew in secret that it was you," treating this as a favor for me, preserving my honor and avoiding any damage. How peculiar. The woman said, "Are you saying he came at your request? My heart is now so stirred by what you said that I can't leave, but I can't stay either. Just one thing, why did you invite him over but refuse to discuss matters with him? Has a virtuous woman ever done such a thing?" Yuan Fang replied, "It's not that I'm pretending. I must do this. It's like covering up a theft by muzzling the thief, without hiding it from Auntie. Housework is something I've experienced fully. If you have the ability, try to expel my own husband from our home. A little taste of a grand feast might not be to the host's liking. Whether it's meat or vegetarian, it's better not to eat at all. That's why I refuse to burden this false reputation." The lady said, "I know your plan. Mr. Quan's capital is well regarded, and you have been overwhelmed by the noise. I'm afraid that the small noise from the shoe peddlers won't reach the adults, so I agreed to be a spy for you, to find out the news. I think this won't cause me any loss. However, there's one thing: you should wait for my signal before acting. Don't force me into a difficult position by coming yourself at a critical moment. As they say, it's better to starve than be buried alive. You must remember these words." "Oh," Miss Yan replied, "I don't expect such favorable circumstances, so rest assured." After agreeing on the plan, they waited for the right time to act. This was also a twist of fate for that ugly woman who had been given this honorable task. A new and noisy crowd was her contribution with these leather shoes she peddled. To understand the width, one need only wait for a brief moment when the noise intensifies. The woman, having accepted this honorable task, was overjoyed. Keep a few silk bandanas handy, in case you need to wipe yourself when doing business, so as not to wet someone else's bedding. By the time the lanterns are lit, hurry and lock the door, then walk down the street. Yuan Fang purposely teases him, saying, "Don't schedule anything else." The woman, upon hearing this, gets so angry that fire jumps in her eyes and smoke comes from her nostrils. She wonders why Yuan Fang didn't send the letter, forcing her to come tonight, and suspects that Yuan Fang might have initially agreed but now doesn't want to let anyone in, preferring to enjoy herself alone. After a bit of complaining, Yuan Fang laughs and says, "I was just teasing you. If you really want to come, all we need to do is arrange with him." She first boils a bucket of hot water and cleans the woman up, then takes a spring mattress, placing it at the head of the bed so she can sleep comfortably while listening in on their arrangements. She tells the woman to make sure the front door is locked and stands quietly behind it. If he knocks, she should open the door after hearing a single knock, letting him in. Do not let him knock multiple times, for fear the neighbors hear. After letting him in, she still latched the door and went to sleep on the bed with him. She just had to speak more softly, lest he recognize her. The woman obeyed meekly, and Yao Fan fell asleep. The woman went to the door to wait. After waiting for another day, seeing no movement, she had to go into the room, only to find someone hugging her from behind and kissing her. The woman said it was just Yao Fan pretending to be a man and joking with her, so she reached out to touch his pants. As soon as she did, a huge thing hit her hand, and she realized it was him. She pretended to be startled and asked, "My dear, how did you get in here?" Muyang said, "I came down from the beam." The woman exclaimed, "What an impressive feat. Now, go to bed." The two of them then undressed, but Muyang hadn't even finished when the woman had already stripped off her clothes and lay on the bed, face up. The unnamed male climbed onto her stomach, trying to grasp both of her feet and rest them on his shoulders, not wanting to lose her again. He didn't know that since lying down, she had already arching high in the air, exposing her vulva, waiting for a penis to enter. The male thought, to my surprise, this woman is such a lewd creature. Given this, all the gentle caresses are useless. I can only teach her a lesson. So he lifted his lower body, keeping it a foot or more away from her vulva, and thrust his penis downward. The woman screamed like a pig. "Ah, you can't. Please be gentler." The male used both hands to spread open her vulva, stroking her slowly and gently for a long time. He could only get 1 inch of his glands inside. The rest couldn't enter. He thrust again from within. The woman screamed again. "No, please use some lube." The male replied, "Only a man in need uses lube. There's no reason for a man to use it on a woman. This example can't be broken, so let's just do it rough." He pushed his penis downward with determination. The woman said, "You can't do that. If you don't want to make an exception, please withdraw it. I'll use it myself." After listening, Anyang removed his penis, allowing her to use it as she pleased. The woman spread her legs wide, drooling. She peeled back her vagina and filled half of it. The rest was smeared on his penis. She said to Anyang, Now there's no issue, take your time going inside. Yang, eager to show off, refused to be calm. He held both of her thighs with his hands, making a loud sound as he forcefully thrust his mature penis inside completely. The woman cried out again, saying, "How could educated people like you be so crude? You don't care about someone's life, going all the way in just once? If it won't go inside now, get something else to take its place." Yang replied, "If it won't fit inside now, doesn't that mean it works outside too? We should just make it move. There's no need to sit idly." In the beginning, the woman could not keep up with the pace, making a ah sound every time she delivered, and after delivering hundreds, there was no more sound. By the time she reached over 100, the woman began to exhibit endless contortions and uttered endless lewd sounds, leaving people unable to resist. They had to urge her again and again to throw it away from herself in a manner that suggested she do so properly. However, the woman was cunning. Despite having thrown it twice, when asked, she denied it. Why didn't she tell the truth? She was merely on duty, and feared that if the beautiful one heard, she would say her secret was over and demand an explanation. Onion believed her, and thus refrained from throwing again. Later, unable to hold back, he threw once more. After doing so, he could not help but continue, though he lacked the courage to advance directly. The woman noticed that the male organ was wandering without entering, and asked, "Did you throw it?" Onion, afraid of being laughed at for his lack of ability, also denied it. At first, without asking, he went soft, and since he had asked this question, it seemed like the student was falling asleep, and the master hit him. The study spirit, however, became twice as strong as before he fell asleep, so he continued to draw for hundreds of times without stopping. That woman screamed, "My heart! I'm lost. I'm dying. Don't move now. Embrace me and let me sleep." Uyan finally stopped, embracing the deep sleeper. It turned out that although the woman's face was ugly, she had small feet. Her skin was black but not overly rough, so in the darkness it wasn't obvious that she was a stand-in. Meanwhile, Yanfang hid at the head of the bed, leaning ear to ear and listening carefully. At first, seeing the woman cry out in pain and struggle, it became clear that his manhood was large and usable. He also saw that his method was effective. The drawing had measure, and he didn't seem like someone without a background. Again I saw him at mid-task, relax for a moment, though with some disdain. Later seeing him regrouped, more fierce than when he started, my heart filled with joy, and I said, "Clearly, this is a valiant talent from the capital, a winged warrior of color. I might as well lose myself to him." Wanting to take advantage of his rest, I snuck under the covers, but feared in the darkness he wouldn't see my wife's face, still saying she looked like me and wanted to seduce her. Moreover, after long battles, if men aren't aroused by beauty, they may not be able to perform again. So, quietly, I walked to the wardrobe, lit a fire, poured some water into a pot, added a bundle of grass and set it on fire. Then, holding the candle light, I entered the room. Flipping over the bedding, uncovering the quilt, I said, "Who is this pervert? Why would anyone break into someone's home in the middle of the night to defile their wife? Come out and explain yourself." Unknowingly, in her sleep, Mian Yang was suddenly awakened, saying that her husband had hidden at home, intentionally waiting for his wife and me to be together, then coming to catch us, demanding my silver. She was so frightened that her teeth chattered. When she looked up, it was the woman from that night. She thought to herself, "Is there another failure in his household?" Lowering her head, she saw that the woman sleeping beside her was extremely ugly. Her face was pale and wrinkled, with short, burnt yellow hair that resembled unwashed ham. She exclaimed, "Who is this?" The woman replied, "Don't be alarmed. I am her spy, living across the door. That day, when you walked past my house, I spoke to you. She said your appearance is good but may not be useful, and she fears it might damage her reputation as a thief. So, she asked me to test you. Now that we've met, you can sleep with her. As for me, I should also sleep here to ask for some rewards. But there are rowdy people around, so you two shouldn't get along well. It would be better if I go home and sleep." She got up, wearing only a cotton jacket and a pair of pants, carrying the rest of her clothes on her arm and taking them back. As he was leaving, he turned to Yu Mid and said, "Although my appearance is ugly, I am your contributor. This matter was initiated by me, so tonight, let's share a bit. It's both mother-in-law's kindness and a bond from a previous life. If you have free time later, sleep with me again. Don't be too heartless." After bowing to Yan Feng several times and thanking the host, he left. Yu Mid felt as if he had just woken up from a deep sleep, like emerging from a dream. But for Yan Fang's encouragement and my transformation, I would have been content to become Suqin, a failed Qin state scholar, and leave without a word. After sending the woman away, Yan Fang closed the door and entered the room, saying to Yu Mid, "I know you won't let me go tonight. I've found a substitute for you, so now that you're sharing a bed with him, that should settle my account with you. Why are you still here? Get some sleep." Yu Mid replied, "Not only will this not settle the account, but it will add to your misfortunes. It's already midnight. Go to bed quickly." Yuan Fang Path said, "Get up and put on your clothes. There's a pressing matter we must attend to before we can sleep together." Miang Sheng asked, "Besides this, is there anything else urgent?" "Just get up," Yuan Fang replied. After speaking, she went to the wardrobe and poured warm water from an earlier heated bucket into a sitting tub, placing it by the bed. She turned to Miang Sheng, "Get up quickly. Wash yourself. Don't bring anyone else's dirtiness onto me." "That makes sense," Miang Sheng agreed. "I was not only completing my tasks but also shared a kiss with him. If this is what she's referring to, I should probably rinse my mouth out too." As he was about to ask her for a bowl to pour water into, he noticed a hot water bowl sitting in the sitting tub, with a toothbrush resting on top. Miang Sheng thought to herself, "What a thoughtful woman. She either handled this flawlessly or is a messy housewife who doesn't care about cleanliness." After Yuan Fang had finished her washing, she also cleaned herself below. Since she had already washed down there along with the woman earlier, why was she cleaning again? To know that she slept at the head of the bed listening to his talk, there was a risk of moist secretions, and Muyang feared that she might touch him with disdain, so he washed again. After washing, he wiped himself with a wet cloth, took out a new handkerchief from the box, and placed it beside the pillow. Having just blown out the lamp, he sat on the bed. Muyang held him in his arms, kissing her while helping her undress. He found that 2 breasts could be squeezed into one palm, but when released they filled her chest, always tender and soft, with no lumps inside. When he removed her pants, touching her genitalia, it was as proud and delicate as the breasts. Muyang let her sleep. He first lifted her small feet onto his shoulders, then raised her lower body, resembling the method used on a prostitute, slowly thrusting in, waiting for her to endure first before feeling pleasure. Unexpectedly, thrusting into her passionate heart only left him confused. Muyang thought about Kunlun's words, not missing a single letter. Without the honest, thick object, how could this vast negativity exist? If I am not transformed, I can only be a grain of rice in a granary. How can I peer into its depths? Now the military might is insufficient to intimidate the enemy. Everything depends on the formation. Take his head pillow and put it under my waist, then follow the tactics outlined in the military books. The beauty has not yet reached its peak when I saw him take the pillow, and no longer pick up any other item with her. I knew this person was a familiar home. Taking pillows to pad the waist is a common practice during intimacy. How can it be concluded that he is merely a familiar home? One must know that the matter of male-female intercourse is not different from the principles of going to war. Only those who are good at dealing with enemies can wage war effectively. Men understand the depth of women's knowledge, and then they know how to advance and retreat. Women know the length and width of men, and then they are able to greet and send them off. This is called knowing yourself and your opponent. 100 battles, 100 victories. The male organ varies in length, and the female vagina varies in depth. So when drawing and sending, there must be some residual feeling left unfulfilled. If it is fully inserted straight away, the woman will not only not enjoy it, but also experience pain. Can men enjoy alone? If the clitoris is born deep, a very long object must be used. Even if it's slightly shorter, it won't work. Once the penis is fixed and its length reaches between the labia, compensatory methods must be employed. Between the waist and the thigh, something must be inserted to raise the vagina, making it easier for the penis to enter. Therefore, the method of supporting the waist works only when the penis is short and the clitoris is deep. It's not true that pillows are essential for sexual intercourse. That's why a man with a short penis can be treated, but a tiny one cannot. It's better to have a larger but shorter penis rather than a small and long one. This is why, when the physician recreated Yuanyang, he only sought to make it larger without making it longer. This is precisely the reason. Today, with Yanan's deep and Yuanyang's short, pillows are placed underneath. Is this not common knowledge? There are still people in the world who understand this principle, but no one can fully grasp the method of placing a pillow under the waist for support. Such secrets are profound. A woman with a peculiar physique, if you place one object at her waist and another beneath her head, her upper body would be no more than 2 feet long, with both ends protruding and the middle concave. This would effectively trap her body below, with a man pressing down from above. Would she not feel suffocated and exhausted? Moreover, since she is lying on a pillow, her face would be turned away, and her mouth, teeth, and tongue wouldn't align with the man's, making intimate kissing extremely inconvenient. For a man to kiss her, he must bend down. For her to initiate a kiss, she must raise her neck. The pillow creates an obstacle, requiring considerable effort. Therefore, in any situation, whether she supports herself on her waist or not, something at the base of her neck remains untouched. A skilled organizer would simply push the pillow aside, allowing her tresses to touch the sheet, her red lips to face the sky, and all her features to perfectly match the man's. The two openings at the top and bottom, unique among other body parts, not only fit but complement each other, not only complement but also interpenetrate. A man's jade finger enters a woman's secret place, and her dark tongue enters his mouth, giving her an advantage. Then the pleasures are balanced, with neither excess nor insufficiency. Onion gently lowers one hand to fetch a pillow, supporting her head and neck on it, settling herself on the mat so that her face doesn't tilt in any direction, preparing for a kiss. Thus, the woman secretly rejoices, knowing he is a familiar man. After Onion repositions her waist, she lifts her small feet onto his shoulders, resting her hands against the mat and exerting all her strength to pull and push. With each pull, she must withdraw at least half. With each push, she must press until the root is reached. However, there was a discrepancy. Pulling felt urgent, requiring rapid movements, while pushing was slower, allowing for deliberate pressure. Why? He feared that too much urgency might cause penetration into the vagina, and neighbors might hear, leading to trouble. So he held back, hesitant to let go. After a moment the vagina tightened gradually, no longer resembling the initial state of excessive sweating without bounds. Onion realized it was due to the dog's kidney condition, causing the penis to enlarge. Without noticing, his spirit was 10 times more vibrant, and the intensity of his movements became closer. Initially, Yanfang remained stoic, but at this moment, she twisted her body and exclaimed, "Heart and liver, something feels a bit strange." Anyang replied, "My dear flesh, just as we started, how does that feel? Wait until I finish, see if you enjoy it." He continued, "I must admit, I don't like doing things half-heartedly. It needs to be done with enthusiasm and make some noise for me to feel excited. However, this place is so narrow. Neighbors might hear, and it would be difficult to fully commit. What should we do?" Yanfang answered, "Don't worry about that. There is an open space on one side and a neighbor's kitchen on the other. You can go ahead and enjoy yourself." Anyang said, "That's perfect." From then on, his approach was opposite to before. He pulled slowly but pushed vigorously. As he penetrated, it sounded like hitting a brick with a rib, intentionally making noise to attract attention, which was quite pitiful to witness. After a vigorous session, she reached a peak of sensual pleasure, exclaiming "heart" and "sun" repeatedly. Her female juices flowed uncontrollably. Seeing her intense state, Muyang wanted to help clean her up, wiping her again and again, but she refused his touch, pushing him away. The reason? She too disliked being idle. Their preferences aligned, but the more vigorous the activity, the more juices she produced, making the sounds louder and brighter. So, after any task, she would submerge herself in them, refusing husbandly attentions, waiting till completion to sit up and wipe herself clean, her lifelong habit. Muyang realized the reason for her reluctance and intensified his efforts, flipping her over again. "My dearest, I'm losing control," she whispered, embracing him tightly. "Let's share this moment together." But Muyang was determined to prove himself, refusing to surrender. Yuan Fang said, "I know your abilities. They're not just idle talk. Today, after toiling all night, you stood against 2 women. It's thanks to you. But save some strength for later tonight. Don't harm anyone, or I won't be able to enjoy myself." Mian Cheng felt her words were gentle and tender, so he hugged her tightly again. They both finished together. After, they said hardly a word before dawn broke. Yuan Fang feared that if Mian Cheng left late, someone might see them, so she had to urge him to wake up, and dressed herself to send him off. From then on, Mian Cheng understood the meaning of going in at night and emerging at dawn, and they both used the front door instead of acting like pillars of virtue. There were several times when Mian Cheng didn't want to part, even hiding in their home for days. Yuan Fang only pretended to be sick, refusing to leave or open the door. Together, under the bright sky, they reveled in each other's pure skin without a stitch on. The ugly woman next door would come over every now and then, and Moore couldn't refuse her, so he would indulge her sometimes, but not to her full desire. Some neighbors heard the commotion and assumed it was Shang Kunlun forcing himself on her, not realizing that she was doing it for someone else. By nightfall, everyone shut their doors and windows, afraid of Shang Kunlun's temper. So they all slept peacefully for several nights without a trace of fear until Quan Lishan returned home. Then the woman disappeared. Shang Kunlun feared Muer's youthful immaturity and banned him from coming near her or peeking through the window. He preferred to act as their go-between, sending messages back and forth all day long. Quan Lishan, who visited a few times, claimed he was just a business client, someone his wife usually traded with, and he stayed neutral, always speaking honestly and loyally. That's what they mean by Quan Lishan, the embodiment of honesty. In short, they believed that all men had these names without exception. Not like choosing a table for its quality, but picking the best words to name it. The way to choose friends in this world does not necessarily require understanding their character or observing their actions. One only needs to ask what name they go by, and you will know whether or not to befriend them. They say, a secret that has not been passed down for 1,000 years, a method that cannot be easily obtained for 1,000 gold pieces, has now been revealed to the world, which is truly a pity. Volume 3, Zen. After Awakening. Autumn, the 11th chapter. Breaking into the home of heroes, splashing golden dew, spouses bound by hair. The poem says, heroes have always valued green shadows, and when they meet a true friend, they splash gold. The attire and mannerisms are also filled with noble guests, but why is there no trace of a loving heart? The radiant and unborn had slept together for over 10 nights. The intimate clouds and rain were at their thickest when their husband returned to disrupt the good fortune. It was an unbearable pain. She thought in her heart, I initially said that men are not always handsome or talented, and reality cannot match appearance. So I rejected the former and only considered the latter. She treated this clumsy thing as a treasure, eating hard and helping him with his work every day. There are originally 3 things that a man should have, and if I had not met this talent, I would have been a useless beauty for a lifetime. Although the past days cannot be recalled, how can one waste the subsequent time? Since ancient times it has been said that brilliant people do not engage in secret affairs, and a woman who does not compromise her integrity is already praiseworthy. Once she compromises her integrity, she might as well become someone with no ties, sparing herself the shame of having a body but a weak stomach. I often say that true women should have the eyes of Hong Fuchi, a famous courtesan, and the courage of Zhuo Wen-jun, a legendary female official. Only then can they dare to seduce men. In life, one should steal once, and if one steals, one should do it fully, even correcting the word steal itself, becoming a true woman of valor. Moreover, Che and Ko, both implying promiscuity, are inseparable words. If one is immoral, one must be adventurous. If later on one cannot be adventurous, it's better to abandon those vices and become someone who remains chaste and faithful. How excellent! Why exchange one's integrity and life for fleeting pleasure? With the decision made, I wrote a letter and sent it to Mian Yang's student, planning a private escape. When he was staying at his mother's house, he loved reading and writing, but after marrying a merchant's wife, he neglected his pen. So his writings are like conversations. The letter says, Beloved, since you left, I haven't been able to eat or swallow anything during the day. I force myself to eat, but only 1/3 of it goes down. Now I've made up my mind, and I'm ready to follow you for life. You should hurry and prepare, or perhaps Kunlun will come steal in to take me away from you. Or I'll come running to meet you as Hong Fu. As long as we agree on a date and a place, we won't clash with each other. This is my final request. If you worry about harm, hesitate, and don't dare do this risky thing. You would be a heartless, ungrateful person. Write me a letter expressing your concerns, and from now on, let's cut ties. After this, we will never see each other again, and if I ever lay eyes on you again, I'll bite into your flesh as if it were pork or dog meat. There's nothing else to say. Take care. Respectfully, your concubine, Yan Huang. After writing the letter, he stood at the door and saw Kunlun walking by, so he gave it to him to take away. Afraid of Miang's timidity, she dared not undertake this risky endeavor, so she devised another plan. All day long she sought to prove his wrongdoings, arguing with old Power, making him unable to tolerate her, aiming to make a story out of it like Zhu Maishan. She pretended to be ill, refrained from any activities, and even had her husband prepare her meals. Every morning, she cursed until late at night before resting, and when it was time to do things, she brought back the tactics used against her former husband, forcing him to leave, hoping to get a perfect husband in all respects. Old Power, realizing her hatred could not be overcome during the day, changed his demeanor upon waking up from sleep, transforming into someone like a wolf, and within 2 months he had reduced his wife to a skeleton, weak and exhausted. Neighbors witnessed this change and felt unfair but feared speaking out due to their fear of Kunlun Mountain. Old Power, seeing her wife's sudden change in behavior, knew there must be a reason behind it. She inquired discreetly from the neighbors, saying, "During the time I left, were there any visitors to my home?" At first, the neighbor only thought it was odd, but later, seeing that he could not answer, and pitying that he was a good man who would die at the hands of an immoral woman, he said, "There is someone moving around in your house. Just do not provoke him, for if you do, there will be misfortune." "Who is it?" asked the neighbor. "None other than the famous Kunlun, known far and wide for his thievery," replied the neighbor. "He used to pass by your door, and seeing your beautiful wife, he would ask us, 'Which one of these wives is yours?' We told him she was your official spouse. He then said, 'A wife like this married to a husband like that, are they harmonious or not?' And we answered, 'They are extremely compatible.' Later, when he saw you selling goods, he asked, 'How many days will it be before old honest Quan returns from his trip?' We only said that you were selling silk and would return in about 10 days. From that day forward, your home will be filled with the sound of someone speaking every night. If it's not him, we'll come to investigate. You know, moving against the Taishang an auspicious star or deity is risky business. If you don't want trouble, you won't offend him. Moreover, the law doesn't allow neighbors to catch a couple having sex, so let him come and go as he pleases, staying for a dozen nights until you return. I tell you this, keep it to yourself, don't spill the beans. It's better to hold your tongue than risk inviting disaster. Even if word gets out, it could cost you your life." Zhang Laoshan replied, "I see. Now that you've given me such explicit instructions, how could I dare reveal them? But one day, he will be in my grasp. When I finally catch him, and the time comes to sever his head, I'll need the help of everyone here." The neighbors said, "This is nonsense. Since ancient times it has been said, 'Catch a thief with stolen goods, catch a couple having sex together.' He's been a bandit for a lifetime. He's never been caught with ill-gotten gains. Even if he's involved in some illicit affair, how can you arrest him just because you found out? Even if Zhang is forcibly taken away one day, all we can do is prevent his house from being ransacked," said the elderly Xuan. "How can this be? Don't you know his methods?" The neighbor replied, "No matter how thick your walls and gates are, he has the means to enter. How could these small huts possibly withstand him? Once people are taken away, what else but the goods in the house will be plundered? You must be cautious." Zhuan listened, startled, and knelt down to beg his neighbor for advice on escaping this fate. Sympathizing with his desperate situation, each neighbor offered a suggestion. Some advised him to divorce his wife to cut off the source of trouble, while others suggested moving far away with his wife. An older man among them said, "None of these are good ideas. Although Zhang may have a way out, he never uses evidence against those who wrong him. Where could he possibly go that he won't find his way? The Kunlun mountain routes are all familiar to me. Wherever you move, he will eventually follow. These are not wise choices." He continued, "In my humble opinion, the only viable option is to embrace one's mistakes and act accordingly. Since your wife doesn't rely on you, staying at home is of no use. Instead, sell some silver. If sold to someone else, they might refuse to leave. Even if Kunlun knows, they'll blame you for breaking their love and seek revenge. Why not sell it to them? They loved your wife, Zhang, so they might be willing to pay 100 or 200 liangs. Take this silver and find another woman to manage the household. That way, you won't invite trouble. You'll also gain a person and protect yourself from financial ruin. Isn't that beneficial?" Old Master Honesty said, "This plan is excellent. I just don't feel comfortable talking about it myself. Someone else should convince him instead. Which one of you is willing to help me out?" The neighbor replied, "If that's the case, I have no objection to getting involved. But after selling it, you mustn't raise any suspicions and accuse us of colluding with thieves to take your wife. That would be unacceptable." Old Master Honesty said, "If it succeeds, my life and reputation will owe all to you. How could I dare commit such a disloyal act?" After listening, everyone suggested choosing a speaker and planning to visit Kunlun the next day to ask him to speak. However, since Mu Yuan gave his word to Yan Fang, he has been suffering from heartache, neglecting sleep and food. He wanted to send Kunlun to bring her back, but feared her husband's pursuit. He considered taking her far away, yet remembered that 2 top women had never successfully managed it, and he didn't want to let her go. He was torn. Later, seeing how intensely Yan Feng wrote, he made up his mind. He asked Kunlun to bring her out, promising to take her far away, making her husband's pursuit impossible. Kunlun replied, "If you agree to this, it would be perfect. But Quan is just a poor man who has lost his wife. How can he afford such a request? When human relationships are at their limit, one must consider the well-being of those affected. Unless you bring hundreds or even thousands of silver coins and leave them with his family, then only can you bring her out, ensuring that he loses one but gains another, and I would truly be worthy of my hero status." Yuan Sheng said, "Although this plan is excellent, I am merely a traveling scholar with limited resources. How can I execute it?" Sai Kunlun replied, "Do not worry, younger brother. I have lived a life of bravery, and if I cannot afford to make a gesture of gold, how dare I speak of justice? If the silver is on my person, you can write a letter to her at your convenience, without regarding the time. As long as Lord Zheng is not home, I will go and bring her out." Yuan Sheng was overjoyed, wrote a letter without elaborating, simply expressing his feelings in a few simple words to avoid any misunderstanding. The letter read, "Fair maiden Fang Qing, after parting 2 months has felt like decades. I am unable to sleep or eat, constantly thinking of Kunlun's plea for assistance. He fears your indecisiveness, hence his caution. From this letter you will know that my heart is as steadfast as iron, and I will not shy away from responsibility. The red fan matter is perilous. Do not attempt it. With someone offering their help, simply doing the red banner would be appropriate. It's difficult to predict a favorable time, but the day you leave home will be when Chang'e emerges with the moon. Please send word soon to facilitate our plans. Without further ado, here is the translation. Let it be as it is. I sign off with my true name." After Kunlun Si took this book and presented it to Yan Feng, he collected 120 silver coins, sealed them in advance, ready to take with him at any time. 2 days later, she suddenly had her neighbor come by and say, "Qian old man's honest business is not profitable. His daily earnings are insufficient to support his wife, so he wants to sell her. I think you have a generous heart and can afford to feed others, and you are also willing to help the poor and distressed. That's why I'm coming to ask for your help. Please do good deeds in secret, redeem this woman from starvation, and help Qian old man get some bride price so he can make a living doing business. It's a mutually beneficial proposition." Kunlun Si listened and thought to himself, "Is such a thing possible?" Just as I was planning to calculate his actions, he asked someone to sell her to me. Perhaps he has heard something, knows that I do things for others, and fears that there might be some trick involved, so he chose this path. Given these circumstances, I'd rather buy it openly than secretly." He then asked the neighbor, "Since he is poor and wants to sell his wife, doesn't his wife know about it?" The neighbor said, "She suffers at home and begs to go out. She refuses to go unless she gets 200 silver coins, if not 100 with a few more. Then she would agree." Sai Kunlun asked, "How much money does he want?" The neighbor replied, "He demands 200 silver coins, but if he doesn't get that, 100 plus some extra, he will agree." Sai Kunlun said, "In that case, let it be 120 silver coins." The neighbor, seeing his agreement, went to call Quan Laoshan to conduct the transaction. Sai Kunlun initially intended to make Wei Middle King the groom. Later, he thought, my reputation strikes fear into everyone. They dare not sue me. If I make him famous, there will be lawsuits and slander later on. So he did not mention Wei Middle King, but only said that he wanted to do it himself. Quan Laoshan came, wrote the marriage contract, sealed it with his handprint, and the neighbor pressed his name as a witness, giving it to Sai Kunlun. Sai Kunlun took out the silver coins, which matched these amounts, and separately gave 10 more silver coins to the neighbor as a matchmaker's fee. That day he hired a carriage and brought Yan Feng here without letting Wei Middle King know. Directly after he searched for a house, set up bed linens and equipment. They only then prepared the flowers and candles, sending the 2 of them into the bridal chamber. Although Bao Shu's friendship and Xiaowei Wu's martial spirit were strong, it was no more than this. Sadly, they misidentified the task, so they cannot be considered true heroes. 12th chapter. The wedding banquet leads to a strengthened bond due to jealousy after Yuan Sheng and Yan Feng became married. The 2 of them spent their days and nights enjoying happiness together. After Yan Feng's entrance into the family, she conceived within a month of her marriage. Yuan Sheng was overjoyed, thinking the astrologer's words were false, and that they would also be able to have children naturally. However, after 4 or 5 months, Yan Fang's belly gradually grew larger, making sexual intercourse awkward and frustrating. Yan Fang then instructed Yuan Sheng to delay for a while, allowing him to rest and gather his strength, and only then should he plan a major attack after the birth of their child, not wasting his spirit unnecessarily. From that point on, the two separated into different rooms for sleep. Yuan Sheng slept alone in his study, leading to quiet solitude that prompted restless thoughts, and he found himself engaging in extramarital affairs. Upon reflection, the women I have seen are all beautiful, but only 2 stand out to me. They are exceptional and can rival my newly wedded wife. Unfortunately, I do not know where to find them, so I am left with no choice but to settle for a second option. I reluctantly turn to the book and select one at random to help me in this dire situation. I sneakily close the study door and take out the book, carefully flipping through it. I come across a name, Xiangyun. The notes written next to his name are few but thick compared to the others. It is clear that he is the top choice, second only to the exceptional women. The note reads, "This woman's beauty is extraordinary, her bearing graceful and refined. Her skin leaves no trace, her body worthy of being held in one's hands. She is not delicate by design, but her spirit seems to be from a painting. The scent of exotic flowers fills the air, as if I had bought some." Listening to his eloquent words, I do not need to hear the songs of nightingales. It appears to be the pinnacle of beauty among women, both refined and charming in the private realm. Selecting him as the highest choice, with a crown over the rest, Onion looks back at the note and recalls her appearance. Remember, she was a woman in her 20s or 30s, with a graceful and enchanting appearance. Walking by before, I sensed a fragrance different from that of incense burned on clothes or carried in the air. After she left, I found a poem fan by her altar, knowing it was hers. Union thought about tracking her for several days, but later encountered someone exceptional, and abandoned his search. At that moment, while flipping through the pages, I suddenly realized the flame of memory had been rekindled, so I carefully examined the small print to learn where she lived. It turned out that her residence shared the same alley name as mine, bringing me immense joy. Hurriedly, I went outside to ask around. To my surprise, this harmful event coincidentally brought me face to face with her, my closest neighbor. Just a single wall separated our living spaces. Her bedroom was located next to my study. Her husband is known as Xiang Xianxi, a learned but short-tempered scholar in his 50s. His first wife has passed away, and Xiangyun is his second wife. Xiang Xianxi often travels on business, returning to his home once or twice each month, spending the rest of the time at his residence. Unborn or unborn life's visit filled him with silent joy, clearly recognizing it as a chance from a previous life, as if fate had led him to this place so he could be with her. He hurried back home, contemplating schemes while observing the situation. The wall outside his study was not tall, and there were houses blocking the way, making it impossible to jump over. The inner wall was made of bricks with white plaster on top. Any movement would leave traces, and drilling holes wasn't an option. After some thought, he decided to attempt climbing up to the roof. Looking up closely, he noticed a 3-foot-high, 5-foot-wide gap at the peak of the house, where the brick wall ended, covered with wooden panels. He was delighted to find this opportunity, avoiding the need to go onto the roof. By simply prying away a few wooden panels, he could jump over the brick wall. What could be more straightforward? He placed a ladder leaning against the wall and retrieved a tool set from a bookshelf, consisting of a paper case containing various tools, knives, axes, saws, chisels, a set known as 10 tools. A man named Wei Yang had bought many things but never used any of them, claiming they were useless. He never knew that in this world, nothing is wasted, and he ended up using one of these items to steal a woman. He took the item and climbed a ladder, looking at the wall panel and finding a seam. He used a small chisel to split the wooden beam, creating an opening for the panel to come down without obstruction. Then, with a small hammer, he pried it off, removing one piece at a time until 3 pieces had been taken off. As he peered through, he saw a woman sitting on a toilet, urinating. After she finished, she didn't fasten her pants and covered the toilet seat. The lid fell to the ground, and Wei Yang reached for it, bending over slightly in the process, causing his beautiful buttocks to rise high, revealing even half of his vulva. Wei Yang realized from behind that it was the same person he had admired earlier. He wanted to call out to her, but feared being heard. Secondly, as he was in hiding, she wouldn't know who he was and wouldn't come forward. If it should flare up, it would be inconvenient. I had to devise a way to get her to come and see me. Upon seeing my face, she would naturally bend down without my needing to pull her. After a moment's thought, I suddenly remembered that she had left behind a fan with 3 Tang poems written in her own hand on it the day before. I now opened the board wall here and descended the ladder to find the fan. I recited the poems aloud, and she, hearing them, would naturally understand and come up to me. Then, using subtle words, I could easily entice her. With the plan set, I descended to open the box and search for the poetry fan. While he was creating metaphors on the temple, many items left behind by women who burned incense they were scattered about, not just the fan. He picked up one item and put it away, afraid that it might get mixed with other things, making it difficult to find later. So he placed them in another box, writing 4 characters on top, a beautiful gift, quoting a phrase from ancient Chinese poetry. At this time he opened the box and carefully examined those charming items. I read a fan, and it was hers. Unfolding it, I saw 3 couplets written on it, composed by the Tang poet Li Bai, titled Qingping Diao, Song of Peace and Tranquility. It was said to be written when the Emperor Taizong and his concubine invited him to the palace to appreciate peonies. Muang Sheng did not dare to act carelessly, so she changed her clothes carefully, cleared her throat, and recited the poem slowly, each word and phrase emphasizing the rhyme, ensuring she spoke clearly for her mistress to hear attentively. The poem reads, "Clouds dream of garments, flowers dream of appearance, spring wind blows across the fence, dew-filled petals thick with bloom. If not on mountain peaks, how could I see them? In the moonlight on Yao platform, I would meet them." The first couplet, "A single branch of red, misty, fragrant flower, cloudy rain on Wuzhan mountain breaks my heart. Asking, who in Han Palace resembles her? She is like a new adorned swallow leaning on the wind." The second couplet, "Exquisite flowers that bend over to meet their lovers, often winning smiles from kings, explaining endless sorrow with spring winds, waiting by the north pillar of Xi'an Pavilion." The third couplet. After reciting it once, there was no response. She then read out the inscription's date and the poet's name as if she were introducing a line in a song, ensuring her mistress understood. She repeated it several times more clearly. All I saw was a sudden sound from the wall, like a cough or a sigh. Muyang knew she had arrived and complained to the fan. Because of this fan, people are either dead or alive. Now that the fan is here, where's the person? If we find them, it would be better to return it to them. What use does it serve staying here? Suddenly, someone on the wall answered, "The owner of this fan is here now. Throw it up and give it back to me." Muyang looked up and was startled to see the exquisite beauty so close, regretting her previous longing. "How can I deny this?" she said, jumping up 5 steps at once with a ladder originally designed for 10. Meeting face to face, she embraced and kissed her. Xiangyan asked, "Where have you been? Why can't we meet anymore?" "Why did you come here and remember the poem on my fan?" Muyang replied. "This is where I live." "I am your neighbor," Xiangyan said. "If you live here, why haven't I seen you before?" Unsent said, "I am a recent newcomer." Xiangyan asked, "Why did you move here?" Unsent, in an attempt to win her favor, replied spontaneously, "My reason for moving here is all for you. The day before yesterday, I saw your beauty at Zhangxian Temple, and my heart yearned for you deeply. When we parted, I noticed you glancing back at me, and you even left a fan for me. That's why I couldn't let you go and came here to live, hoping to spend time with you." Xiangyan listened, smiled, and lightly tapped Unsent on the shoulder, saying, "Who else is there in your family?" Unsent answered, "I only have a concubine, a gift from a friend. The rest of my servants are all back home." Xiangyan said, "Before you moved here, why didn't you come by my house? You would have been on my mind all day." Unsent replied, "Initially, I wasn't sure where you lived, so I couldn't ask. Later, after finding out your whereabouts, I moved here close to you." Xiangyan said, "When did you move here?" Anyang Sheng replied, "Not more than 6 months ago, just 4 or 5 months." Upon hearing this, Xiangyan's face changed immediately, and she asked, "Since you've been here for some time, why didn't you ever bother with me before?" Anyang Sheng noticed her bad mood and realized he had revealed his true colors. He tried to smooth things over with clever talk. "I always only said that my husband was at home. I feared that any rash actions might harm you, so I just pretended not to know. It wasn't until today that I learned my husband was in the study, and there was no one else at home, that I dared to show some color. It's just out of caution," he added. "Could I have forgotten about you?" Xiangyan laughed coldly and asked again, "Is my fan still with you?" "I've kept it safely by my side, afraid to lose it. An Yangsheng answered. Xiangyun said, "Bring it here for me to see." An Yangsheng went downstairs and brought back a handkerchief, wrapping it and handing it over. I don't want to mention Cloud's 2 or 3 torn handkerchiefs, throwing them into her room and saying, "To someone as heartless as you, I owe nothing. From now on, let's keep our distance. Go down." She descended the ladder angrily, tears streaming down her face. Yuan didn't know why she was crying, but he feared being seen, so he stood above watching her weep. Just as he was at a loss, there was a sound of a banana being moved outside the study room, like someone moving around. Yuan suspected it might be Yanfeng and climbed up to the wooden wall, descending to ask what was going on. He wondered why she suddenly had this attitude. She hadn't confronted him directly but seemed resentful that he hadn't been closer or enjoyed her company sooner, implying she wanted an apology. However, he couldn't address the issue during the day and planned to clear things up at night. No matter how unreasonable her accusations might be, as long as he accompanied her through this, the matter would be settled. Having made up her mind by the time dusk fell, she sent Yanfeng to sleep and went to her study. She closed the doors and windows and climbed up a ladder. She removed all the sliding walls that had been moved during the day, thinking to herself, she has nothing to grab on her side. How can I jump down from this 2-chi-high wall? She wanted to call out to her, but since she had spoken stubbornly, how could she agree to come and guide her? However, young Cloud's words were hard on the surface, but her heart was soft. As she was about to sleep, she originally left a net open on that side to attract her. An Yang climbed onto the wall and reached out, feeling during the day's ladder was still there, waiting. An Yang was overjoyed and quietly climbed down using the ladder. She found herself in complete darkness, unable to tell which way was east or west. She carefully felt her way to the bed, noticing that Yanfeng wasn't moving, assuming she was asleep. She reached out to lift her blanket, intending to crawl into bed with her. Unbeknownst to her, young Cloud was not asleep at that moment. She clearly heard An Yang's arrival, but because she wanted to be polite, she pretended to be sleeping, pretending ignorance. As soon as he reached out to pull back the cover, this courtesy could not be spared. He had no choice but to turn around and feign a startled wake-up from a dream, shouting, "Who are you? How did you climb into my bed in the dark?" Muyang, unclear name, whispered close to his ear. "It's not someone else. It's the one who spoke with you during the day. I come especially to apologize." While he was speaking, he crawled under the covers. Xiangyun tightly wrapped herself up, refusing to let him in. She exclaimed, "A person so lacking empathy? Who would you want to apologize to?" Muyang replied, "I went through great efforts to get close to you." "Isn't that called lacking empathy?" Xiangyun said, "Your eyes are truly unappreciative. Don't you see the beauty in her, but prefer something as ugly as me?" Muyang retorted, "My only concubine was a gift from a friend. I can't refuse." "Why would my wife be jealous?" Xiangyun asked. "You should be enjoying your wives." "Why would I be jealous? You should not have gone after her before me, leaving me behind in the heavens. Even if you lived far away, just separated by a wall, not even calling out once, it's as if we were complete strangers. Such heartless people don't deserve to be cared for," Ming said. "My dear, where did this talk come from? I have only one concubine and never interacted with any other woman." "Why are you accusing me?" Zhangin replied. "Let me ask you this. On a certain day and at a specific time there were 3 beautiful women entering the Zhang Xian temple to burn incense. Someone was kneeling outside, bowing their head. Was it you?" Ming said. "On that day, indeed, there were 3 women burning incense in the temple. At that time I also went to pray and saw a group inside, fearing it might be inappropriate, so I didn't go in. Instead, I knelt outside and bowed my head. I was worshipping Zhang Xian. Could I have been worshipping those 3 women instead?" Zhangin smiled and said, "Why don't you just own up to it then? Since it was you who knelt and bowed, what else is there to argue about? You were hiding behind Zhang Xian's back the day before, peeking at a woman. You saw a young girl unashamedly walking out to tease her. How could it be that a woman inside would fear mingling and bowing at the door? This nonsensical talk wouldn't deceive a 3-year-old, let alone me." After listening, Yuancheng knew he couldn't hide it any longer, and had no choice but to reveal the truth, hoping to find out where the 3 women were. He smiled and said to him, "I'll tell you honestly. Half of my bowing that day was for the gods, and the other half was for the woman." "But how does your wife know about this?" "Who told you?" Xiangyun replied, "I have my and clear hearing, so I don't need anyone to tell me." Yuancheng said. Since your wife knows this, she must also know where the 3 women live, their names, and her husband's name. Why don't you ask her for a straightforward answer? Xiangyun retorted. You've been living with her for half a year. Why come to me now? I have not seen her since the first time I laid eyes on her. How can I spend half a year with her? This grudge gives me nowhere to appeal. Xiangyun said, since you've never interacted with her, why didn't you come see me once during those 6 months? It's clear they told you not to pay attention to me. Don't you know that? Miang said. Bowing and scraping has never had any effect. If my wife doesn't believe me, I swear to the heavens, if I so much as have a slight connection with 3 women, let thunder strike me dead. Xiangyun, seeing his sworn oath, had her doubts relieved by half. She said, given this, your guilt can be forgiven. Miang replied, now that I've explained myself, please, my lady, lift the covers and let me into sleep. Xiangyun retorted, my looks are not as beautiful as those 3 women. Go find someone more appealing to sleep with. Don't come bothering me. Miang said, my lady is far too modest. How can you say your looks aren't as good as theirs? Xiangyun said, your eyesight is not bad naturally. After all, she was so beautiful that you refused to kneel and bow. Weishan replied, bowing down was just an impulse, a random act. There was no pre-existing bias. According to my wife's words, it's my fault for bowing to her, but not to you, which is why she's so annoyed. I'll make up for it by bowing more and adding some extra money. Saying this, he knelt down in front of the bed and bowed his head several times, causing the bed to shake. Xiangyun reached out to help him up. Weishang undressed and climbed into bed. The penis touched against the vagina, feeling like it had been there several times before. It must have been during our first encounter, when we were both deeply in love, and some polite words delayed us. So, now, I embraced him, and he embraced me, naturally continuing as if nothing had changed. After embracing, Weishang pushed his penis directly into the vagina, wanting to use some pain to relieve the itching inside. Xiangyun wanted to experience pleasure, so she endured the difficulties and let him resist. Yuanjiang saw that she could withstand it, so he showed off his skills and competed with her. At first, tens of thrusts, inside was still slippery. After 50, it gradually became messy. Xiangyun couldn't hold out any longer and asked, I usually deal with my husband's business, starting with difficulty and ending with ease. Why is it different today? Starting with ease and ending with difficulty. Yuangang answered, my penis is different from others, with 2 peculiarities. First, it starts small and becomes larger, like a piece of dry food that gradually expands upon entering her, resembling something swollen after soaking. Second, it goes from cold to hot, like a piece of stone that gets warmer after being rubbed for a while, like about to spark. Because of these 2 advantages, I dare not hide them, so I come close to you, hoping for your appraisal. Xiangyun replied, I don't believe you have such a precious body part. It seems like a trick. Even if it's true, why is this experience so challenging? Unnamed said, the dryness inside her is what makes it difficult. After a little while, the lubricating fluid will wet things up naturally. Xiangyun replied, wait until I suppress the pain, then let me be rough for a while and make some lubricating fluid come out. That way, it won't feel so dry inside. Unnamed listened, lifted his legs onto his shoulders, and began to thrust vigorously. In just a few dozen movements, his vulva slipped in, and his penis grew hot. The sensation of sliding was painless, and the heat increased the pleasure. Xiangyun said, you weren't just kidding when you said that. I'm enjoying myself now. Unnamed seized the opportunity to intensify things, pleasing her while also matching her words. My dearest, these aren't just idle words from me. If you really care about me, why not tell me what those 3 women said? Xiangyun replied, as long as you treat me sincerely, I will certainly tell you. She tightly held her tongue in her mouth, didn't speak again, and remained silent for a full 2 hours. All of a sudden she felt her hands and feet become ice cold, and she dropped them 3 times before saying, my heart, my spirit is so weak, I can't take any more of this. She asked him to hug her and sleep. Onion heard this and got up to hug and sleep beside him. As he slept, he felt a strange fragrance, the same as he had experienced on their first meeting. He asked, what kind of scent do you usually use for your clothes? It's so lovely. Xiangyun replied, I don't usually use incense. Where did you smell it? Onion said, on that day when we met, as you walked past me, there was a sudden fragrance. Even now, sleeping on the bed, I can smell it. If you don't usually use incense, where does this kind of scent come from? Xiangyun answered, it's the scent emanating from my skin. Xiangyun said, I have never had any other distinctive feature, but this one sets me apart from other women. When my parents gave birth to me, a red cloud flew into the room as I was being born, and there was a fragrant scent. As I came into the world, the cloud dispersed. This fragrance has never left, and I often smell it on myself. That's why they named me Xiangyun. If I sit still, I'm not fully aware of it, but after exerting myself, some sweat appears, and this aroma seeps out from my pores, noticeable not only to others but even to myself. I don't dare let this merit go unnoticed. The other day in the temple, when we met, you were so beautiful that I gave you a fan and shared this fragrance with you, asking you to find me. However, you didn't come, and it's only today that my wish has been fulfilled. Anyang listened and carefully smelled her all over. Not a single pore lacked the scent. She realized then that a true beauty of the world cannot be easily discovered. She embraced her tightly and exclaimed with joy, "My heart and liver are calling out for you." Xiangyun said, "You've smelled the scent on my body, and there's another fragrance that surpasses it. Let me share it with you." Onion asked, "Where is it?" Xiangyun squeezed Onion's finger and pointed to his genitals, saying, "This has a unique scent. If you're not offended, go ahead and smell it." Onion bent down, brought his nose close to the entrance, and sniffed several times. He then climbed up and exclaimed, "Marvelous. I have nothing to say. I've died in your arms." He said this while pulling away the garment, using his tongue to lick it eagerly. Xiangyun urged, "How can this be? Hurry up." As he spoke, he tugged him harder, and Onion licked more frantically, creating a 3-inch-long tongue that served as a substitute for a penis, moving in and out, mimicking copulation. Whenever pre-seed appeared, he sucked it into his mouth and swallowed it. She lost herself in the act, swallowing him entirely. Only then did he climb into her. Cloud embraced her tightly and said, "My heart and liver, how can you love me so? I have nothing to say now. Perhaps I'll die on you." Anyang replied, "In my opinion, there's no one else like you in this world. If you have such a treasure, why doesn't your husband return to enjoy it? Why does he sleep outside all day and leave you alone?" Cloud said, "He wants to enjoy it too, but his strength isn't enough, so he's evading his duties by hiding out with the fame and beauty of the establishment." Anyang asked, "I hear he's still in his middle years. How can his strength be so poor?" Cloud explained, "When he was young, he was a well-known womanizer who enjoyed stealing from good families. He lived a life of debauchery day and night. After mourning too much, his vitality disappeared by the time he reached middle age." Anyang questioned, "Was his strength as good as yours when he was young?" Cloud replied, "In terms of techniques, they were similar, but you have these two advantages." Uncentral Path said, "This thing I have and that which you possess are both unique in the world. Let these two treasures never be parted. From now on, come and sleep with me every night." Cloud Fragrance replied, "You have a family. How can you come every night? Just don't be as heartless as you were yesterday." Uncentral Path said, "I wonder who spoke to you, imitating my words, making me look guilty. Even now, you still accuse me of being heartless. If I knew who that imitator was, I would deal with them severely." Cloud Fragrance honestly told him, "The person imitating your speech is none other than the 3 beautiful ladies." Uncentral Path exclaimed, "This is strange. If anyone else said this, it wouldn't be interesting. Why are you not ashamed to tell me about their existence?" Cloud Fragrance confided, "I should tell you that I am closely related by marriage to these 3 ladies. The younger ones I call my sisters, and the older one I refer to as my lady. 2 sisters were in perfect agreement with my heart, almost like siblings. I had secrets to share with them, and they confided their own hidden feelings to me. When I returned from burning incense that day, seeing the 2 of them, I told them about your exquisite features, whispering that I loved you as I put down my fan. They said, 'Since he loves you, you should love him too. See how you handle it.' In my heart, I knew you would come, and I stood at the door waiting for over 10 days, but not a trace of you appeared. Later, when they returned from burning incense, they asked me about the person I'd seen that day, his appearance and attire. I described your face and clothing to them. They replied, 'Now that I've met the one in your heart today, I understand.' They also asked if he had bowed to you that day, expressing his love. I said, 'He loves me only in my heart. There's no need for public displays of devotion.' Hearing this, they remained silent, smiling with an air of satisfaction. I began to suspect, after cross-examining them repeatedly, that they had only told me in detail about you bowing down to them. With a smile on their face, they certainly exuded an air of pride. For several days I was bored and thought, since he is someone I've just met, why did he avoid suspicion upon seeing me? Why didn't he even sing a song? If he saw him, he would go mad. With no hesitation, he would bow down. It's obvious that my appearance is not as good as theirs, so if you're looking for them, they won't come looking for me. Usually I get along very well with them, but because of this incident, I started to resent them a little. So today, when we met, after hearing about it for half a year, only now do they pay any attention to me. Only after you swore did I realize there was nothing like that. These plays are all from your bowing down. How should I judge what is right or wrong? Onion said. That explains everything. No wonder you're not angry. However, since they are your younger sisters, they can also be considered my nieces. Would you let me meet them, and think of nothing else, just waiting for me to call them auntie? So they know that we have a secret? At first they would bow to you, but I will replace those bows with words of mutual respect. How does that sound? Asked Xiangyun. It's not necessary, she continued. I am not only sisters with them, but allies. It was originally said that we share good fortune and endure hardship together. They have never betrayed me, so how could I turn against them? My intention is to send you away to meet them, so they also know of a wondrous thing in this world, something worth admiring together. But I will also cut ties with you. After you win their favor, do not change your heart. Love me as much as you do tonight, and then it will be done. Whether you change or not, take an oath. Miu, upon hearing this, could not help but dance around excitedly, flipping from the bed in a single somersault, facing the heavens with a promise even more firm than before. After finishing, he climbed back into bed and started again, behaving as if he were a central media figure. Once the act was over, they lay down side by side and fell asleep. When dawn broke, Cloud sent unborn life away, still having him pass through the ladder. From that day on, they met every day and slept together every night. But I don't know when Auntie 1 and Auntie 2 will arrive. For now, let's pause. The next 2 episodes will narrate other matters, with at least 2 plays to follow before unborn life takes center stage again. The reviewer says, I've seen the peculiarity of the meat puff bed, but nothing compares to this chapter. Initially, watching Cloud's sexual acts was captivating, leaving one wondering where it came from. However, upon reaching the final scene, I realized that the previous act was logically inevitable, not forced. Cloud drank imaginary vinegar before sharing a pillow, and undoubtedly had rational reasons for acidity after sleeping together. This is a common sentiment among women. Later, she wasn't jealous or angry, but instead took on the role of matchmaker, bringing 3 strange fates together at once. Even if viewers had urgent matters to attend to, they couldn't help but focus on unborn life success. Chapter 13. Breaking the cauldron and burning the boat, concealment of intent, wringing out revenge, however. Qian Laotian, after selling his wife, was filled with hatred, without the courage to face others, so he stopped doing business and retired. He spent his days sitting at home, interrogating a 12-year-old maid, asking when she had started sleeping with that grown man, and who else visited her or did things for her on her behalf. The maid, fearing for her safety, initially refrained from speaking up. Now that her mistress was gone and unlikely to return, she revealed all the details, stating that they began sleeping together at a certain time, and that it wasn't the big man but another handsome young man who slept with her, while the big man served him. Qian Laotian, upon hearing this, became even more enraged. Later, Yanfang returned to Wumingsheng, and rumors spread, leading Qian Laotian to discover the truth Wumingsheng was not local, and he had a wife at home, implying that he took the maid as a concubine. Qian Laotian thought to himself, if Sunlun Kun did these things by himself, I wouldn't be seeking revenge, but I would just have to endure for a lifetime and settle the score in the afterlife. But now that the person who deceived me isn't him, how can I not seek vengeance? If I need to file a complaint against him, he has Sunlun Kun's support and won't fear running out of silver. How can I expect the authorities not to side with their superiors? If he asks for favors, my case will lose. I realized that complaining wouldn't be helpful, so I decided to go to his hometown, look up his residence, find a way into his home, and sleep with his wife multiple times just to satisfy myself. Only then would I feel justice has been served, even if killing him wouldn't bring me true satisfaction. After making the decision, he sold off all his belongings, including the 11-year-old maid and all related items, as well as the 122 silver ingots that were the wedding gift and his daily silk trading capital. He bid farewell to his neighbors, and left with a broken pot and burning ship. Not long after, upon reaching the destination, he took shelter at a hotel. The following day, he visited An Ying's residence and observed his family's routines. After spending half a day there, he realized that the matter was difficult to accomplish and felt deeply concerned. Initially, he merely stated that other people's households had similar rules to his own. When men were present at home, things naturally became strict, but once they left, it was as if the door no longer latched, allowing opportunities for visitors to enter freely. He could not have known that homes of scholars differ from those involved in commerce. Friends and relatives from other parties are not permitted to cross the threshold. His family, however, is distinct from other scholarly homes. Even close friends and relatives from other parties are not allowed inside. Deep in his heart, he felt uncertain. This situation seems to suggest that the personal matter will likely be impossible to achieve. Yet, since he has entertained this thought, he decided to try his best, regardless of success or failure, and only if it cannot be done would he attribute it to fate. Could he have come all this way just to be deterred by the words Iron Gate? Once the plan was set, he decided to rent a house nearby, observing his surroundings day and night. To his surprise, he discovered that the area around his new residence was an empty lot, with no houses in sight. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a large tree next to his house with a wooden sign hanging from it, bearing 8 characters, "Abandoned garden for lease, no rent for initial cultivation." He surveyed the vast expanse of wild grass surrounding the tree, and realized that the abandoned garden mentioned in the sign referred to this very plot of land. He wondered who owned it. With an abandoned garden, there must be a nearby house where someone lived, which would make it suitable for farming. He decided to rent a nearby house and observe the owner's activities from his new residence, using his days to till the ground while keeping an eye on the mysterious neighbor. He then set out to inquire about the land's ownership, asking around, "Who's the owner of this abandoned garden? Is there a house to rent for someone who wants to live in the garden?" he asked. "The owner of this wild garden is known as Iron Gate Man, and he lives in that lonely house," the other man replied. "There's only the garden, no house, so whoever tends to the garden shouldn't look for another place to stay." "I want to cultivate it," said Elder Quan honestly, "but I wonder what kind of person he is. This man is hard to get along with." He shook his head. If someone had been able to get along with him, they would have cultivated the land and it wouldn't be like this now. How do you know it's hard for anyone to get along with him? Traditionally, when clearing new land, there should be a rent-free period of 3 years. He only agreed to 1 year, and from the 2nd year he demanded payment. That's not all. He is overly stingy, unable to provide enough food to sustain people, and no official has been willing to become his tenant, so they only work as day laborers. 3 years ago, someone else tried to cultivate it but couldn't because of him, so they gave up and stopped farming. That's why the land remains undeveloped. Even though Master Quan listened intently, he was pleased but thought in his heart, "What I'm worried about is not being able to enter the house. Once inside there are 3 possibilities. Others fear being given tasks, so I don't mind seeking them out. Others demand payment for their work, so I don't mind not having any money and letting them use me. The only concern is that his son-in-law might return and figure out my plan. I must change my name now. He has never seen me, so he won't recognize me even if he returns. It's unlikely he'll discover the truth. Having made up my mind, I changed my surname to Lai and named myself Swixen. Originally, he came seeking revenge, so taking the name Lai immediately fulfilled that wish. Those writing the novel still call him Master Quan, saving people from confusion. After changing his name, he wrote a lease and went to serve them. Knowing their door was always closed, he had no choice but to sit outside and wait. He waited for an entire day without anyone coming out. He then returned to his residence and slept there. The next day, he went again. Fortunately, just as he arrived, the iron gate opened and a person stepped forward to buy tofu snacks. Seeing his solemn appearance, one would know him instantly. He walked up and bowed deeply, asking, "Isn't the Iron Gate hermit really you?" The hermit replied, "Indeed he is." "Why do you ask?" asked the old man honestly. "I've heard that your estate has a patch of uncultivated land looking for someone to farm it, and as I have no business, I want to rent it from your estate to cultivate." The hermit said, "Tending to a wasteland is not something done by people lacking strength or laziness. What do you do during the day?" "I'm used to hardship," replied the old man honestly. "My strength will suffice. If your estate does not trust me, I can work for as long as needed. If the land still remains uncultivated, we can find another tenant." The hermit said, "But my family has no home. Where would you live?" "That's easily arranged," answered the old man honestly. I have no wife or children, just myself. Once I take care of the expenses and build a simple hut, I can live there." "Very well," said the hermit. "Go write up the lease agreement." The old man had already written it down by his side and passed it over. The monk saw his bulky figure and knew he was a strong man, capable not only of tilling the garden but also of serving as a household laborer. He accepted the rent agreement and let him build a thatched cottage with his own materials. Old Quan went to buy some wooden beams and straw, summoned 1 or 2 masons, and in less than half a day the structure was up. Although it was a humble thatched cottage, it felt fresh and new. He also organized the tools for gardening and land clearing. Every morning, upon waking, he would go out to harrow and dig. Seeing his diligence, the owner appreciated his hard work and good intentions. The monk had a small pavilion facing the neglected garden, where he spent most of his time. He got up even earlier than old Quan, who was already hard at work in the fields before the monk left his bed. The monk, in his efforts to please the owner, served him selflessly, doing tasks without asking for wages or even filling his belly with food. In my mind, I thought, his daughter is somehow extremely ugly, so I disliked him and left home to pursue women, for I have slept with a good woman. If I were to entice him and see that ugly face, this erect penis would not rise up and refuse to avenge me how. And when I saw an absolutely beautiful woman, though my heart was pleased, I still did not know for certain. Later, when I learned that all his maids called her Miss, I finally realized it was the same person. In my mind, I again thought, a wife like this has also slept with him. Why does he leave her at home to take another woman's wife? From then on, I restrained myself and bore patience, seeking only revenge. Seeing that his home's door was tightly closed, I became even more diligent and careful, not daring to show any signs of eavesdropping. Passing by Yu Xiang's place, I did not dare lift my head or make a sound, behaving like an honest person. Several months passed, and the sage saw that he was diligent and honest, and not greedy, so he loved him dearly. Thus he thought back to when the son-in-law had left behind a few silver coins before leaving, instructing me to find a paid servant. I see many officials in other places are good at eating and lazy, while few put in the effort, so I dare not challenge them lightly. If such people were to be challenged, it would not be unjust. I think this person has no support, or perhaps he would sell himself as a servant. But challenging someone at home has 2 inconveniences. First, he might have no ties and steal things. Second, with men and women mixed together, there would be many distractions. I think if he agrees to sell himself, I will give him a maid. With a wife binding him, he wouldn't want to run away. Even if he goes in and out, his wife can prevent any distractions. The plan was set, and one day I went to watch him plow the land and asked, with your hard work, according to reason, you should start running your own household. Why don't you take on a family member? The old man answered frankly, since ancient times it has been said, nurture 1,000 mouths with wisdom, nurture yourself with strength. Those who depend on their strength to survive just need enough to get by. How could I afford to take on a family member? The person replied, in one's lifetime, wives and children are indispensable. You can't marry, so why not rely on a family that already has a wife and offer yourself to them? Even if children are born, after 100 years there will be someone burning paper money, which is something. Qian, the old man, listened carefully and realized he had an accepting heart, so he devised an answer. I think relying on another family is difficult as well. First, the master may not understand the hardship, making me work like a horse or cow all day without recognizing my efforts. He might also scold me. Second, among fellow servants, he might not be willing to lend a helping hand, seeing my unwavering loyalty and fearing that his own shortcomings will be exposed in front of the master, leading him to spread rumors behind my back so I can't settle rumors behind my back so I can't settle. I often see this kind of situation in rural officials' homes, so I'm afraid to go rely on them. People said, rural officials' households have many servants, and upper and lower levels lack harmony, which is why such situations occur. If it's not a large or small family, the master can easily tell if his servants like or dislike him. Moreover, with few peers, there's no room for disagreement. For example, if a family welcomes me in this way and offers to pair me with their wife, would you go or refuse? Old Master Zen said, this is excellent. If you're willing, there's nothing I wouldn't agree to. The path said, to be honest with you, my family needs one less servant, and upon seeing your diligent and honest nature, I want to keep you here, hence these questions. If you truly wish to stay, write a contract and specify your price, and I'll find an appropriate match for you. On the day of your arrival, I'll introduce you to the maid. Well, what do you think? Old Master Zen replied, if terms are as such, I'll submit the contract tomorrow. However, I've always been quite indifferent towards desires. Having or not having a wife doesn't really matter. It's not something I give much thought to. Please take your time arranging for the maid's matchmaking. After I've worked for a few years and my energy begins to wane, that would be the perfect time. At this age, I want to serve my master with all my might. Why waste my spirit and strength on a woman? As for the prices you mentioned, it's something I wouldn't even consider bringing up. I'm selling myself, and without parents or siblings, who would I negotiate with regarding price? All I need is enough to eat and wear. What use is silver? It's just that, without writing the value on the document, how can one call it selling oneself? One can only arbitrarily write down whatever amount of silver. In fact, not a single jing, a traditional Chinese unit of currency, should be spent by the master. The Taoist listened and felt delighted, saying, "From your words, it's clear that you are a loyal servant. However, among these two options, one must be chosen. If the value is not claimed, or if the wife remains with me, she can later be used to make clothes. That's acceptable. If one doesn't want a wife, things would be dire. Those who have ever sold themselves only do so for a home and old parents. They seek marital happiness. Why don't you want one? Since the master is afraid of my changing heart, and intends to give me a wife to ensure I have no second thoughts. But I am not such a wicked person. If he does not trust me now, then I will accept it." After clarifying these points, Qian Erkai did not wait until the next day. That very evening, he had the contract written and sent over. The Taoist did not wait until the next day, and that evening he matched the servant girl to him. From then on, the Taoist demolished the grass hut and taught him to stay in his home. Initially he called him Lai Swixen, but now he has cut off the Lai character, simply calling him Swixen. The servant girl matched to him is called Ruyi. With the revenge plan nearly completed, the name Ruyi adds another sign of Swixen's fulfillment. The review says, "Wonderful is the Taoist's genuine and straightforward authority, able to endure humiliation while seeking a complete solution. He weaves his way into the Iron Gate, making it a matter of Forsyma Xiangru, and wonderful again is that. The Taoist, in considering future matters, is fully aware of the power of simplicity and sincerity, ultimately falling into the trap of the astute old man, becoming the descendant of Zhuo Wangsun in terms of character and the heart of a woman. The line of thought can also be said to be extremely strange and peculiar. As for Xiao Lai's unsold body, Miss Yu Xiang had many repressed emotions before. Always due to being busy with writing, she could not express them, but now she has finally spoken about him. When she was enjoying herself, her ruthless father drove her husband out. Like a man who gives up drinking or someone who abstains from meat, it was impossible to last for even 3 or 5 nights, let alone this year when she had to stay single. After her husband's death, since real amusement was unattainable, she turned to watching Spring Palace books. However, the more she watched, the less she felt restrained by her sexual desires. From then on, she put away the Spring Palace books and looked for some other books to pass the time. As for what kind of book would help her at this time, in the author's opinion, other types of leisure books are not useful. The only suitable ones are the books she read as a young girl under her father's guidance, such as biographies of noble women and the classic of filial piety for women, which could indeed help her cope with her loneliness. If she had taken them out and read them, not only would she have found relief from her sorrow, but even as a widow, she could have endured it. How could she have thought of this solution instead? She ended up taking out the books her husband had bought and studying them. The books that the husband bought were all erotic literature, such as Qi Zi Xuan, Shuatang Yishi, and Ruyi Junchuan, and so on. He examined them closely in detail. He only saw that whenever it talked about the degree of men's gifts, it was either thousands or tens of thousands, describing men's penises as either extremely large or extremely long, even having a head like a snail and a body like a rabbit being, hung without drooping. In his heart, he thought, I don't believe that men have such vigorous things on their bodies. The items belonging to my family's men are no longer than 2 inches and no wider than 2 fingers. During the most active period, they can hardly exceed 100 or 200 times. It would be discharged. How could there be thousands? Since ancient times it has been said, trusting books too much is like having none at all. These stories from 100 books must have been fabricated by book creators. There cannot be such strange things. After a moment of doubt, he thought again. The world is so vast and men are numerous. All sorts of strange things might happen. How could it not? One can't know for certain if the stories in the books are true. If a woman marries such a man, The joy of being a housewife cannot be described in words. Even the gods in heaven would not wish to take on such a role. She doubted and believed this again. For days, she got up early, but did not engage in any work. Instead, she spent her time reading idle books, wanting to satisfy her carnal desires intensely until her husband returns to release them together. However, later she learned that there was no news from him, which filled her with resentment. She thought to herself, in my previous life, because I didn't cultivate myself, I married this heartless man, and our sexual relationship has been sporadic for several months, costing me years of opportunities. Given his excessive lust, it's unlikely he would have resisted temptation until now. Since he chose the wrong path, I also opened a back door. It wouldn't be out of place if I were to associate with another man. Unfortunately, due to the strict seclusion of my chamber, I have no chance to meet any men. Thinking about this situation, her resentment towards her husband shifted to her father's anger, and she wished he would pass away soon so that a man could come in. When Zhuan Laoshit saw a woman, it was as if a hungry hawk spotted a chicken. No matter her appearance, good or bad, he would eat her if he could. In the early days when he worked, although he had this desire, first, seeing her honesty, he did not dare to look up at her during their encounters. Second, with her coming and going during the day, it was impossible to find a suitable moment. Later, after hearing she was selling herself, his heart rejoiced, and he wanted to be close to her from that night on. Unfortunately, his father arranged for them to marry, and after they bowed to each other, they both entered their rooms, making him feel jealous. After his father fell asleep, he quietly went to listen to their conversation. Zhuan Laoshit's penis was very large, and despite Rui being over 20 years old, because of the master's sincerity, she had never stolen a glance at him, so she remained a virgin. How could she withstand such a huge thing? The cries and wails were enough to shock heaven and earth. Even those listening in felt pain for her. Zhuan Laoshit saw that she couldn't take it anymore and hastily ended things. Yu Xiang stood for a while but found nothing good, so she also went to sleep in her room. By the second and third nights he went to listen again, but all he saw was suffering, not pleasure. He continued listening until after the third night, when he felt his true skills should manifest. For several nights, he would blow out the lamp and go to sleep. But on this particular night, he left the lamp unblown and the bedspread untouched. Before even touching her, he managed to make her grasp a phallus over 8 inches long, which she could not hold in one hand. After some manipulation, he inserted it into her vagina. The vagina had become loose from its previous tightness due to the phallus. Jian Gong displayed his skills, and his movements were as described in the books. He would not stop until he reached several thousand times. From the strange pain came a strange pleasure. The cries no longer seemed earth-shattering. Those who used to alleviate her pain now brought her joy. The lust fluid that appeared was more than that produced through stimulation. From that day forward, Yu Xiang's heart belonged to Jian Gong. Even after he entered her, Jian Gong did not remain honest. Meeting Yu Xiang, he could not help but sneak glances at her, and if she smiled, he would return the smile. One day, while Yu Xiang was bathing in her room, he passed by outside, coughing without thinking. Yu Xiang knew it was him, wanting to show off her skin to arouse his lust. She deliberately said, "I'm taking a bath over here. Who's that out there? Don't come in." The older man, knowing the implication behind her words, dared not reject her kindness and wet a part of the paper window, leaning against it to peer inside. Yu Xiang saw someone at the window and realized what was happening. She positioned herself, presenting her 2 rounded peaks and open vagina directly towards the window, hoping he would look closely. Afraid that the water might obscure her view, she reclined her body, spread her legs, revealing her front, allowing him a complete view. After resting for a while, she sat up, holding her vagina in both hands, admiring herself, sighed deeply, and exhibited an expression of being unable to scratch her itch, exasperated. After a close look, Quan realized that the woman was at her most seductive and desperate. If he entered, he would definitely not turn away any guest. He pushed open the door and burst in, kneeling before Yu Xiang and saying, "I, a lowly servant, should be put to death." He then stood up and embraced her. Yu Xiang feigned surprise and asked, "Why are you so bold?" Quan responded, "My intention in selling myself was to come close to the young miss. Initially, I needed a private moment to pour out my heart, and only after receiving permission from the miss did I dare to be audacious. Unfortunately, upon seeing the delicate beauty of the maiden today, I couldn't resist, and thus intruded, seeking the miss's help." Yu Xiang inquired, "According to you, what should we do?" "Can something be done in the bathtub?" Quan replied, "I am aware that this place and time are not suitable. All I beg is for your forgiveness, and if granted, I will serve you at night." Yu Xiang said, "If you sleep with you, a desired woman, at night, how could she agree to let you come?" Master Quan frankly said, "She's extremely sleepy. She sleeps right through until dawn after the night's business. I came to her secretly tonight. She wouldn't know." Jade replied, "That's up to you." Seeing her consent, Master Quan ran his hands over her entire body and kissed her twice, making a deal that he would wait for her to unlock the door that night. Just as he was about to leave, it grew late. Jade Xiang wiped herself dry, didn't wear any clothes, or eat dinner, and climbed into bed, wanting to catch up on sleep to be able to share in his business. However, she couldn't fall asleep again until past midnight when she heard the door creak open. Realizing he was inside, she whispered, "Swixen, brother, are you here?" Master Quan softly responded, "Miss, I'm here." Jade Xiang, worried he wouldn't be able to find her in the dark, quickly climbed down and guided him to bed, saying, "Love, your things. I've seen them before. They're different from anyone else's. I can't handle it. Please take your time." Although he said these words, his heart still suspected her of being insincere. How could a man who steals women not have immense resources? It is only logical that his wife would be afraid of pain. So, he suddenly pushed his penis towards the female entrance. Yu Xiang couldn't hold back and got angry, saying, "I told you to be calm. Why are you acting so rushed?" The old man, seeing that his persistence was in vain, realized that the initial words were not hollow. He cautiously replied, "Without misleading Miss, I have never seen a beautiful woman. Now, upon meeting Miss, my heart adores you beyond measure. I wish I could enter sooner, but because I applied too much force, I offended Miss. Now, please forgive me for my mistake." So, he lifted his penis and rubbed it around her vulva on both sides, not daring to enter the room. He proceeded inside her thigh gap. What does he mean? It turns out that this was a diverting stone to draw spring water technique. The slipperiest substance in the world is eos water, which nature has designed to nourish and moisten the vulva. Even saliva cannot match it. All who use saliva are men with impatience, unable to wait for the flow of lust, so they insert what is in their mouth into thick vagina using this trick. The water from other holes is not as smooth and easy to enter as the source. Old Master Zen did not know about this method at first, but because his son was large and his he small during his first marriage to a beautiful woman, he couldn't penetrate. Fortunately, the beautiful woman searched her mind and came up with this method, making something extremely difficult suddenly very easy. Now, Yu Xiang's Tao is the same width as the beautiful woman's former. Old Master Zen suddenly remembered this old affair, so he still uses this method, placing the phallus between his legs and rubbing her, causing her insides to itch so much that the flow of lust naturally comes out. With the arrival of the flow of lust, it is like a fleet of ships on a shallow beach getting spring tide. Once it arrives, it goes smoothly for miles. Even the oars and paddles are no longer needed. Yu Xiang saw him mistaking his leg crease for her, and laughed. "You've taken the wrong road. We don't usually do it like that." Old Master Zen replied, "Not at all. I just want to make you happy." After a while, I noticed my legs felt slippery, indicating that I was about to reach my climax. Afraid of being too slick and unable to reach the entrance, I grabbed Jade's hand and said, "I made a mistake earlier. Now I can't find the real hole. Please help me." Jade folded her legs and positioned my penis at the opening. She instructed, "Now, push it in yourself." Honest Wang did as she said, inserting it all the way in with each pull, sending about an inch or two inside. After about 20 pulls, the 8-inch-long penis was completely inside her. Jade, impressed by his technique, became even more affectionate. She hugged him tightly and exclaimed, "My dear, you are new to women's intimacy. How do you know how to be so understanding?" "I want to kill you!" In the beginning of their sexual encounter, Honest Wang received this compliment, so he was determined to perform perfectly. He executed the movement smoothly, neither too quick nor too slow, maintaining a steady pace. After reaching this point, he could not find a single positive word to say, and even failed to offer any praise. So, he stopped. Yu Xiang had never experienced such a feeling before, and she was delighted. From then on, he couldn't do without her every night. At first he continued to act according to his plan, but later realized that it wouldn't work, so he decided to be honest with her about everything. Yu Xiang feared that Ruyi would get jealous, so she served her wholeheartedly, acting as her maid-in-chief in all aspects. Sometimes they would share a bed for one night or even halfway through the night, and on joyful occasions the three of them would sleep together. Initially, Quan's original intention was to take revenge, hoping that after getting hold of the situation, he could leave after sleeping for a few months without being held back by any woman. However, he didn't expect the misunderstanding to be so deep. Initially, when he slept with Yanfang for several years, they didn't have a child, but now with Yu Xiang, she became pregnant. At first, he wasn't aware of it, but after 3 months, he started to feel the pregnancy. He tried every possible way to find medicine to abort the baby, but it was unsuccessful. Yu Xiang wept sincerely to Quan Laoshan. I have dedicated my life to you. You know my father's strict laws. Even if I speak a single wrong word, he will beat and scold me. Would he allow such wickedness? Knowing that I am destined for death tomorrow, is it not better for me to end it now and avoid any trouble? Having said this, she prepared to hang herself. Quan Laoshan pleaded with her earnestly multiple times. Yu Xiang replied, "If you want me to live, the only way is to take me away, escape to a foreign land. First, it will eliminate future worries. Second, it will allow us to build a lasting marriage. Third, regardless of whether I bear a son or daughter, they will be part of your lineage, and he will be safe from drowning." Quan Laoshan, seeing that she had valid points, decided to act on her wishes while secretly planning to escape when the gatekeeper was asleep. However, he did not know where she would go, or what would happen later. The review says, "Some who see this return doubt that the Iron Gate sage is a good person, for why should there be seductive women associated with him? Heaven, if it wishes to punish wickedness, does not it also wish to encourage virtue? I say, this is not so. Such retributions are precisely where heaven does not err. The Iron Gate sage has never had even one friend in his lifetime. He has not seen a single person. It is quite strange and excessive that he should have cleared land and exempt from rent for only 1 year when the normal practice is 3 years. He did not pay wages to the peasants who served him at times, which are all cruel and stingy acts. How could there be no retribution later on? So this is the reason why fox-like officials who have no virtue do not prosper in the end. Can a gentleman not be cautious?" The old man, Honesty, reported the cause of revenge with a slower pace. Now let him speak freely about what happened to Moore. Since that night when he embraced Shi Yun and discussed past events, he knew those 3 beautiful women were all from his family, and the 2 young men had an extra special connection. Just because the nights are long and the days short, with 2 affairs to attend to, they never asked the names of the 3 women or their husbands' nicknames, or where their homes were located. It wasn't until the 2nd night that they finally inquired. Xiang Yun said, "I call her little lady. She was born on the day of the flower dawn, named Flowering Dawn. We call her Grandma Dawn. Her husband has been dead for 10 years now, and though she longs to remarry, she cannot, because after giving birth to a bastard son, her health suffered, making it difficult for her. Therefore, she remains a widow. I call the other 2 young sisters. They are her direct nieces-in-law. The older one is named Rui Zhu, and the younger one Rui Yu. Rui Zhu's husband goes by Wu Yunsheng, and Rui Yu's husband Yilinsheng. They are brothers. Although their families have separate doors, they actually communicate with each other. I am the only one who lives a bit further away, separated by several door faces. They always gather in this alley." Minju listened, and his joy grew even more. He remembered the words of Xian Kunlun from the day before about 2 wealthy women, and realized it was about her. It can be seen that the thief's eyes are just as subtle as those with colored eyes, not a single flaw. I asked Xuan Yun yesterday, "Thanks to your warm hospitality, you granted me permission to see your 2 sisters, but I don't know when we will meet again?" Xuan Yun replied, "In 3 or 5 days, I will leave and can take you to meet them. However, there is one thing. After I leave, I won't return, and this bed will no longer be a place for us to enjoy ourselves." Midong was startled and asked, "What's the reason for this? Please tell me clearly." Xuan Yun explained, "My husband is staying at our home, and those 2 brothers are his students, neither good at literature nor academics. They might fail the imperial examination if they try to become scholars. Since both have run afoul of the law, they must go to Beijing to serve their sentence. My sisters cannot leave their master, so my husband will have to accompany them. He is concerned about me having no one to take care of, and wants to bring me home, so we 3 sisters will live together. I need to set off in these few days, hence after I leave, I won't return, and the only option is for you to meet them there." After listening, Wei Yang was overjoyed and thought, "Why not have 3 men leave together and 3 women matchmake together? We can then indulge ourselves in free love." Sure enough, a few days later, the teacher and his 3 apprentices set out. On the day they left, they took Hong Yun along. Hong Yun and Wei Yang hit it off immediately. How could their relationship last long? Inevitably, after meeting once, details would leak out, and we'd have something to discuss, so he was brought in to handle things. The next day, Hong Yun asked Rui Zhu and Rui Yu, "Did you two go back to the temple to burn incense?" Rui Yu replied first, "We went once, but why should we keep going? Is it just about burning incense?" Hong Yun said, "If there's such a handsome man bowing to you, it wouldn't be too frequent for him to come by every few days." Rui Zhu said, "I will burn incense, but I don't have a fan to give him." Hong Yun replied, "Dear sister, please don't laugh at me. Although my fan is damaged and its value is lost, your 2 sisters, even though they receive his bows, haven't seen him return with you, just some playful teasing to make you feel pining in love." Rui said, "The 2 of us have talked about it and can't figure out why. That man's actions were so inconsistent. If he goes crazy like that, it's as if he can't wait for the next day and will come looking for you that very night. But when we waited, there was no sign of him. Since he is so heartless, why not just give up on those heads and move on?" Xiangyun replied, "I've heard that he spends his days thinking about you, but in vain. There's nothing we can do." Rui said, "Perhaps he only thinks of you when he sees the fan, leading to a heartache." Xiangyun agreed. The fan has indeed caused him some sorrow. It's not a lie. But now he has moved on. Head-banging and sadness is heavy, and it's hard to recover from immediately. In the future, if it leads to his death, I'm afraid you'll have to answer for it." Rui and Ruyan found his words suspicious, so they both looked at his face to gauge his expression. Xiangyun spoke while laughing, putting on an arrogant air. 2 together said, "Seeing you looking so confident, doesn't it mean you've made some progress?" Xiangyun replied, "Almost. I heard that they had a dispute with you and him." Upon hearing this, they felt like failed scholars who had encountered a new patron, both ashamed and envious, and quickly turned their faces into smiles, saying, "Come now, congratulations. I didn't congratulate you for having a proud new brother-in-law, but where is he? Would he lend us a look?" Xiangyun purposely made it difficult. "You've met him already. Why do you need to see him again?" Ruiyu said, "He used to be a passerby on the road, and I couldn't return his bow. Now that he's a close relative, there's no harm in meeting again. Let us return the favor by calling him brother-in-law and showing our warmth." Xiangyun said, "Meeting with him isn't difficult. I'll call him over. But I'm afraid when he sees you face to face, he will go crazy like he did before and offend the 2 wise sisters, which would be impolite." Ruiyuan said, "He was less restrained at first, so he acted recklessly. Now with you, a jealous person, standing before him, how can he dare to be bold?" Ryu agreed with Ruiyuan and said, "All your words are baseless. He cannot bear to see someone else, so how would he want to meet them? In the initial alliance it was indeed said that in times of hardship we share the burden and in times of prosperity we share the joy. However, now there is little left from those days. All I ask is that he sets aside his jealousy from the past, ignores the head-bowing incident, and just lets bygones be bygones." "Why does he still harbor other thoughts?" Xiangyun, having listened, understood her frustration and responded gravely, "Do not rush to judgment. If I were to enjoy solitude and not share in your happiness, it would suffice for me to stay at home and be content with him day and night. Why bring one's own jealousy to someone else's home? I now promise you this, showing no ill intent. Let us discuss it collectively and establish a rule. After meeting, there will be no more competition or tension among us. Then I shall invite him in, and we can all gather together." Rui Ju said, "If you agree to this, it won't be in vain that we bow and pay homage. Please set some rules for us to follow." Xiang Yun replied, "I have been with him before you, so from a logical standpoint, there should be a distinction between husband and wife, senior and junior. If anyone tries to take advantage of our good relationship, I am their sister in favor. This is just formal talk. During both day and night, we must maintain a hierarchy, from the oldest to the youngest, and not step out of line. Even in our conversations, we should leave some room. We cannot let young strengths become old weaknesses, leading him to be seen as having come later, nor can we form too close a bond with new acquaintances, causing old friendships to grow cold, making me feel abandoned by my former fish. If you agree to these terms," Xiang Yun continued, "we will naturally be in harmony of spirit and mind. Are you willing to follow?" Rui Zhu and Rui Yu answered together, "This argument is very fair, but we fear you won't agree." Xiang Yun said, "Let me write a note and call him over." She took out a flower-styled paper and wrote 2 lines of poetry, all the women on Tiantai waiting for Liu Lang. After writing, she folded the note several times and put it in the penholder. Rui asked, "Why only write 2 lines? What kind of poem is this?" Ruzu replied, "I know Yunji's intention." She didn't want to make him search desperately, leaving 2 lines for him to continue later, saving herself from rewriting the note. "You love him too much." Xiangyun smiled and sealed the poem, giving it to a maid to deliver to her room, to be thrown through the gap in the wallboard. After the maid left, Rui asked, "How did you get him to come home? How many nights have passed?" Xiangyun recounted how he was living next door, their encounter, and how they slept together for several nights. Rui asked, "What are his abilities like?" Xiangyun answered, "If we talk about abilities, it's as if he could make people want to kill him. You 2 only know his good looks. You don't know that his true worth is a treasure." "Women have never seen or even heard of such a thing," said Shusu and Zhuyu, who, upon hearing this, were eager to ask questions, much like a student who has not taken an exam but encounters a friend who has passed, eagerly grasping the opportunity to ask about each detail, whether it is big or small, long or short, in the scriptures or not, with or without candles. At that time they were in the middle of eating, with bowls and plates still on the table, when Xiangyun, seeing their curiosity about the length, picked up a chopstick and said, "Such a chopstick exists." When asked about its size, he took a teacup and said, "Such a cup." To inquire about its hardness, he pointed to a bowl of tofu and said, "Such tofu." Shusu and Shuyu laughed and said, "This is extremely soft." "If it's so soft, what need is there for him to grow large?" Xiangyun replied, "Not quite. The hardest thing in the world is tofu. Unlike steel, which, although hard, becomes soft at the mere sight of fire. Tofu, on the other hand, gets harder the longer it is exposed to heat. Its properties cannot be altered. That's why I compared him to tofu." Ruizhu and Ruiyu said, "I don't believe there is such a precious gem." Xiangyun said, "I haven't fully expressed its unique qualities yet. It has 2 other amazing aspects. If I reveal them, you might not believe me. You'll just have to test it when the time comes." Ruizhu and Ruiyu responded, "You're right. We don't care if you believe us or not." Xiangyun then described the gem using a sequence of contrasts, first small and cool, then large and hot. The 2 listeners felt their desire rise, blushing, and eager to have him demonstrate his skill immediately. However, the maid had been gone for half a day, and it turned out that Yuan Cheng was not at home. He sat waiting in the room, and when he saw a bookcase, he climbed onto the wallboard. They spent half a day together. Just as Yuan Cheng returned, he threw the bookcase at him, finally obtaining a response. Turning the words around, "I see he indeed understands." He added 2 lines to the original poem. "Early prepared sesame rice meeting brings hunger to the gut." Ruizhu and Ruiyu, upon seeing this, knew that tonight would be a complete success, and they were overjoyed. Xiangyun said, "The order of the party tonight must be decided upon properly, so that at the time there will be no competition for who goes first." Ruizhu knew in her heart that she had slept through many nights, and it was only fitting that someone else take charge tonight. Though she felt this way, she pretended to be humble and said, "You just set down the rules, from oldest to youngest, from most important to least important. It doesn't matter who started it." Xiangyun replied, "The logic is sound, but tonight should be handled differently. Since ancient times they say, the first in is the host, the second in is the guest, and I have slept with him for a few nights, so this night let's establish the roles of host and guest between you 2. Each of you will take turns sleeping, once each, or half a night each, whatever feels best." Ruizhu and Ruiyu thought for a moment and spoke together. "It's not up to us to decide. We'll follow our parents' instructions." Xiangyun said, "Each person feels differently at night, but it's difficult for the host to accommodate everyone. So let each person stop at midnight. What do you 2 think?" They both remained silent, unable to express their true feelings. Xiangyun continued, "I know what you're thinking. The first one is afraid he won't want to fully indulge, so it's not appropriate. The second one is worried that he's at his last strength, and there's no sparkle in the host's demeanor, so it's also not suitable. I honestly tell you, his skills are worthy of several others." She turned to Ruizhu and said, "You should spend the night with him. You'll only be able to act on your feelings for a brief moment, and if it doesn't happen before midnight, just excuse yourself." She then addressed Ruiyu, "Get drunk later, and his jar of wine is clearly better in the second half. Don't worry too much." Both Ruizhu and Ruiyu nodded in agreement, saying, "As you wish." Xiangyun then instructed her servant to wait at the door. In a short while, Mu Yangsheng was let in. Ruyu and Ruyu, seeing him arrive, pretended to be shy and took a step back, allowing Xiangyun to greet him. Mu Yangsheng bowed deeply to Xiangyun and said, "Please have the two younger sisters come over to meet him." Xiangyun grabbed each of their hands and greeted them. After meeting, Ruyu called for a servant to bring tea, but Xiangyun replied, "There's no need for tea. He's thought about you both hard, so let each of you send some of the nectarines in your mouths as if they were tea." She then handed both hands over to Mu Yangsheng. Upon receiving them, he embraced them both, and first stuck his tongue into Ruyu's mouth, waiting for her to taste it, then into Ruyu's mouth, also waiting for her to taste it. After that, he brought the three mouths together to form a pinyin, pin character, and simultaneously took both tongues into his mouth, tasting them, before finally letting go. Meanwhile, the servant set out dinner, with Mu Yangsheng sitting at the head of the table, Xiangyun sitting below him, Ruyu on his left, and Ruyu on his right. After everyone had finished dinner and was about to clear the bowls, Yuanyu reached behind him and asked Yuan Cloud, "Please tell me, my wife, how shall we sleep tonight?" "I have already arranged it for you," said Yuan Cloud. "In the first half of the night, it will be Ruiju, and in the second half, it will be Ruyin." "But what about you, my wife?" asked Yuanyu. "Tonight, I will retreat and let them enjoy themselves. Starting from tomorrow night, we will take turns, following the order. But tonight, you must try your best, that's all," she replied. Yuanyu said, "Don't worry about that. It's just too hard for you." Yuan Cloud then ordered her maid to light a lamp and accompany Yuanyu and Ruiju inside. She stayed with Ruyin for a while, chatting casually to comfort her, before finally going to sleep. After entering the room, Ruiju and Yuanyu removed their clothes, got into bed, and indulged in pleasure. Just as things were getting heated, they found it quite challenging. However, remembering the pleasant words said during the day, Ruyin knew that future happiness would make up for this momentary discomfort, so she held on, biting her lip, and endured. Moment by moment, we waited for him to grow bigger, hoping he would become warmer. We saw him pull back, and sure enough, the more he manipulated himself, the larger he grew, drying and warming up until he seemed like a massive horned gentleman, swallowing a pot of boiling water as if it were nothing. He couldn't stop moving, but even staying still felt good inside. Only then did we realize that what was said during the day wasn't an empty promise. Precious Gem could indeed be this creature's alternative name. We held Onying tightly and said, "My dearest, with such a beautiful face, and this precious gem born on your body, how can you want to kill all the women in the world?" Onying replied, "If I cause someone to die, only then will I think about killing them. Dearest, would you really give up your life so that I can kill you?" Ruby said, "With this thing around, how could I not want to live? Just let me dry a few more times, and death would be peaceful. Don't give up my life on the first try." Onying then flipped over and started struggling vigorously. Riju's vulva may be deep, but her clitoris is very small. Just a few centimeters in, scratches and feels itchy. So, there is no failure in the act of thrusting and withdrawing. After 1,000 thrusts, she feels like dying, screaming, "My heart! I'm going to die now. Please spare me." Yuanyang wants to showcase his prowess, but upon hearing this, he ignores it, exerts no more force, and continues until the second watch. He realizes she is not a match, and stops. After holding her tightly for a while, Riju wakes up and says, "My love, how could you? My sister is waiting in the room. Go to her." Yuanyang asks, "How am I supposed to reach her in the dark?" Riju answers, "I'll have a servant guide you." She calls a maid who helps Wenyang and leads him to Riju's sister. The maid, a virgin of 15 or 16, shuddered at first when she heard him talk, her body trembling uncontrollably and a sensation of arousal coursing through her. Now, holding on to Mu Yangsheng's hand, she felt something give way. She led him to a secluded spot and said to him, "How could you be so heartless? You just enjoyed that feeling. Why don't you let me try it too?" She embraced Mu Yangsheng tightly with one hand while using the other to unfasten her own pants. Seeing her urgency and desperation, he calmed down and told her to sleep on a lazy couch, then gently spread her legs, inserted himself without any lubrication, directly contacting her most sensitive area. The maid had never been touched before. She thought that object was delicious like warm broth, so she eagerly welcomed him. However, as soon as he made contact, she cried out in pain. Mu Yangsheng noticed she was a virgin and coated himself with saliva, pressing firmly inside. She screamed again, It's impossible. If you continue like this, I won't enjoy it at all. Why does my older sister feel happy after doing it, and what is the reason for this? Mu Ying immediately felt his skin break and blood flow upon trying it for the first time, and it took him over 10 attempts before he found happiness. He then comforted her by saying, "My investment is too large. You can't afford it. I have a small helper called Shu Jian, whose investment is smaller. Bring him here tomorrow, and let's try a few times together. Then, after I'm done, it won't matter to me." The maid was incredibly grateful, got up, put on her pants, and led him there. As they arrived at the Rüyu gate, they saw brilliant candles illuminating the room. Hearing footsteps outside, the maid opened the door and invited him in. Mu Ying walked to the bed, saying, "My dear, I'm late. Please don't be angry." He then removed his clothes, pulled back the covers, and climbed onto Rüyu's stomach, positioning himself for intercourse. At first he felt intense pain, similar to that of Ru Zhu, but as they reached their climax, the sight of him struggling for breath was different from Ru Zhu's, making those who witnessed it feel sympathetic. What is the reason for this? Because his age was 3 or 4 years younger than Ru Zhu, and his body was slender, his skin delicate and incomparable. Standing before the steps, he feared being blown over by the wind. Sitting in a chair, he still needed support from others. How could he endure such affairs? After drawing several hundred, his eyes fluttered open, his lips half parted, with something on his mind that he couldn't express. It was simply that his weak body couldn't withstand it, and his spirit yearned to break free. If he drew for much longer, there would be concerns about his life and death. Mianqing looked at him with pity in his heart and asked, "Heart and liver, can you not endure this anymore?" Ruisu could not answer, merely nodding his head slightly. Mianqing then climbed down, waiting for her to catch her breath before proceeding. If he did, he would not be able to bear it. If he didn't, he loved her too much. He had no choice but to embrace her to his belly and sleep until dawn. Xiang Yunan and Ruiju got up early in the morning to discuss a long-term plan and went to Ruisu's bed to wake up Mianqing. When we lifted the curtain, all we saw was Ruiyu lying on top and Wei Yan lying below, so he woke them up and laughed. "We don't need to buy candles tonight." The 3 sisters laughed for a while and then discussed with Wei Yan, "If we go out tonight, someone might see us. Even if it's your own family, they'll wonder why you're not coming back at night. How about staying here for a few days without going back home? We can play chess, write poems, chat, and laugh. It would be happy. Do you have any clever plan?" Wei Yan replied, "I already figured out the perfect plan before I left." They asked, "What's the clever plan?" Wei Yan said, "My concubine is pregnant now and cannot do much. Yesterday, I told her that since I've been away from home for a long time, I haven't had a chance to go back, so I'm taking this opportunity to visit my hometown while you're pregnant. It will only take me a month to get there and back, and then I can see you during your delivery. After the delivery, you would have to return, but that might interfere with our leisure time." She said that I spoke the truth. Today, when I return, I will pack my bags and leave, saying only that I am going back to my hometown, but somehow I ended up at your place. In these 3 months, not only have I composed poems or played chess or told jokes, but I've also staged a few performances. The 3 women listened, filled with delight, all exclaiming over the clever plan. Anyang said, "There's one more thing I want to discuss with you all. By my side are 2 attendants, one left at home and one with me. But this little fellow has the air of a master, and if we don't give him some sweet treats he might return home and expose everything, leaving us in trouble." Ruiju replied, "That's easy enough. My family has plenty of maidservants. They can go with him for entertainment. Not only will it tie up the attendants, but it will also silence Mei Xiang's mouth, saving us from having to teach our men how to speak when they return." Anyang agreed. "Your plan is sound." They discussed their plans and sent Anyang back home. That night, they had the luggage transferred. After this, not only Yuan Yuan fell into a drunken sleep among the flowers, but even her personal attendant enjoyed the grace of kindness. Unfortunately, as soon as the spring colors of her former home dispersed, she had cause to lament the past. The critics said, "The fragrant clouds do not eat the alliance's vinegar, and they turn their affection to another man, a mutual friend." Although what they did was unjust, their bond of friendship was still admirable. To find men with upright morals is impossible. Today's allied brothers, in the things they share, are not necessarily all righteous, and their jealousy is even greater than that of those who are not aligned. Such men, fortunately, do not become women, for if they did, they would undoubtedly indulge in every kind of lewd behavior before stopping. Volume 4, Zen, After Awakening 16th Return, A good thing interrupted by demon. The spring palace and its box of robberies, the poem says, with a heart of fragrance, I endure the spring sunshine, adding silk embroidery to my small pavilion. As she sewed, her needle suddenly broke, and good fortune in the painting increased. Huang Yun, along with Ruiju and Ruiyu, hid Yuan Yuan in their home, following established rules, where one person slept each night. Circling back, repeating several times, Yuan Sheng added a new example outside the old pattern, called 1/3 unity. They slept together for 3 nights and then alternated again, sleeping alone for 3 more nights. This brought joy to her 3 sisters, creating a sense of shared form and pleasure. After introducing the new rule, they prepared a wide bed and sewed a large blanket 8 times its length. On the night they slept together, the sisters lay head to head without sheets, simply rolling over each other. The one who rolled on to whom would become excited, awakening fully on that person's body. Since their libidos were not too high, one might reach 100 to 200 thrusts, and another might not even reach 100. They had to rotate. If the middle sister reached her limit first, she would rotate to the left. If the left sister did, then the right sister was next. Once they completed their task before midnight, they spent the rest of the time caressing and savoring each other's warmth. One day, Xiangyun, Ruiji, and Rutu discussed behind their backs, the 3 of us have the luck to keep this divine being and treasure by our side for enjoyment. But with just one thing, good fortune often comes with trouble. We must be cautious when we are at our peak, preventing potential setbacks, and ensuring it remains unknown to outsiders. If they sense an opportunity, they might gain a foothold. Ruiji said, Our home is deep and secluded, with no chance for strangers to enter. What happens inside is unknown to the outside world. Even our officials are only allowed to wait outside the second door. They are not permitted to enter. The greatest fear is a woman. If she finds out, our good fortune will be ruined. Xiangyun asked, Which one? Ruiji replied, It's Morning Aunt. You know her character, she's as lewd as they come. Even though she's widowed, at any moment she wouldn't mind a man. Moreover, when she went to burn incense, seeing people bowing made her go crazy, like she was ready to kneel down and return the favor. However, it was difficult for her to act on these impulses. When he returned, he praised him highly again, and said it was a pity not to know his name and address. If they had known his name and where he lived, they would surely have let him go. You say that the person who loves him, if she knew we were hiding him in our home for fun, how could she not feel jealous and plot against us? Once she plots against us, we will face unforeseen misfortune. Not just that good things cannot be done. Shunyun said, What you say makes sense. She is indeed a lecherous person, and this matter must be considered carefully. Ruiju said, At first, I was afraid the maid would reveal it, but now with the documents sealed away, I think she won't spread it. But I'm worried that if she comes in person and sees him, she'll recognize him. She usually comes at certain times. She wouldn't make a sound or move, just sneak into the room. Those eyes, like a thief looking for oil, darting around everywhere, as if someone were hiding something from her. Today, we must be cautious. First, I must instruct the maids to take turns watching at the junctions. As soon as she approaches, they should signal with a cough or cry, and we will hide. Second, we need to find a hiding place where she won't be able to spot or find anyone. Ruyi asked, Where should we hide? 3 people discussed. Some suggested behind the door, others under the bed. Ryu said, This isn't clever enough. Her keen eyes would surely find anyone hidden behind doors or under beds. After a moment's thought, they noticed a bamboo box used for storing ancient paintings, measuring 6 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 3 feet deep, with a layer of bamboo mesh on the outside and thin boards inside. Ryu pointed at it, saying, This is an excellent item. Its size is just right, allowing one person to sleep inside while keeping their presence hidden in critical situations. The plan was to remove 2 thin boards from the inside, which would be sufficient. Xiangyun and Ruiyu said, Indeed, it's a brilliant idea. After making the decision, they instructed the servant to call her on duty and removed another 2 thin boards from the bamboo box. They told Yuanying to sleep inside if a woman came, without making any noise. Since the plan was implemented, there were several instances of women visiting, but thanks to the servant's signal system, Yuanying quickly hid, remaining undetected. On a random day, the 3 sisters had their own affairs to attend to. In Yuanying's box, he found a book and opened it, seeing many names of beautiful women, ranked by beauty, with criticisms written in his handwriting. They asked, When was this book created? What is its purpose? Yuanying replied, I wrote down these observations during my time at the temple. After completing the plan, I will select a few talented females and prepare them for official communication, regularly tending to their needs. 3 asked, has the Jade Shoot student achieved anything lately? Moore answered, indeed they have. The 3 laughed and said, then let us judge them by this assignment. Moore replied, there is no need to suspect. They then unveiled the rankings of the 3 students, pointing them out. After a careful review, all 3 felt proud. Only Xiangyun noticed that his comments were slightly more critical than those of the other 2, and though delighted, he was not entirely satisfied. Fortunately, he had been prepared, adding an extra circle above the others, promoting the first-place ranking to special first place. When Xiangyun saw this, despite recognizing the distinction between detailed and general comments, he felt no particular importance. However, when he turned to the back, there was another name, Mysterious Dark Woman, whose critique rivaled that of Ruiju and Rutu. The 3 were startled and inquired simultaneously, this exquisite lady, who is she? Moore replied, she is the one who entered with you both on that day. Ruiju and Ruiju listened, and couldn't help but laugh. This is absurd. How can she be of such an age and appearance to compete with all 3 of us for the top position? There's no way this could happen. Xiangyun said, this criticism is so poor that it's humiliating. It's best we just ignore it. Unknowingly, Muaihang wanted to reveal the truth. How one person's good fortune had brought shame upon all. However, the 3 students shouted in unison, not allowing the instructor to speak. Ruiju and Ruiju said, Xiangyun's words are very reasonable. We should withdraw from the competition and let the old teacher take first place. Ruiju picked up her pen, erased the names of the 3 people along with their criticisms, and wrote in the margins, Wei Yin is young and Chai is old. They dare not act independently. Please step aside respectfully. After approving it, he turned to Yuanyang and said, this talented student from the Jade Bamboo Gate is not far away, and the side gate can be accessed. Please water her, as us 3 won't bother you with cultivation. Yuanyang, seeing his indignation, didn't know how to respond, so she bowed her head and followed them, remaining silent. Only after they calmed down did she explain the situation. Her motivation was a love for your house's birds, wanting to introduce them to each other to facilitate interactions among you all. She offered a few compliments, but it wasn't intended as criticism. Please don't be too hard on her. Hearing this, the 3 of them let go of their indignation. Yuanyang, after releasing her anger, amused herself by seeking pleasure. She undressed first, lying in bed, waiting for them to disrobe. Just as she was about to climb into bed, a cough from the gatekeeper startled her. Recognizing it as a signal, they quickly dressed, with Xiangyun hiding inside while Ruiju and Ruyi hurried out to greet them. Yuanyang's clothes were taken off first and piled beneath the women's garments, making them inaccessible. When everyone had finished dressing, when they tried to get back into their clothes, they found they could not, so they had to climb into the box naked. Moreover, as Dawn Flower walked to the middle hall, she saw Ruju and Ruyu, and noticed that both of them had frightened expressions on their faces. She began to wonder what was going on between these 3 people, and decided to snoop around their bedrooms to find out. However, she discovered that they had locked a live spring scene inside a box. Dawn Flower walked into the room and praised them, saying, it's been a while since I've seen you. Everything is so neatly arranged. She then walked around the bed once. She even searched inside the wardrobe, found no traces. It turned out that she was just suspicious, without any real connection. So she sat down and chatted with all 3 of them. Unfortunately, the matter could not be completed properly. No matter how they tried, their secrets still leaked out. At first, when the 3 heard coughing sounds, everyone panicked. They had only enough time to dress and open their books, hastily cramming the hidden person inside and finishing the task. Unbeknownst to them, a book was left on the desk, undisturbed and uncollected. Until the moment of speaking, it was only then that they saw. Just as they were about to take it, suddenly, Flower Dawn's eyes were quick, and she squeezed it into her hand. The 3 people panicked, all trying to grab it, but no one succeeded. Xiangyun knew that it couldn't be taken away, so she let go first and deliberately said to Ruyu and Ruyan, it's just a book I picked up on the road. I'll give it to Dawn Auntie to take away. Why bother to grab it? Both of them let go at the same time, and Flower Dawn said, since Sister Cloud has given me this grace, let me open it and see what kind of book it is. She stood up and created a distance of more than 10 feet from the 3 of them, and when she opened it, they saw the words Wide Collection of Spring Colors, which was just a book of spring-themed art. They hurried to turn the pages, first looking at the figures and then at the titles, only then understanding its meaning. Surprisingly, flipping back and forth, there wasn't a single image of a spring scene. They were all critical phrases. It was only then that they realized it was a book by a passionate man critiquing beautiful women, even better than the Spring Colors book. Just look over the general criticism and pay close attention to one named Xuanxi Jialan. The subsequent commentary is as if it were written about her. I couldn't help but feel intrigued. I wondered if this book was perhaps created by someone I met at the temple. I turned to the front and read the title, Encountering Three Beauties on a Certain Day. I then thought about the words yin red and mulberry-colored, and it became clear that she is the one referred to. When I saw the comment Huayan Chuyo, Jiangren Niansun, I recognized the handwriting as Ruiju's, so I lowered my face, tucked the book away in my sleeve, and reluctantly sighed. The ancient sage Kai Lun, who created these characters, was truly a saint. Xiangyan said, "How do you know?" Huachen said, "Every character he created has an explanation. Take the gang adultery character, for example. It is composed of 3 women characters, just like if 3 women lived together and committed adultery. Don't you understand the beauty of Kai Lun's character creation?" Riju and Ruyan said, "We've lived here and haven't done anything. Where did this talk come from?" Hua Chen replied, "If you didn't do it, where did this book come from?" Xiangyun answered, "I found it on the road during my journey." Hua Chen said, "Don't deceive me. I just want to know where the person who created this book is now. Bring them out properly. If you don't tell me, I'll write a letter and put this book inside, sending it to your husbands so they can come back and talk to you." The 3 of them saw that she was not pleased with their response and couldn't argue with her. They simply said the book was picked up, and they didn't know the name or location of the person who made it. While Hua Chen questioned them, he looked around, wondering, "I've checked everywhere else, but this painted box has never been examined. Why is it suddenly locked? There must be a reason for this," so he said, "Since you are unwilling to lift it, I will temporarily let it go and examine it again another day. But there are a few rolls of ancient paintings in your box. Please open it, so I can take a look." Rui Zhu replied, "I don't know where the key is. I've looked for it these past few days but haven't found it yet. When I do find it, I will open the paintings and show them to the young lady." Hua Chen said, "This won't be a problem. There are many keys at home that can open it." He instructed his servant to fetch them. In no time, several hundred keys were brought. Hua Chen took them and went to open the box. The 3 women felt like statues, unable to express anger or stop him, so they had no choice but to let him open it. Deep down, they feared that her key would not align properly, and she wouldn't be able to open it. However, she didn't need a second key. The first one opened it smoothly. Lifting the lid, they saw a snow-white man sleeping inside, with a meat hammer across his legs in a state of maximum softness, leaving viewers astounded. It was unclear what he would look like once he hardened again. Seeing such a rare and valuable item, Flower Dawn could not resist, and she did not dare to disturb him. She still closed the box lid and locked it again, addressing the 3 men. "You have done a good deed. When did this man enter? How many nights have each of you slept here? Bring him out properly, or I will alert the authorities and neighbors, telling them that we have caught the adulterer. We'll let him in to confirm it, and then we'll take the box to the officials." Xiangyun, Ruiji, and Ruyu were shocked, their faces ashen, and they had no choice but to retreat to the back to discuss. Her words hold a sinister intent. If we do not pay attention to her, she will make it seem real. Now, we should go over and mediate, releasing this man, using official channels. They all approached Flower Dawn and said, "This is a good deed, and it's only right that you be at the forefront. Recognizing our mistake, we humbly ask for your forgiveness. We will bring out the items in the box and apologize." Flower Dawn replied, "How should we apologize?" "I insist," Xiangyun said. "Without keeping it from you, we 3 should share equally, and now we'll also give you a share." Huafan laughed and said, "This is a clever way to apologize. You've kept him hidden in your home for so many days, and only now have you offered me a share. Shouldn't we pursue those days he slept with someone else?" Ruiju asked. "What do you suggest, then?" Huafan answered, "If it's a private affair, the only condition is that he must return with me to enjoy ourselves. We can take our time and make up for lost sleep. After that, we'll let him go, spend the night with you all again. That seems fair. Otherwise, the only option is an official separation, where we all give up and don't eat." Ruitu interjected, "There must be some discussion about this. 3 nights or 5 nights, I think that's acceptable." Hua Chen said, "This number is not set. When I take him back and interrogate him, if you 3 say how many nights you've slept, then I will sleep the same number of nights and hand it over." The 3, after thinking deeply in their hearts, knew that Yuan loved all 3 of them, so they might not tell the truth or might understate the number of nights. So they agreed together. Since that's the case, he can only stay for 1 or 2 nights, and you take him back to interrogate him. After reaching an agreement, they opened the box and took Yuanyuan out, ready for her to go with them. Hua Chen, afraid he would escape, said to the 3, "If we walk during the day, family members might see us. It's risky. I have a clever plan. Without even needing to unlock this box, we can say that these ancient paintings originally belonged to our family, and ask some officials to come in, and with them, we can simply carry both the box and the person away." After saying this, before they could respond, he ordered his servant to call the officials. Soon, 4 officials arrived, took the painting box on their shoulders, and left swiftly. The 3 sisters, like bereaved women carrying a coffin, had sorrowful hearts, but could not cry. Not only did they not want this living spring palace to be taken away in a box, they were also afraid that the people in the box might be harmed by evil women, with no way in and no way out. Since the bookcase was similar to a coffin, it was considered an ominous sign. The critic said, "After meeting in the temple once, we suspected that something good would happen between Hua Chen and Ruizhu, or Ruiyu first, and Hua Chen's few words revealed the thread for stringing pearls and the brick to draw jade. Who knew that the author's heart mirrored the creator's, with a separate arrangement, refusing to be calculated by others, using the easiest person to obtain while producing the most difficult, which could also be called the extreme of strangeness, and the peak of illusion. Through cunning, one gets cheap but is poisoned. For personal pride, one conceals the truth and falls victim to deception." Hua Chen carried Ungim to his home, sent the butler away, then opened his box and took out a set of men's clothes, an old towel and socks, all his husband had worn during the day, placing them beside the bookcase. Then he unlocked the golden chain and beckoned for Yuanying to come out, helping him put it on. The 2 paid their respects to each other, then sat down. Yuanying's sly mouth was very good at deception. After seeing him in the temple, I thought about him all day long, not knowing his name or how to find him. Luckily, today's unexpected encounter brought me happiness, and I finally got to see his handsome face. Flowercrest, upon seeing Yuanying, believed his false words as truth, feeling joyful, and they went to bed together early. Although her body wasn't extremely fat, it was quite curvy. As soon as Yuanying climbed on top of her, she tightly embraced him, planted a kiss, and called out heart and liver, causing Yuanying to feel numb all over. He realized the woman had experienced this pleasure before, as he had never felt such intimacy. Now, what's the reason for this? You must know that there are 2 types of women: those who look good and perform well, and those who perform well but don't necessarily look good. The woman who looks good needs to possess 3 advantages. What are these 3 advantages? It is better to be slim than fat. It is better to be small than large. It is better to be delicate than robust. That's why the beautiful women painted on walls are all thin and delicate, with no depictions of plump bodies or vigorous spirits. All paintings of beauty are for human contemplation, not for practical use. Yet those intended for practical use also have their 3 preferences. Preference for fat over thin, preference for large over small, preference for robust over delicate. How can a woman who is both practical and beautiful possess these 3 preferences? For any man sleeping on top of a woman there should be 1. Softness akin to a mattress, 2. Bodily equivalence, 3. Sufficient capacity to carry the weight. A thin woman is like a stone bedboard. Every inch of her body feels pain when lying down. How can she compare to a fat woman's softness and warmth? Lying on such a bed would not only cause one to lose all sense of their body, but also leave them with a refreshing spirit. Therefore, it is known that being thin is not as good as being fat. Sharing a bed with a small woman means her limbs cannot be aligned. The upper part cannot match the lower. The lower part cannot align with the upper. It feels like sleeping with a child. How could that be enjoyable? Thus we know that being small is not as good as being large. The weight of a man varies, with some weighing over 100 pounds and others as little as 70 or 80. Without strong women, how could they carry such loads? Sleeping on a timid woman's body, he fears he might hurt her. In matters of pleasure and enjoyment, one must prioritize comfort. Where's the need for trepidation? Therefore, we know that timidity is inferior to strength. This statement contradicts the notion of combining appearance with utility. If one can possess both opposites, such a woman, with just 8 parts of beauty, would be perfect. Despite her age, Hua Chen possesses both of these beauties. While Muang was asleep on the bed, Hua Chen showcased his strengths, cradling him with his gentle shoulders and legs, making him feel like a soft, fluffy pillow enveloping him entirely. You ask if it's enjoyable? All the women Muang had encountered before were slender and timid, so he didn't know this kind of pleasure. That's why he hadn't moved yet and felt a tingling sensation all over his body. Just because I felt happy, the below things became extra strong and robust, so I aimed my penis at her vagina. Hoa Chen's vagina had given birth before, so it was naturally wide, and she entered a good state without feeling any pain. She only saw 10 thrusts before she hugged Uncensored and cried out, "Heart and liver, hurry up! I'm going to lose myself." Uncensored couldn't pull more than 10 times, and he cried out again, "Heart and liver, don't move! I'm going to lose myself." Uncensored then pressed his head against Hoa Chen's vagina, paused for a moment, and when she had finished, he started again. As he moved, he asked, "Heart and liver, how can your skills be so poor? You couldn't last 30 thrusts and lost yourself? Your 3 nieces, the more numerous ones would need 200 or 300 thrusts, while the fewer ones would need 100 or 200 thrusts to release themselves." I said they were easy to deal with. Who knew women had their easier ones inside? Hoa Chen replied, "Don't think of me as easy. I am the first woman hardest to deal with. It takes at least 1,000 or 2,000 thrusts for me to lose myself. It is only at around 1,000 or 2,000 times, when I want to throw it away, that I exert a lot of effort. It's not because of this kind of drawing that I lose it." Anyang Untranslated said, "Since you have such ability, why was it so easy to pass this time? Is it a fake loss trying to deceive me?" Hua Chen Untranslated said, "It is not a fake loss. There's a reason. I haven't seen a man for over 10 years. My desire is very strong. Suddenly seeing your figure again, so attractive and your resources so robust, my heart was filled with joy beyond measure. So I thrust it in, and the seminal fluid came out unconsciously. This was something I did myself, unrelated to the act of drawing. If you don't believe it, just look at this once, and it won't be the same as before." Anyang Untranslated said, "That makes sense. There's still some I don't understand from what you said earlier. You mentioned that even for 1,000 or 2,000 drawings it requires a lot of effort, and it wouldn't be lost, but this sentence is really hard to fathom. Is there nothing else besides drawing that can be done?" Hua Chen said, "The method is no more than this. As long as we add some exciting techniques, or make noise, or say lewd things, to arouse my interest, then it will work. If there's no noise below, and no lewd talk, it's like doing business with a mute man. What fun is there? You can try all night until dawn, but that shadow won't appear. The only difference in my method from others is that I must die for a moment before I can live again. I've already told you this. If you see me die, don't be frightened." Anyang Sheng said, "From what you say, it requires a strong and robust man with great energy to achieve your loss. My energy is not top-notch, but it's still in the 2nd tier or so, which might be enough to handle you. But I wonder, how much energy does your deceased husband have?" Hua Chen replied, "His energy isn't in the 2nd tier, he's just barely in the 3rd. He also used to love stealing women and committed many immoral acts. He once told me, 'Everyone's genitals are made of flesh, but yours are made of iron, and you'll go to great lengths not to lose them.' He thought up many ways to arouse me, making it easier in the back. Whether it's 1,000 or 1,200, as long as I'm happy in my heart, I would give it up." Anyang said, "What kind of methods are these?" Hua Chen replied, "These methods are very easy to do and very interesting." "It's just 3 things. Anyang asked, "Which 3 things?" Hua Chen recited, "Admire the spring, read lewd books, and listen to lascivious sounds." Anyang said, "Admire the spring and read lewd books. These 2 things I had done when I was first married. They are indeed interesting. As for listening to lascivious sounds, not only have I never done it in words, I can't even interpret the topic. How is it called, listening to lascivious sounds?" Hua Chen said, "Throughout my life, I've enjoyed listening to people's affairs, which can help me become excited. When my first husband was alive, he would deliberately tell him to steal the servant girl, and make him do it loudly and quickly until the servant girl became too happy and woke up. At a crucial moment when I heard the excitement, I coughed, and he flew over, picked me up from the bed, shoved his penis inside me, and pounded wildly. It wasn't about following military strategy. It was all about ruthless battlefield tactics. This kind of pleasure not only satisfies the body but also my innermost heart. With just 7 or 8 thrusts, she would be done for. This method is even more exciting than watching Springtime or reading lewd books." Unclear said, "This line of argument is quite intriguing. But if you consider what you just said, my husband's stamina is already weak. How could he start with the servant girl and then deal with the main wife? And at first, He had to make it loud and intense. By the time he rushed over, he must have been at his limit. How could he continue with ruthless battlefield tactics? Flower Dawn said, let him not do it at first. There are others who can take care of it. Even if it's a wild battle later, he should be there to support. Otherwise, how could it be supported? Unborn said. I know who the butcher is. Isn't he a Mr. Horn? Flowering Dawn replied, indeed. This item my family has in abundance. Today, upon our first meeting, I didn't expect to lose it so easily. Tomorrow, when conducting business, this method will be employed. Unborn, after listening, didn't follow the military strategy but went for a wild attack, chaotic and unrestrained, pulling out thousands, naturally leading to pleasure from the negative side. She was only seen with cold hands and feet, eyes fixed and mouth agape, resembling death. If it weren't for the advance warning, Unborn would have been scared. Indeed, at the moment of death, she woke up. Holding Unborn, he said, my dearest, you needn't use the butcher's tools. You've lost me. It seems your energy is top-notch. How can you be considered second-rate? Unborn answered, I've marked you as top-rate in my book, and now you've done the same for me. Why such haste? Hua Chen said, I was about to ask you, which names on that book are erased? Which note at the back is added? Mian Yang could not bring himself to say. He just shrugged. Hua Chen continued, even if you refuse to speak, I understand clearly in my heart. Those three say I am old and withered, yet worthy of them. They compare themselves to Huiyin, and me to Shuangwen, which means they do not want to be associated with me. It's not that I boast, but even though their ages are a few years younger and their faces are a bit more tender than mine, you can see for yourself in front of them. If it comes to doing things, I fear I am still faster than them. Today, I keep this in my heart and do not argue with them. When I have free time, I will invite them to a competition. A handsome man and 4 beautiful women, all stripped of their clothes, competing during the day, each showing off their skills, and let's see who is better, the young or the mature. Mian Yang said, what you say makes sense. This competition cannot be avoided. When the sky grew dark, the 2 men put on their clothes, and the servant arranged the food. Hua Chen had a very good drinking capacity, rivaling that of Wei Trungsheng. They played rock, paper, scissors and drank until dawn. With the excitement from alcohol still coursing through them, they continued to discuss matters in bed. That night, due to the lack of sexual release for a long time, their vitality was easily exhausted, without needing any special methods. By the next morning, they brought out many sensual books and erotic literature, arranging them on the desk, ready for quick reference. He looked at the 2 long-haired maidservants, both around 17 or 18 years old, with beauty and charm, already having passed their blossoming period, and capable of enduring it, so he instructed them to stay by his side for amusement. From then on, they enjoyed themselves every morning and night, using all 3 methods. Hua Chen feared that neighbors might come and demand the items back, so after bringing the box over, she locked the side door. No matter how much she called out, it remained shut. On the 5th day, Wei Trungsheng felt guilty and pleaded on her behalf. Hua Chen had no choice but to say she would sleep until the 7th day, then return them to her after that. The 3 of them stopped calling out once they had secured a regular supply. On the 8th day, while Mu Yangsheng was preparing to leave, Hua Chen still had a request for her private room. Thanks to Mu Yangsheng's clever words, she finally left. When they opened the door and walked away, the Xian Yun sisters were overjoyed upon seeing them, and asked Mu Yangsheng, how was your overnight stay? How did you find this old thing's interest? Mu Yangsheng feared they might be jealous, so she didn't praise it too much. Instead, she explained 3 ways to them, hoping they would learn from her. She even mentioned Hua Chen's plans for a victory, encouraging everyone to show their strength and not let a day's shortcoming obscure 1,000 days' growth. The sisters listened and secretly plotted against Hua Chen, but they couldn't decide on a plan and eventually dropped it. Xian Yun said, starting today, we'll return to the previous arrangement, with each person taking turns sleeping in the private room for 1 night. Ruizi and Ruyuan agreed. This is perfect. 3 people thus slept separately for 3 nights. On the 4th day, as they were about to perform their joint formation ritual, unexpectedly, Hua Chen wrote a message, inviting them all to a grand gathering, and arranged for some additional contributions from others, asking them to prepare a feast. While drinking, they would carry out their tasks, finally feeling excited. The 3 of them discussed, since today is the day we sleep together, according to ancient saying, adding guests does not kill chickens, it wouldn't matter much if she came for the gathering and joined us. This way, we become mere spectators. They immediately wrote back to her. obeying your command. Hua Chen has a high status. Why didn't she call her niece directly, instead insisting on calling the young lady her niece? You should know that her family has a 10-year-old son. Although young, he is knowledgeable. Initially, hiding Yuan Cheng at home was not an issue, but now with 4 women and 1 man drinking and having fun, it would be hard to conceal them, and it would be embarrassing if their son saw them. The 3 Cloud sisters have no children, so as long as they closed 2 doors, they were unseen. Therefore, regardless of rank, they were willing to come over to her place. Only after the Yu character was written, a moment later, Hua Chen arrived to attend. Seeing her sleeves fluttering as if carrying something within, Muang Uncentral asked, "What's in your sleeve?" Hua Chen replied, "It's an interesting item. It serves both alcohol and love, that's why I brought it." She then took it out for everyone to see. It was a spring-themed wine cart. Muang said, "This item is best used during the peak of our gathering today, so don't look at it now. Wait until the drinking spirit takes hold. Each of you take 1 and mimic me based on the rules shown." Xiangyun Fragrant Cloud replied, "That's a good idea. Let us 4 go through it first, understand it thoroughly, then we can all mimic it when the time comes." Muang agreed. Hua Chen added, "I've seen this many times before. The methods on top are all familiar. There's no need for last-minute improvising. I'll just show you now." The 3 of them smiled and spread out the cards, examining each one carefully. Upon seeing one, there was only a young woman lying on a flat stone in Taihu Lake, exposing her posterior, engaging in an act with a man. The 3 of them laughed together and said, "What shape is this? Why did you lose your dignity and not do a proper thing, but instead engage in something awkward?" Flower Dawn asked, "Which one is it?" "Let me see." Fragrant Cloud passed it to her. She looked at it and said, "This method is copied from words, isn't it? Don't you know that?" Fragrant Cloud replied, "Which words are they? We've never seen them. Please teach us." Flower Dawn said, "It's a passage from a tale of a maid to be married. Initially, there was a beautiful maiden and a handsome scholar living apart from each other. The scholar yearned for the maiden, but could not get her, leading to a sickness of longing. He sent someone to pay his respects to the maiden, saying that just seeing her once would make him happy even if he died, and he dared not do anything improper. The maiden, finding his words pitiful, agreed. When the time of their meeting arrived, she sat in the scholar's embrace, allowing him to hug her, touch her, and even kiss her. But she refused to engage in any conversation with him. When he pressed her to commit, she replied, "I'm getting married. We can't do this." The scholar, desperate, knelt on the ground and pleaded, but she still refused. She simply repeated, "I'm getting married." He said that his desire to see her was only because of her beauty, that he wanted to feel her body, stick to her skin, and that she had allowed him to do so now. With her entire body in his embrace, he could also satisfy his heart's desires. Why would he insist on damaging her innocence? If her husband discovers this tomorrow when they get married, she will never be able to live a decent life again. How can this be right? The scholar responded, "In male-female interaction, it is only after exploring these 3 inches that one can truly feel affection. Otherwise, in the long run, we are just 2 people who physically lean on each other but cannot satisfy our heart's desires." She knelt on the ground and continued to plead, refusing to stand up. The maiden, unable to refuse his plea, bowed her head and thought of a solution. She replied, "I am the one who is going to be married, so I cannot give you this item. How about I find something else for you?" The scholar asked, "Is there anything else?" The maiden said, "Unless you leave it behind and take what's inside, once your 3 inches enter her flesh, this matter will be settled and there will be nothing left to say." Seeing how straightforward she was, the scholar agreed and followed this solution, treating the back passage as if it were the front. This method is based on a popular text. "Such a good book, why haven't you read it before?" The 3 sisters, Cloud sent, felt her words were arrogant and were greatly displeased. They threw away their cards and discussed behind her back. Everyone collaborated and planned to teach her a lesson. Hua Chen and Uncentral had not seen each other for 3 days, feeling like 9 autumns had passed. They desperately wanted everyone to leave so they could deal with him properly. 2 embraced and kissed, talking for a while when the servant girl came in. She told them to set up the table, and Anyang sat at the head, Hua Chen at the foot, Xiang Yun and Ruiyu sat on each side. After drinking several rounds, Hua Chen called for the server. Each took a slip of paper, following its instructions. Xiang Yun said, after seeing this, "I only want to be in charge. I can't even drink the wine." "Let's change it up now. When we're half drunk, Then bring it over and follow the instructions on the paper, or just do as it says. That'll clear everything up." Anyang agreed. Ruiju took a fine bowl out. Anyang said, "It's tiring to roll dice. Let's guess who will be the champion instead, and set the order for front and back. Now we'll follow this order for drinking. In a short while the same order for our actions. How does that sound?" Hua Chen was the most knowledgeable about martial arts. Upon hearing this, his eyebrows lifted, his eyes smiled. He wanted to be the champion, to control them all. He feared that if he won the role of the chief organizer, it would start from her. She was a person who listened to empty talk first, then acted on facts later. She wouldn't take the lead easily. After a moment's thought, he replied, "The order of events need not follow the drinking ceremony. It depends on the firstborn to take the lead and the last to be behind." Anyang said, "That is true." He then extended his 5 fists at once, making Anyang guess that Ruiyu was the firstborn. Indeed, Hua Chen's skill was superior, and she guessed correctly that Anyang was the firstborn. Thus, she succeeded. Before the second and third places were announced, he gave the order. "Since I've won the top position, I am now the commander, and not only do I oversee the old scholars' examinations, but also those of the second and third places. Anyone who disobeys my commands will be punished with a large cup of wine." Anyang said, "If that's so, please put up the rules in advance, establishing some guidelines." Hua Chen answered, "The amount of drinking starts from the firstborn to the third place, each round higher than the last. The old scholar stands by holding a jar and instructs her to pour. She is not allowed to drink. In terms of order, it should be the opposite of what came before. The old scholar stands by holding a towel and commands her to wipe. She is not permitted to do so." He then said to Yuanyu, "Since you don't have an exam to take, I'll appoint you as a monitor official, to be used later as a secretary." Yuanyu replied, "With this kind of arrangement, I will have work to do, but no chance to drink." Flower Dawn said, "Your alcohol supply is abundant. You shall accompany the winners of the first, second, and third places in the imperial examination. However, since the old scholar is serving, they won't allow you to take on any labor. Those who substitute for you will be fined a huge cup of wine." Yuanyu retorted, "If she can't handle her own responsibilities as an old scholar, it's not my concern. She should endure the consequences herself." The Cloud Sisters, 3 in number, cast glances at each other, allowing Yuanyu to take the lead while they held back from offering any side comments. Thanks to her foresight, she had devised a clever plan beforehand, keeping it hidden in her chest. She then turned to Yuanyu and said, "Since you're serving as a monitor official, if the official conducts themselves unfairly, you should accuse them. Don't kowtow or act submissively, nor aid them in oppressing others. If that's the case, we shall rally together and break free from any restrictions." Hua Chen said, "If we do it unfairly, there's no need for supervision or accusations. You just nominate publicly, and if it's fair, I'll accept the punishment." He made a pact and removed Yu Ming, teaching her 3 sisters to settle their dispute. Surprisingly, the 3 fists followed the order of teeth. Xiangyun won first place, Ruiju second, and Ruyi, who couldn't withstand pressure, became the old scholar. After determining the winners, Hua Chen called for Ruyi to serve the wine, with herself drinking 1 cup, Xiangyun 2, and Ruiju 3. All of them were accompanied by Yu Ming. After they finished eating, he instructed Ruyi to wash the wine cards and place them on the table, then stood beside a towel, ready to wipe their sweat while everyone managed the event. Ruyi dared not refuse, so she followed his orders. Hua Chen told Yu Ming, "The first one is 100 draws, the second 200. Go over or under, they both incur a fine with wine. Whether she drops it or not, her fate will decide, not you. By the third turn, it will be my turn. The one giving the orders is different from the others. They don't count, and they must stop only when they've lost. For the previous 2 turns, the old scholar will calculate, and if there's a difference, there will be punishment." He then said to Xuanyan and Ruiju, "Come forward and lift up the cards. Whichever one you lift, its method of drying is good or bad based on human manipulation. You are not allowed to change the card. During the drying process, it must closely resemble the original. Even if there's a slight difference, besides drinking punishment, they will deduct from the number of draws." Ruiju asked, "If we can't match it, we'll be punished. But what about if the official isn't up to standard?" Wei-san answered, "If the official isn't up to standard, they will be punished with 3 cups of wine and they must start over. Only when it's done perfectly will they stop." After listening, Ruiju reached out to lift the first card. She saw a woman sleeping on a bed, her legs spread apart, and a man's body was separated from her by 3 feet. Both hands were pressing against the mat, bent over in a posture called dripping water. Ruiju presented the card to the hall, and then took off her pants, lying down on the bed. Unborn life climbed onto his body, imitating the shape of a dragonfly, shoving the phallus into the depths and constantly moving. Ruisha, compelled to serve the official, felt excitement in her rear, not calling out until after the pleasure. When unborn life touched once, she crested once. 10 touches, she reached 10 crests. She continued until he stopped touching her. Seongyun said, "Now it's my turn." She unveiled the second screen and saw a woman sleeping on a spring bed with a man standing behind her, holding her feet on his shoulders, supporting herself on the bed with both hands, pushing gently, a technique called pushing water to sail the boat.e. Seongyun also presented the wine card and lay down on the spring bed, mimicking unborn life's movements. Her wave pattern was even more distinct from Ruisha's. Since pushing water was easy, the water flowing beneath the boat was also easy, and the waves at the bow and under the hull surged together. You say it sounds nice or not? Hua Chen usually eavesdropped on erotic noises in secret, but she had never seen such pleasure. As I saw it now, the excitement was different from the usual coughing fits. It was evident that it could not be delayed. After waiting for the aroma to fill the room, she stood up and said, "It's my turn to take charge." She took a card with one hand, put the other hand in her pants pocket, and started untying her belt. When she lifted the third card and saw it, she was startled, turning to the others and saying, "This card cannot be used. I must get another." The 3 sisters of Xiang clouded together, putting the remaining cards away first and then examining this one. It turned out to be a story about a woman offering herself to a man, with her posterior contracted in anticipation. Why was it such a coincidence that this specific card was revealed? Many cards could have been chosen, yet this one was picked. It was actually a plan devised by the 3 sisters. They had agreed that when one of them washed the cards, she would mark this one and keep it for herself. However, Xiang had given an advance order, putting the others ahead and leaving the dealer behind, so when Ruyi washed the cards, this one ended up in 3rd place. Today, it's perfect timing, and this is also her pride coming back to bite her. After 3 people looked at the card, they urged Flower Dawn to remove his pants. Flower Dawn refused to budge and said, "Please everyone consider, can such a thing be done? Moreover, is what he is capable of doing such a thing? Just think about it." The 3 replied, "We cannot say. If we expose it, will you forgive us? Furthermore, since you didn't allow the card to be changed, it was your suggestion. You are the only one who knows the method on the card. Since you know this card cannot be used, why not remove it beforehand? Now that it's exposed, what more is there to say? Hurry up and remove his pants so we don't have to resort to force." They also turned to Uncentralized Life and said, "Good monitor official, why don't you open your mouth or move a finger?" "What use are you?" Uncentralized Life replied, "It's not that the monitor official is swayed by emotion actually. What I have here, she doesn't deserve in the end. We should also set an example for redemption. Wait until she's had a few more drinks, then she will handle this matter." 3 people said, "Consider your words. They are nothing but hot air. If drinking wine is supposed to get things done, then we should have just been drinking and not doing any work. Which one of you does not care about shame and is willing to strip in front of others?" Mianqing, seeing that they spoke with severe dignity, had no reply, so he asked the crowd, "Now I have nothing to say. I only ask for a moment's permission to open a net, not demanding complete blame. Once she takes off her pants, let's just see if there is any carelessness." Xiangyun and Ruyu still refused to comply, wanting to handle it like a regular task. Ruyi, with a purplish gleam in her eyes, said, "If we only need to see carelessness, why must we enforce the law completely?" Mianqing replied, "This is something easy enough to handle." He then reached out to pull Hua Chen's pants down, helping her take them off. Hua Chen insisted on refusing, but was finally persuaded by Mianqing, lowering her head in defeat and reluctantly obeying. She lay down on the spring bed. Just as she was about to stand up, he blocked her way. Mianqing took out a male organ, dampened it with saliva, and gently rubbed it against her anus from the outside, causing Hua Chen to scream. To her surprise, a group of bad boys had arranged for 3 pairs of brutal hands to wait for her. At first, the one with purple eyes tried to deceive her into removing her pants, and once she did, they all approached, pressing their heads against her and clenching their fists, making it impossible for her even to stand up, let alone move. There was one, especially cruel one, who hid behind Mu Changsheng's back, waiting until he pressed against his anus before pushing him forcefully. That object penetrated halfway in and then held onto Mu Changsheng's body, thrusting for him. Hua Chen shouted like a pig, "Spare me!" Mu Changsheng said, "Since it's about life and death, it's not something we should debate over. Just spare her." The crowd asked. She initially claimed to be different from the officials and everyone else, stating she would only stop after losing count of the times, but now when they asked if she lost count, what does she say? Hua Chen responded immediately, "She has lost count." The crowd saw that he was at his wit's end and had no choice but to let go. One morning, Hua Chen got up like a dead person, unable to speak or stand still. He had to be supported by his maid back to bed. Later, he suffered from swollen anus and fever, barely able to get out of bed for 3 or 4 days. From then on, though he harbored resentment in his heart, he could not blame his colleagues for this affair, so he started getting along with them, sharing a bed with 1 man and 4 women, enjoying their company endlessly. On the day Ming'er left, she had initially planned to return in 3 months to see Yanfang give birth. However, upon her return, she found that Yanfang had already given birth to twins. Hua Chen hosted a drinking party with 4 people to congratulate them. They continued their festivities for several more days before sending them off. Fearing that the children might tire her out and prevent her from enjoying herself, Yanfang hired 2 nurses to take care of the babies. Just as they were preparing for the baby's 1-month celebration, Ming'er arrived. She demanded that Hua Chen prepare fully and confront them again, demanding strict accountability for past transgressions. There, knowing that the people were poor and their wealth exhausted, they couldn't respond to the sudden tax demand. Why? Because for several months, with just 1 man against 4 women, they indulged in rampant sexual activity day and night. How could they not be exhausted? From then on, the beautiful and fragrant ones could not satisfy their desires, leading to regretful hearts. The review says, the description of this incident is overly dramatic, leaving no room for libertines and adulterers, but it's not just this incident's peculiar immorality that warrants the severe retribution in the next one. Tolerating such behavior elsewhere is difficult enough. Seeing Yu Xiang alone indulging in peculiar immorality, repaying her husband's debt, we realize that the previous descriptions were not overly dramatic. 18th chapter. The wife's fall into wind and dust clearly repays the accumulated debts to brothers, secretly seeking a beautiful residence. Yu Xiang, along with the servant girl Yuer, followed Quan and fled. They reached a place where she suddenly felt abdominal pain. She had been careful at home, but now on the road, after enduring some hardship, she collapsed. If she had fallen earlier, wouldn't she have realized the futility of this action? Today, having escaped, she cannot return, becoming a runaway lover for no reason. Her husband's guilt has certainly weighed her down. At first, the old man's honest intention was to seek revenge, not out of lust. Since taking her away, he intended to sell her into prostitution, hesitating only because she was pregnant. When he saw her miscarry, he made a decision. He took the 2 maidservants into the capital city and lodged them in a store, looking for someone to buy them. If selling a virtuous woman for prostitution, he would set up a trap, deceiving the original wife by saying that relatives were nearby and asking him to find accommodation for them. Only then would he bring people to see her, and if they showed interest, he would trick her into entering the prostitution business. In the capital city, there was a mother of a grouse called Yu Xianang. Upon seeing Yu Xiang, she knew it was an unusual commodity. According to what the matchmaker said, her price became clear in a day, and Li Yuyi also bought her, making her a servant. After selling Yu Xiang, the old man felt some pangs of conscience and began to regret it. He thought to himself, "I've heard in Buddhist scriptures that one must know the cause of their current suffering from their past life, as well as the cause of their future suffering from their current actions. It was my own wife who did something shameful. Perhaps it's due to my past life as a promiscuous wife. I don't know if I can return her to her rightful place in this life. All I should do is accept things as they are. But why did I become a promiscuous wife and create karmic obstacles for future lives? Even if I wanted to take revenge, since I had slept with her for several nights, it would be enough to let go of resentment. Why did I sell her into prostitution? Why did I also sell her off as a servant without any regard for her safety? Thinking about this honestly, I can't help but beat my chest in frustration. I am filled with self-hatred. Realizing that everything from the past has already been done wrong and cannot be undone, I can only repent for this life and prepare for the next one. I decided to use the money earned from selling her to help disabled and impoverished people. I cut off half of my hair and became a monk, wandering around different places in search of a real high priest to shave my head. Later, while wandering through Mount Jue, I met an elderly hermit who was actually a living Buddha. I bowed to him and sought his guidance, which led me to practice diligently for 20 years until I achieved enlightenment. That's the end of the story. However, it is said that Yu Xiang fell into the dust of society, and, along with Rui, they walked to Gu Xuan's home to take a look around, only then realizing it was not a respectable household. Even a chaste woman would not be able to leave this heavy door, let alone a woman who had lost her virtue. Yu Xiang looked at her helplessly, having no choice but to adapt and behave like a courtesan. She changed her name to Miao, adopting a pseudonym for ease of reference by customers. The author still called her Yu Xiang to prevent confusion. On her very first night, a wealthy patron came calling. By the second day he wanted to leave, but Gu Xuan's mother would not let him go, and as he was leaving he instructed her, "This beloved has a beautiful figure in every way, but she lacks 3 crucial techniques. You should teach them to her. I am parting ways for now, but when you've taught her these skills, come back and seek my guidance." And with that, he left. Why did he say this? It turns out that Ju Xuan's mother possessed 3 unique skills that women never discussed. Her appearance was ordinary when she was young, yet she enjoyed 30 years of fame. She interacted with nobles and princes, and even wealthy people visited her in their 40s and 50s for her 3 unique skills. The first is to bend over and face up. The second is to stretch out and meet him halfway. The third is to abandon darkness and embrace light. When she had sexual relations with men, she taught them to lie on their backs while she climbed on top, inserting her male organ into his female organ, standing up for a few moments, sitting up for a few, then standing up again. Other women would become tired after a few attempts, but she bent her knees like cast iron, growing stronger with each movement. Not only did she please men, but she found it enjoyable herself. This is called bending over and facing up, her first unique skill. Sometimes, she would lie below and have sexual relations with men, while ensuring they don't exert themselves, making them push against her as she meets them halfway, withdrawing when they pull away. Not only did she restore half of the man's strength, but she also benefited herself. If women are not welcomed or sent away, and men are merely asked to resist, why not create a deep hole in a beautiful woman's waist, through which, with just a reach, the penis can enter and be drawn out, eliminating the need for interaction with her living people? Thus, a well-known prostitute should understand this principle to win a man's favor and achieve her own happiness. This is known as retracting the negative and attracting the positive, her second extraordinary skill. As for the method of sacrificing darkness to aid light, it is incredibly subtle. When she engages with a man, she ensures that his precious essence does not wastefully escape, but rather, every time he loses control, it benefits him. How does this work? She instructs men, when reaching the point of release, to press their head against the flower, forbidding any movement. Simultaneously, she aligns small holes on the flower with those on the penis, pre-teaching them the art of milking. When the essence flows out, it is drawn into the man's organ, and proceeds upwards through the tailbone directly to the dantian, a key acupressure point in traditional Chinese medicine. The unique aspect of this practice is that even ginseng and the acorn, which are difficult to credit for their contribution, only achieve so much. This extraordinary technique originated from an unusual encounter when she was 16. A peculiar person solicited her services, unintentionally revealing this principle, which she subsequently learned. When she encountered a sincere customer, she taught them this method, and they found it effective. After spending several nights with her, not only did their spirits enhance, but their facial complexion also improved. People believed she was a reincarnated fairy, hence the nickname Fairy Mother. However, the method of absorbing essence, though potentially teachable, cannot be imparted regarding the technique of targeting the essence orifice. The success lies in the fact that all women are perplexed, except for her, who alone grasped this secret, earning it the title of an irresistible skill. At the peak of Yuxiang's career, no one knew she possessed 3 unique skills. When a customer and her manager witnessed her first skill, they knew it was not enough, so they rushed through the rest. They slept until dawn, admiring her beauty but regretting her lack of knowledge, leading to this cautionary advice as she left. The fairy sent the customer away, scolding her for putting on a show and failing to entertain, dismissing the wealthy patron after just one night. She warned that any future missteps would result in punishment by whip. Yuxiang, on bended knee, pleaded 4 times before the fairy relented. She then dedicated herself to teaching Yuxiang these 3 skills day and night. She practiced with the customer and manager, observing their techniques and providing immediate feedback. In return, she had them observe her, ensuring they understood and could guide her in person. As the saying goes, There is nothing impossible for a determined mind. Yuxiang, fearful of the fairy's discipline, studied diligently and mastered all 3 skills within 1 or 2 months. On top of her beauty, she was skilled with brush and ink, gaining instant fame throughout the capital. Not a single gentleman, old or young, failed to come and admire her. Moreover, 2 high-ranking officials were so impressed that they were willing to break the bank, offering her as much as 20 gold pieces for a single night's stay. You might wonder who these 2 officials are. They are actually the husbands of Ru Yi and Ru Yun. One is called Wu Yunsheng, and the other Yi Yunsheng. Due to their imprisonment in Beijing, they heard about the fame of Yu Chang's jade scent, so the brothers vied to visit her first. Initially, it was Wu Yunsheng who, deceiving his younger brother, went several nights ahead. Later, Yi Yunsheng also went, deceiving his elder brother. One day, the brothers confronted each other and decided to keep the jade scent at home for everyone's use. Not only did they share the benefits equally, but their junior brother was also from the same school, and even Yu Chang's husband, named Zenzi, would occasionally add a few words of advice. After sleeping with her for 1 or 2 nights, he found himself feeling rejuvenated. It was then that he realized that Yu Chang's secret treasure was actually an herbal supplement, and if he had such a wife, he wouldn't have to avoid mandatory duties anymore. The Yunsheng brothers sat in jail for a year, and on a sudden thought of their hometown, they wanted to go back to see their wives, so they asked for a favor from the chief judge, seeking permission for a few months' leave. The chief judge approved it. The younger brother left with Yu Shang together. When they arrived home, without fail, 3 beautiful women welcomed their husbands, and then they inquired about the number of female guests they had entertained abroad. The 3 husbands recounted their encounters with Yu Shang, and boasted about their 3 extraordinary skills one by one. The Yunsheng sisters shared their stories the next day, all expressing astonishment. Rui Zhu and Rui Yu said, "I don't believe that such monsters exist among women. As it is, we are all useless." These stories must have been fabricated by the 3 of them to motivate us to take up our duties seriously. "Ah?" Xiangyun replied, "This matter cannot be hidden from those who know us well. He has seen and heard much in his life, so if there were such a prostitute, he should know about it. When he comes in, we can ask him directly." Rui Zhu and Rui Yu agreed, saying, "That's true." One day, during the Qingming festival, the husbands of 3 women went out to clean their graves and promised to return the next day. They asked their servant to invite Yuemi, an unnamed woman, in for a meeting. Upon meeting, they questioned her about the strange matter. Yuemi replied, "The affairs of the world are peculiar. Perhaps such an object is among the prostitutes. Since she's in the capital, I will someday encounter her and spend a night with her. If it pleases me as much as my previous experiences, then she's truly a monster." They chatted for some time and stayed overnight. The next day, Yuemi emerged from her chamber, reflecting that the 3 husbands' accounts had been consistent, suggesting the matter was indeed true. In today's world, such an unusual person exists. Why not meet her? Moreover, my vital essence has been depleted by these 5 or 6 women, so I should learn a method of replenishment. The prostitute possesses many peculiar techniques. If I spend 1 night with her and she teaches me the technique of absorbing essence, I'll have enough to last a lifetime. Having made his decision, he first returned to his hometown to see his wife, then went to Beijing to visit the prostitute. This journey brought him. Touching the East Peak, he could not vent his anger. Drinking from the West River, he could not wash away his shame. Let it be known that the resolution will be revealed in the next chapter. The review states, "The depravity of uncentralized life has reached its peak. If his wife had only stopped with stealing a man and not descended to prostitution, people would still not be satisfied. Even if she became a prostitute, people's hearts would still not be satisfied. Even if she became a prostitute, merely serving guests without joining the Sisters of Cloud and Fragrance's husband, people's hearts would still not be pleased. A single lewd book, read from start to finish, makes no one unmoved. Even those with a little flowery guilt cannot help sweating profusely. Such lewd books should be read often." 19th chapter. The depravity having overflowed into 2 rooms of fragrant chambers, all beautiful appearances are reduced to nothing. Just as uncentralized life was about to leave, he went to bid farewell to Kunlun Mountain, entrusting his home affairs to him, and asking him to take care of them. Kunlun said, "The matter of entrusting a wife and child is not something that can be easily given. Entrusting a child is easy, but entrusting a wife is very difficult. The older brother can only handle your salary, not defend your gates." "No," Muang said, "my younger brother's request is solely for the salary, not concerning the gate. Your daughter-in-law is an outsider, different from a newly married wife." Among all men, there are none like Zhonglu, who even finds him lacking and wants to stay with my younger brother forever. I imagine there is no other man like my younger brother, so you need not worry. You say it makes sense, Sai Kunlun replied. As long as the younger brother trusts the older one, and trusting him is fine. Muang turned away from Sai Kunlun and wrote a secret letter, sending it with Bi Chen and Xiang Yun's sister. He also spent several nights with Yan Feng and only then left. Not long after, he arrived back in his hometown. He walked up to the iron gate, knocking for a long time, but no one opened. He secretly rejoiced, thinking that since their gates were so tightly guarded, no stranger could enter, so it was fine if he returned a few days later. He continued to knock until nightfall, when finally a figure appeared at the gap in the door, revealing it to be the iron gate master. Muang called out, "Father-in-law, open the gate. Your son-in-law is back." The iron gate heard the person, quickly opened the door, and let him in. Muang walked into the central hall, paid his respects, and then asked about the living conditions. He first inquired about his father-in-law's well-being, followed by questions about his beloved wife's health. The sage sighed. "My body is surprisingly strong, but ever since my daughter-in-law left with her wise husband, I've fallen ill. I can't sleep or eat, and it has become a case of melancholy, which led to my demise in less than a year." He broke into tears. Muang exclaimed, "How could such a strange thing happen?" and began to cry as well. After crying for a while, he asked, "Where's the coffin? Why hasn't it been buried yet?" The sage replied, "It's currently stored in a cold room. You should come back to see it before we bury it." Muang went to the cold room, bent over the coffin, and cried again. You might wonder where this coffin came from. It turned out that the gatekeeper saw his daughter running away with someone. He didn't know what to do, fearing ridicule from villagers and also his son-in-law's demands for her return. So he bought a coffin and brought it back, closing and sealing it, saying only that his daughter had fallen ill and was staying at home a ruse to cover up the situation and avoid pursuit by her son-in-law. Because of the gatekeeper's honesty and sincerity, Anyang Sheng did not suspect anything, and instead blamed herself for not returning sooner, leading to her eventual sorrowful death. She then invited several monks to perform a 3-day and 3-night ritual to bless her soul, encouraging her to accept her fate and stop blaming her husband for his passion for women, rather than nursing grudges in the afterlife like a jealous spouse. Me. After the blessing, she left under the pretext of studying, bidding farewell to the gatekeeper and heading to the capital to learn medicinal remedies. Within days, she arrived in the capital, settled her luggage, and went to visit a beloved woman. Upon arriving at her residence, she paid a visit. However, to her surprise, Yu Shang had been invited by a high-ranking official to stay for several days, and he refused to let her leave. The fairy returned Anyang Sheng to her home, leaving her with no choice but to return to her dwelling. After 2 days, he went to visit again, and the fairy lady said, "Yesterday I received a message saying that she would arrive late today." Unwavered, he presented 30 silver coins and some private gifts upon her return. The fairy lady accepted the payment and said, "If it's still early today, my husband might have other matters to attend to, so go for a while and come back later. If there are no other affairs, wait here." "I came exclusively for her love," he replied. "There are no other matters." The fairy lady said, "Then you may sit in my chamber, read a book, or sleep. I will join you as soon as she arrives." She led Unwavered into the room and instructed a young courtesan to serve him tea. "I have some worldly affairs to attend to," she then told Unwavered as she turned to leave, "and cannot accompany you." Yuang Sheng wanted to improve his spirit and be able to study late into the night, so he would wake up from his afternoon nap only when the evening came, at which point he would get out of bed, take a book, and see a beautiful woman peeking in through the silk screen. Startled, he quickly moved away. Yuang Sheng then asked the young prostitute, "Who was it that just looked at me?" She replied, "It was my sister." When Yuang Sheng saw these scenes, he feared she might refuse, so he came out to seek an audience with her. Jade Xiang first peeked out and recognized him as her husband, but said he had come to take her away, which made her flustered and unsure of what course of action to take. Unbeknownst to them, when they reached the room of the fairy-like woman, Yuang Sheng rushed in, leaving Jade Xiang no choice but to tell the fairy, "This man cannot be allowed to see me." She then ran back into her room, closing all doors and windows and remaining silent. The fairy, not understanding the situation, merely thought that she was unloved and refused to accept him. "Go and tell Mei Yuan Sheng. The young lady has sent another message, and he still refuses to let me go." "How should I proceed?" Mei Yuan Sheng replied, My love has returned. How can this be? Is it because my gifts were not valuable enough? The fairy mother said she did not return at all. There was no other intention. Just now, I clearly saw a woman hide behind your room, and if she really didn't come back after searching, if I can't find her, I won't take anything or bother you again. I will just leave, Mei Yuansheng said. The fairy mother, seeing his words were reasonable, feared that he might find someone hiding in his room, so she said to him, I must admit, she did come. All I ask is that after being tormented by this wicked man for several nights, my body needs rest. I need to take a couple of days to recover before considering hosting guests. My husband insists on meeting her, so if he comes, I'll let him in without any fuss. Muyang said, I'll go myself and ask her to come out, preventing any misunderstanding about my intentions and avoiding further excuses. They went together to the door and knocked. Thea, a term of respect for a female deity or spiritual figure, replied, My child, your husband wishes to see you. Please come out and greet him. They called several times but received no response. Muyang also called, but the door remained shut. Yu Xuan, sensing the situation was not good, remembered that after their meeting, it would surely cause a stir in the official's household. Thinking of the potential consequences, she decided to end her life before facing them. She untied the belt around her waist and hanged herself on the beam. Later, Muyang, upon finding the door still locked, forced entry and discovered the body. Realizing what had happened, she wanted to escape responsibility but couldn't bear to look at the dead woman's face. She turned away and left. The fairy saw him kill someone and cried out, Where are you going? I have no grudge against you. Why did you kill the one who took care of me? Just as she was speaking, many customers arrived, all young men who had previously frequented Yu Xiang. Due to recent restrictions preventing them from seeing her, they heard she was back and came to see her en masse. Seeing someone killed, they were furious and instructed their manager to join in, pinning An Ying Sheng to the ground with a bundle of bamboo stalks and striking him over 1,000 times, leaving only the critical areas unharmed. The rest of his flesh and skin turned black and blue from the beating. After that, they chained him to the dead body. They waited for local officials to come and inspect before taking the owner to report it. An Yang Sheng initially wanted to escape without looking at the dead body, but now, after being injured and locked next to the corpse, he realized he had no chance of escaping and carefully studied the dead person's face and head. He was shocked to discover that this face resembled his deceased wife. How could two people's faces be so identical? After a second look, I thought again, and the more I looked, the more it seemed like her. The more I thought, the more convinced I became. Unknowingly, suspicion arose in me, wondering if my wife had run away with someone else, and my father-in-law wouldn't dare tell me the truth. Moreover, if this woman didn't have anything to hide, why did she avoid me? Why did she only show herself from behind? When she couldn't escape, she threatened to take her own life. At this point, I was already 8 parts certain. Remembering that my wife had a scar on the top of her head where hair wouldn't grow, I wondered if I should examine it closely. I parted her braided hair and saw a patch the size of my finger. Bald and smooth, it could only be her. Suddenly, several local officials entered the room, questioning how she died. Unwilling to admit the truth, I said, she was tricked and sold to a spiritual mistress, who forced her to serve customers. Unknowingly, I came across her. As she was humble and didn't want to face me, she hung herself from the beam. We locked her up, and only then did we recognize her. This injustice will not be cleared up unless it goes before the officials. I just hope it gets there soon so that the truth comes out. The crowd questioned the fairy mother, who sold this woman to you. The fairy mother was clueless and said, He spoke nonsense all the time, evading questions. I have a servant girl with me now, bought openly. The crowd exclaimed, A hanged person cannot speak, but questioning the servant girl will make it clear. The fairy mother got up to call Yuyi, but after searching all day, she only said she had left. No one knew she was hiding under the fairy mother's bed, seen by everyone, and pulled out with force. It turned out that she saw Yuan Cheng and panicked, hiding with Yu Xiang in a room where they witnessed Yu Xiang hanging herself. When Yuan Cheng broke into the room again, knowing there was no hope, she hid under the bed. Unfortunately, she was discovered and dragged out by the crowd. Everyone pointed to Yuan Cheng and asked, Do you recognize this person? Yu Yi, still reluctant to admit it, could not help but reveal her identity through her facial expression and voice. Everyone knew that she was threatened with some reasons, so she committed adultery at home with someone, got pregnant, and feared her father's discovery would lead to her death. She had no choice but to escape with him. However, he betrayed her and intended to sell her, so she recounted all the details. Knowing the situation, everyone advised them to resolve it discreetly without involving officials or the court. One kills his own wife. It is not a light matter. Another openly buys a woman and receives guests. This is clearly not kidnapping. The servant girl asked the master if he still wanted her, and if so, she would be redeemed and returned, but if not, she would stay where she was. Munian, upon reaching this point, considered herself as good as dead, even abandoning her own body, wishing for an early death. She told everyone, logically, we should go to the court and let the officials investigate, clearing away any hidden grievances. But if people spread rumors about us, our reputation would be damaged, so it's better to follow your advice and remain patient. Since this maid had been a prostitute, it would be inappropriate to bring her back. She can stay here instead. The fairy lady, having foreseen no future troubles, followed the crowd's decision and unlocked the iron chains, returning the bribe money and sending him away. As he was leaving, he was still being cursed by the prostitutes who had been his clients. Mo Yuansheng returned to his residence, and the rash erupted. He cried out from the bottom of his heart, day and night. In his thoughts, he realized, I initially only said that others' wives should be mine, but my own wife would never have affairs with anyone else. Because of this excessive desire, I sought all sorts of cheap pleasures throughout the world. Where did I know that retribution would come so swiftly? The women I slept with became other people's wives. The wives I slept with were stolen in private. But when others slept with my wife, it was done openly. It seemed clear. Sexual immorality is something that cannot be done. I still remember 3 years ago when the elder at Gifeng Temple advised me to take monastic vows, but I refused. He then shared with me the consequences of fornication and tried to persuade me that not everyone suffers for their sins. Now it seems that this matter will definitely have its consequences. I argued that a man's wives and concubines are limited, while women in the world are countless. If one indulges in all these women, he could pay off his debts with just a couple of wives or concubines, making a profit rather than a loss. Now, when I think about it, I have slept with no more than 5 or 6 women throughout my life, but my own wife has become a prostitute, and I've slept with dozens of women. Where in the world can there be a greater interest than this? Gai Feng said that while words are easy to say, one needs to learn through physical experience to truly understand. Over these years, I have tasted all the bitter and sweet flavors of the meat pillow, and now after enduring this beating and humiliation, I have no face to return home. If I don't wake up at this time, when will I? Instead, let's write a heartfelt letter to Sa Kunlun, teaching him to find a family that can bring out the beauty of these 2 children, whether they go with her or are left with Sa Kunlun for upbringing. I personally went to Mount Jue and found the elder of the Lonely Peak, prostrating myself 120 times and accompanying those who came before me, then begging him to show me the way out of confusion, leading me back to the path of enlightenment. Wonderful! Having decided on a plan, I wanted to write a letter, but alas, both my arms were injured by others, and I couldn't write. After a month of healing, when my arms had recovered, I intended to write, only to find Sa Kunlun's letter arrived. Opening it, I saw he wrote that there was an urgent matter at home, and on the day the letter was received, he would immediately set off, but he didn't mention what the emergency was about. Uncertain in my heart, I questioned the person who delivered the letter. They replied, "It's because second daughter ran away with someone." I asked further, "With whom did she run away?" They said, "Even I don't know, not even our house servant knows. She only said that before she left. Every night she heard some movement on the bed. As soon as he woke up, there was no sign of anyone. For several nights in a row, when he rose early the next day, he saw that the heavy doors were open and could not find his second daughter anywhere. The head of the household therefore sent someone to look for her, while also instructing the servants to chase after the husband and bring him back." Yunyang sighed. This letter brings another round of retribution. It is clear that the debt of adultery cannot be repaid. He borrowed twice and returned 100-fold. Who knows if these 2 daughters are not the seeds of repayment? Now he cannot think about many things, so he wrote a letter of severance to Jian. A prostitute running away is nothing unusual. An impudent intruder will also be impudently expelled. This is common sense. Things at home are similar. Knowing that his guilt was deep, he received this retribution. On the day when the demons are eliminated, it will be the time when his spiritual path shines. He should not return to Jiangdong but go straight to Situ. What he regrets is that the evil womb has not been destroyed, still harboring 2 evils in his heart, temporarily burdening old acquaintances and giving them a chance to breathe, waiting for him to meet Buddha so that he can use the wisdom sword to. Eliminate it. Single and double are not enough. After sending the book back, he wanted to get up and carry the bookcase with him, serving as a monk. Later, thinking about it, he feared that the mischievous child might be nearby, stirring impure thoughts, so it was better not to see what was desirable, keeping his mind unperturbed. He even sent the bookcase away with the person who came. He packed his luggage and went alone to Mount Jue. The reviewer said, "The author's original intention becomes clear only in this chapter. Anyone who watches nude bodice should not look at it just once. Those who can watch it 3 or 4 times, like the next chapter, are people who enjoy reading novels." However, the solitary monk, since releasing Yuanshino, had constantly blamed himself, saying, "It's all my fault. My spiritual power is weak and my maternal love lacking. Seeing the demon of desire and evil pass by, I am unable to bind them, allowing them to poison people and wreak havoc on women, which is my fault. So, what use is this bag? Take it and hang it on the branch of a pine tree outside the gate, cut a small board, write a few lines of fine characters on it, and nail it to the pine tree saying, 'If Yuan does not come today, the leather bag will not be collected today. If the leather bag does not rot for one day, the heart of the old monk will not die for one day. May I collect the leather bag early, to avoid sitting on a flesh cushion all the time. This thing is indeed strange. Since Yuan left and hung it on the pine tree, until today, 3 years have passed, but it has not rotted and even feels harder to pull off than before.' When Yuan walked by, he saw a leather bag hanging from the branch of a pine tree, and he also noticed a small board on the tree with 2 lines of small characters written on it. After reading them, he could not help but cry out in pain. He then took the wooden board as an image of Gofeng, and knelt beside the pine tree, bowing his knees for dozens of bows, before climbing up the tree to take down the leather bag and put it on top of his head, walking into the Buddha hall. Encountering Gu Feng sitting in meditation, he kneeled in front of him, continuously bowing his head. From the moment of samadhi through to the end of the period of disconnection, it is approximately 3 watch periods. It's not just about knocking 120 times on the cushion. Solo Peak got up from the mat and said, "Wise sages, your second visit shows your great kindness. Why perform this honor? Please get up quickly." Uncentralized said, "My disciple is foolish. I regret not having accepted the teachings in the past, which led me to act carelessly and do things that land one in hell. Now, although I have received positive consequences, I haven't experienced negative ones yet. I beg my teacher to show compassion and take me under his wing so that I may repent for my past actions and return to the true path. Don't know if Master will agree?" Solo Peak replied, "Since you've brought your sackcloth here, there's no reason for me not to accept it. But be wary. Your commitment might waver in the future, leading you back into dust." Uncentralized said, "Because of my extreme remorse, I had a sudden realization and turned back. Now, I only see this as escaping from hell. I wouldn't dare go back there again. Of course, I won't repeat it. Please take me in. Gongfeng, since that's the case, I'll accept you." Yungang Sheng climbed to his feet and bowed again. Gongfeng chose a good day to shave his head. After bidding farewell to Gongfeng, Yungang Sheng took on the religious name Guani Stone. The first reason was that he harbored resentment but realized it was too late. The second was that he felt grateful for Gongfeng's skillful teaching, which brought a long-dormant Guani stone back to life. From then on, he dedicated himself to meditation and cultivating enlightenment. Unexpectedly, despite his vow of celibacy, he still struggled with carnal desires. During the day he would chant scriptures and read sutras to pass the time. At night, as sleep set in, the evil thoughts would surface without him knowing it. He couldn't stay still in bed, unable to suppress or push away these thoughts. So, he had no choice but to think of a way to resolve them. It wasn't about using his fingers for quick relief or seeking a disciple to help. These were convenient methods used by monks. Yungang Sheng, however, took a different approach. As a monk, regardless of whether he engaged in sexual activities or not, he believed that mastering self-restraint should be the primary focus. Although these 2 incidents do not violate any regulations or harm one's reputation, they cannot extinguish the desire, which is no different from adultery. Furthermore, guns are mediators for sexual affairs, and masculine influences are gradually impacting women. If we embrace falsehood while seeking truth, it will naturally extend to related matters. In a single night, I dreamt of Hua Chen and Xiang Yun sisters visiting a temple to pray before Buddha, along with Yu Xiang and Yan Feng inside. Seeing them, Mu Yang was filled with anger and asked the sisters to help him bring them in. As he slept, in an instant, Yu Xiang and Yan Fang disappeared, leaving only the 4 old friends who invited him into the meditation room. Everyone undressed and prepared for a celebration. Just as they were about to engage in sexual activity, a dog's barking startled him, and he woke up, realizing it was just a dream. The object, which had been nestled between his legs, suddenly moved within the quilt, pushing and hitting as it sought its old entrance. Stubbornly holding on to this thing, he contemplated how to settle it, but then stopped and realized, the root of my lifelong injustices lies here. It is my nemesis, yet I have allowed it once again. Stop the thoughts and get a good night's sleep. If one keeps tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, it is because of that root of evil in their mind. In their heart they thought, with this thing causing trouble by being with me, things will not end well. Better to cut it off and prevent future problems. Moreover, dog meat is something the Buddha most discourages, and its presence on the body is not a good sign. If one does not cut it off, they are no better than an animal, not a human, and even if they attain the ultimate enlightenment, they cannot become a Buddha or a patriarch. Upon thinking this, before dawn, they lit a fire on the jade tablet, took a thin knife used for cutting vegetables, grabbed the male organ in one hand and the knife in the other, and cut it off with all their might. It was also the end of another's human form, the conclusion of animal fate. The cutting off was not felt as extremely painful. From then on, desire ceased, good thoughts grew stronger. Living there for 6 months, they practiced superficially without touching the top of the head or receiving monastic precepts. After 6 months, they gathered about 20 monks, all determined to receive precepts with dead hearts, no one having any doubt or hesitation. They invited Peak to mount the stage and give a lecture. Whenever a monk receives precepts, he must first disclose all the crimes he has committed throughout his life, have them judged, and then kneel before the Dharma master to ask for forgiveness. If even one crime is left unrevealed, it is deceiving heaven and lying to Buddha, violating an unforgivable rule, and no matter how hard you struggle, you will not achieve enlightenment. After the Sangha invited Master Gifeng to ascend the stage and pay homage, they arranged themselves according to their order of entry. Everyone sat on either side, and Master Gifeng explained the precepts for receiving them, urging all the monks to openly disclose their offenses. Stubborn Stone entered the door last and took his seat at the end. As the turn came around, only then did he hear that among the monks, there were even some who had committed murder, arson, thievery, adultery, and other misdeeds, all openly confessing them. Later, it was another monk's turn whose appearance was rough and clumsy. He sat in Stubborn Stone's place at the head of the assembly and confessed, "I, a disciple, have never done any evil deeds throughout my life except for selling myself into servitude and having illicit relations with my master's daughter, even taking her servant girl against her will to sell her into prostitution. Truly, I deserve death 100 times over. I beg for forgiveness from my teacher." Master Gifeng replied, "Your sin is too grave. I fear that your confession will not be sincere. From ancient times it has been said, all evil begins with lust, and just the mention of lust is enough to deter any deed. How could such a thing be done? And how could she be sold into prostitution? Your wickedness will prevent your ascension for many lives, and I will atone for you. Yet I fear the Buddha will not permit it. What can be done?" The monk replied, "I report to my teacher. This was forced upon me by others, not something I desired to do. The man first cheated my wife, then pressured me to sell her to him. I had no power against him, so I took the desperate measure of turning to a life of crime. His actions were understandable, and there is room for repentance." Guanxi, upon hearing this, felt his heart move, and he asked the monk, "What was the woman's name whom you sold? Which family did she belong to? Was she the daughter of that household? Where is she now?" The monk answered, "She was Yu Xiang, the wife of Mei Yang, the daughter of Tai Men Daoren. She is currently in Beijing, serving as a prostitute." Mei Yang exclaimed, "This confirms your innocence." The monk said, "Aren't you the one called Moyang Sheng?" The Stubborn Stone replied, "Indeed I am." They both stepped down from the mat, and each apologized for their crimes. Then they faced the Solitary Peak and confessed their wrongdoings, each presenting their case. The Solitary Peak burst out laughing, "Excellent! Enemies do meet after all. Thanks to the compassion of Buddha and Bodhisattva, this broad path was created, allowing these two enemies to walk without hindrance. If they had met on a different road, things would have been serious. You two criminals couldn't repent, but fortunately, the two ladies paid off their husbands' debts, lightening your sentences. Otherwise, no matter how many lifetimes you've practiced, it would be impossible to escape the cycle of rebirth and suffering. He then knelt before Buddha, began chanting sutras, and repented on behalf of the two, asking Buddha's mercy for their wives' understanding and leniency. After confessing, the stubborn stone asked, "Master, if a man who commits adultery has a wife and daughter, and his wife pays her debt, can't his embraced little girl be forgiven too, so she doesn't have to pay later?" Kuo Feng shook his head and said, "She cannot be forgiven. A man who commits adultery, unless he does not have a daughter, then it stops there. If he has a daughter, it is a debt waiting to be paid. There is no forgiveness for her." Wei Zhong spoke up, "Master, I must admit that I currently have 2 debts, and in the future, I will definitely not be forgiven. I want to part ways with you, use my wise sword to cut off this root of evil, and treat it as if it never existed from the moment I was born." Kuo Feng joined his palms and chanted a Mani Padme Hum, saying, "These evil words should not have come out of your mouth or entered my ears." "How could a monk who has taken the precepts consider killing?" the stubborn stone asked. "Since it's not acceptable to kill, what method should be used to deal with it?" Kuo Feng replied, "Those 2 children are not yours. They are sent by heaven to make you pay for your sins. An old saying goes, 1 good deed can undo 100 evils. You just need to stay steadfastly virtuous, and whether heaven turns over a new leaf and takes them away is unknown. Why do you need any special wisdom sword?" The stubborn stone nodded and said, "Indeed." He then dedicated himself wholeheartedly to virtue and worshipping Buddha. Another half-year passed, and he was conversing with the solitary peak in the Zen hall when suddenly a large man burst through the door. The stubborn stone looked and recognized him as Kunlun. First, he prostrated himself before the Buddha image and then bowed to the solitary peak. He said to the solitary peak, "This man is my brother-in-arms called Kunlun. He is today's first hero." The solitary peak asked, "Isn't he that daring thief, known for never stealing 5 things in his lifetime?" The stubborn stone answered, "Yes." The solitary peak said, "In that case, he is a thief bodhisattva. This humble monk, who am I to receive a bow from a bodhisattva?" He bent down to respond with a bow. Kunlun quickly stopped him and said, "My student came here today, first to visit an old friend and second to inquire about the truth. If you, master, do not accept his bow, it would cut off people's path towards virtue and harden their hearts towards evil. It is evident that people in the world should be thieves in the dark, not thieves in the light. They should be thieves of honor, not thieves who break and enter." Lone Peak said, "I dare not return the favor." She, Kunlun, greeted Persistent Rock with a bow, then sat down with the host, paying his respects before standing up to speak privately with Persistent Rock in the rear. Persistent Rock replied, "My younger brother has already shared all previous affairs with my master, and there's nothing secret at home that we can't discuss face to face." She, Kunlun, still seated, said, "My inferior brother is unfaithful in his plans. Not only is he unworthy of entrusting his wife, but he cannot even take care of his children. I feel embarrassed to meet you today." Persistent Rock suggested, "It seems that there must be some cause for the misfortune at home." She, Kunlun, continued, "My 2 dearest ones, free from illness, died in their beds together. On the night before they passed, both nurses dreamt of someone calling them, saying that all accounts at home had been settled and they were free to go with him. Upon waking, they found their children gone. This, indeed, is a strange matter." The granite heard this and rejoiced, fearing only that he might be fearful of his daughter's death. "My teacher taught me to dedicate myself to good, and the heavens will naturally turn their favor to you if you do so. The removal of these obstacles is a great fortune, brother. How can you speak of a burden?" Kunlun Mountain, upon hearing this, felt a chill run down his spine. After listening for a while, he said, "I have another piece of good news to share with you. That lecherous woman, Yuan, fled from you, a thing to be hated. My younger brother spent the entire day searching for her without success. Imagine being taken away by a monk, hidden in a cellar, and only accidentally discovered and removed by me." "You couldn't have seen her hiding in the cellar, could you?" asked Lonely Peak. "That monk often plies his trade at Crossroad, amassing wealth and harming lives," replied Kunlun Mountain. "I heard he hid a treasure of silver coins in a cellar. That night, I went to steal it, but instead found him sleeping on his bed, talking with the woman. I hid and listened carefully. The woman said, 'My former husband was called Quan Leretho Clumsy. He had 1 horse and saddle, and no other woman shared his affections. Whoever wants Kunlun to do things for Yuanian, manipulating and forcing me to marry him. He abandoned his own wife and spent his days on evil ways, teaching me to guard an empty room alone. Exhausted, he ran away to distant places to avoid responsibilities, indifferent to the fate of his family. Such a selfish man, why would I follow him? The disciple, hearing this, understood it was seductive, and suddenly became angry, drawing out his sharp sword and tearing open the curtain, killing them both. He then lit a fire, searched for treasures, collecting over 2,000 gold pieces that the disciple took and spent freely, helping countless poor people. Master, should these 2 men be killed? Should these riches be taken? The peak master replied, they should be killed, and they should be taken, but not by a layman. There might still be some excuse in heaven's law and human morals. Fear that the yin and yang reports will definitely have something to say. Kunlun said, human emotions at peace is what shows the heavens' justice. What's wrong with that? I've been a thief all my life, and I've never caused any trouble. So is it because of this silver that I'm breaking the law? Lone Peak said, Sir, don't say that. Heaven's justice and the king's law are both infallible. There isn't a single case that doesn't receive retribution, just a matter of timing. The faster the retribution comes, the lighter the punishment. If it's delayed, suddenly, it can be devastating. That monk has committed adultery, and that woman has run away in secret. Heaven will surely punish them, right? Is it not enough for heaven to send thunder and lightning? Why must they rely on someone else to kill them? If they need to rely on someone else, every person has a hand. Why not ask others? Why only you? Could it be that only your hand is capable of taking a life? Great power cannot be entrusted to others. The double-edged sword must not stray. The important matter of taking life. Heaven can oversee it, making the guilty killed by the guilty. How could there be an excuse for ignoring it? Therefore, future retributive justice is inevitable. Or perhaps compared to killing the righteous, the guilt will be slightly lighter, but who knows? The layman having dedicated his entire life to this endeavor, it is no surprise that his name is known to every official and every government. The silver he stole may have aided the poor, but others do not believe him. They only say that he hides it in his home, and surely there will come a day when someone discovers him. If he has truly hidden the wealth he acquired in his home, sending it off to buy a lifespan is a good idea, but one fears that the silver given to aid the poor may not be retrievable at once, leading to worries about life and death. Therefore, future karma cannot be avoided. Perhaps the retribution will come later, or perhaps the evil consequences of his initial crimes will only grow slightly more severe. In the past, Kunlun Mountain was known for its fierce people, but due to his bad temper, everyone feared him, so kind words had no effect on him. Now, after hearing this righteous speech, he felt a stirring of remorse in his heart. Without any forceful persuasion, he suddenly developed a desire to turn away from evil and embrace righteousness. He then said to the Lone Peak, "The actions I have taken are not those of a virtuous man or a proper ruler. Just because there are rich people in the world who do not want to squander their wealth, we have to take some out and do a few good deeds for them. We only think of helping others, but don't think about ourselves. According to what my teacher said, if a disciple does many evil things, he will inevitably face the consequences of yin and yang. But now that he has turned back from this path, can he still repent?" Gong Feng pointed to the stubborn stone and said, "His wickedness is much greater than that of the other. Because he was completely focused on doing good, he moved the heavens, who repaid his daughter's debt by taking her back. This is something you heard with your own ears, not something I made up. Just consider this: if he repents, it will be known. If he does not repent, then nothing will change." The stubborn stone, seeing his sincere desire to do good, was filled with joy. He remembered how 3 years ago, without his teacher's guidance, he acted recklessly and later faced the consequences of his actions, each one matching the words he had spoken. It is a lesson for all. Shi Kunlun made up his mind and became Gong Feng's student. He shaved his head, dedicated himself to hard training for 20 years, and attained enlightenment. He sat in meditation alongside Gong Feng and the stubborn stone. It can be seen that people in the world all have the potential to become Buddhas, but they are bound by the words wealth and beauty, unable to break free from delusion and ascend to the other shore. Therefore, heaven above is vast and sparsely populated, while hell below is crowded and narrow. The great heavenly emperor, despite his fame, can do little. The ruler of the underworld, despite his authority, cannot manage things properly. It is no wonder that the holy people who opened up heaven and earth were responsible for creating this situation, with their policies forbidding the birth of women and the accumulation of wealth. Today, these 2 sentences from the 4 books are used to condemn them, saying, "Who created this puppet? Could it be a saint?" The critique states, The beginning expresses gratitude towards saints, but the end complains about them, leaving saints neither happy nor troubled. Truly a book that plays on the world. Nevertheless, using these two sentences from the 4 books to mock saints, one asks, he who knows me, is he a meat puppet? He who blames me, is he a meat puppet? End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Meat roll updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright laws. Copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the General Terms of Use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away, may do practically anything in the United States, with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works by using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.orglicense. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. 1. A. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work, and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in it. Paragraph 1. E8. 1. B. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1. See below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph 1. C. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is not protected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, or performing it, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. 1. D. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1. E. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. The following sentence, with active links to or other immediate access to the full Project Gutenberg license, must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, is accessed, reproduced, distributed, displayed, performed, or created. Accessing, displaying, performing, viewing, copying, or distributing this ebook or any part thereof, whether digitally or in print, is allowed free of charge and without any restrictions within the United States and most other countries worldwide. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.org.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1. E2. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1, E1 through 1, E7, or obtain permission for the use of the work in the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1, E8, or 1, E9, 1, E3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1, E1 through 1, E7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1. E4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1. E5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1E1, with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the full terms. The Project Gutenberg license. 1. E6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, www.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original, plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license as specified in paragraph 1, E1, 1, E7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg works unless you comply with paragraph 1, E8 or 1, E9, 1, E8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20 of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works calculated, using the method you already used to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare or are legally required to prepare your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about Donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that she does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1, F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for a free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1. E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work or group of works on different terms that are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1. F1. F1. Project Gutenberg. Volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate, or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement. A defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1. F2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1. F3. The Project the Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1. F3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages, even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any you paid for it, by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you receive the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties, or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold harmless the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, the promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works, holding harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that may result directly or indirectly from any of the following actions by you or anyone under your control: distributing this or any Project Gutenberg work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to assist volunteers are critical to achieving Project Gutenberg's goals and ensuring the collection remains freely accessible for future generations. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, See sections 3 and 4, and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501c3 educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The foundation's IN or federal tax identification number is 646,221,541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.org. Contact Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation project. Gutenberg relies upon and could not continue without broad public support and donations to fulfill its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable format, accessible by the broadest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly crucial in maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org. Donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning the tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone overwhelm our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org. Donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about newsletter, ebooks,